Haven't been in the past.
Okay. We'll just, we'll try and figure it out. Whatever. I can try and the Skype can hear Joey, right? A little bit? Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. You're live.
Good evening and welcome to year 20 of the Kevin Brown Tournament of Champions. Glad to have you here. I'm Sky Gillespie, joined by Jim Lynch. We have the Routt Catholic Rockets battling the Kingsville Tigers. And just like that, one possession in. And we got 3 points on the board from the big man, Adam Abel, the 6'7"
Adam Abel knocking
senior.
it down from beyond the stripe, gives Routt a 3-point lead.
And that's going to be the story of the game here tonight. It's going to be the battle of the bigs. That is John Fleeman, number 34, getting active early on, trying to tie things up at the stripe.
And just like that, he'll look to tie it up here with a 3-point play. No secret to the game plan for Kingsville today. They're going to go into Fleeman, I think, as much as possible, taking advantage of his height against this Routt team.
When you have an enrollment of 71 kids, and one of them 7 foot tall, you're pretty lucky.
What a gift he must have been these past 3 years, and certainly kicking off well this fourth.
Man-to-man defense from Kingsville as they'll go up against Routt Catholic. The Rockets dressed in purple. Swinging it out. And back-to-back threes right there. It's going to be Owen Gernart. 6-3 the lead as we have pressure from Routt Catholic. And they're going to give it to the big man. Slow things down, and he's going to be doubled every time he touches the ball. He'll dump it down.
Again, right away we're already seeing. We've seen him double team and triple team every time he's touched that ball, and I don't think that's going to change.
That's not going to change, but he's used to it as well. He's going to see that every single time he steps on the floor. There's going to be pressure, and all bodies are going to be coming at him. And he's no slouch himself, Mossman, Bryson, that is, with the and-one opportunity.
We've heard a lot about Mossman leading into this game and several of the pregame interviews, and getting to see him already in just a couple minutes of play. He looks fantastic to kick the season off.
This is the first year in the tournament for both teams. Routt out of Jacksonville, Illinois. Kingsville out of western Missouri. So they're about 280 miles away as Fleeman will get it across.
A little nicer drive for the boys from Jacksonville this afternoon, or this morning, unless they came over yesterday, but certainly much shorter drive coming up.
Kicked ball there, will take it out along the baseline. Last season, the Rockets played very well, finished 29-5. They're ranked number 11 coming into the season in the Nesto 1A rankings.
Jump ball, possession will go to Routt.
We'll do it again here. Finding Lehman, we have an open Tiger. And Bryson Mossman will take it, and he'll lay it up and lay it in for 2 more.
Nice left-hand finish from Bryson Mossman, and just like that, we're going to get a timeout. I love the way Routt is absolutely attacking the basket. Completely fearless of Fleeman out there.
Quick 10-3 lead here in a shootout series. Yeah, it's very hard to hear.
Do we have commercials going on now, or do we know?
They haven't told me anything. So I don't know. I'll ask if there's any ad reads or anything.
Do you know if there's any way to turn up the headphones for us?
Yeah, I'll have to ask on that too. We are back here. Kingsville will take it across, and every time they go over that stripe, they're going to get doubled. But Mossman somehow finds the ball and lays it up and in for 2 more.
Again, love seeing the intensity here from Routt. And again, another steal. Oh, yep, they come. Nope, they're going to lose it there. But again, that was almost another Routt steal right there just on this press. And up, here they get it.
Mossman, the do-it-all senior, will take it. And now the Rockets will slow things down here with a 12-3 lead. It's in the hands of Mossman with a step back three, and it's good.
It's good. I mean, again, I think that's our third three of the game for the Rockets. They just continue to hit well from beyond the arc.
In the hands of Fleeman in the corner, who is 7 foot, but it is the year 2025. He's a big man that can do it all. He can shoot, too.
Yeah, I noticed right away they went inside to him, got the and one. Since then, I don't think we've seen him within 5 feet of the hoop. And I don't know if they're working to get him there, but it's taking too much time. See, now he's under the basket. But this pressure is just making it difficult for these Tiger guards to get inside to him. There they go.
Going to be likely the easiest two-point bucket we see from Fleeman tonight, as he's going to be hounded all night, but great job feeding it in there to get it to him. 15-5 now the lead for the Rockets, as we have a cutting Rocket, and that's a bucket right there for the younger Mossman, Nolan Mossman.
Again, showing complete confidence of an upperclassman as a sophomore.
Fleeman will attempt to dish it down to number 24, Jack Ewing. It'll get tipped by a Rocket, which this Rocket team, they're long. I know you'll see John Lehman on the floor. You have a 7-footer, but the Rockets are the much taller, much longer team as a whole. And another steal right there. That's Samuel Long with the steal.
And again, we've seen a couple of those transition errors where they get the steal quickly, but just in their hurry to get down the floor, they've turned it right back over. And another Routt steal.
Mossman finds.
Oh, big block from Fleeman coming down the floor.
Bodies flying everywhere. It finds John Fleeman. And Kingsville is going to slow it down, give it to their big man.
Fleeman cuts through the middle. Nice three. Chase Stout, 5'10" senior. Again, we know they can play, and I just don't know if it's their first game as well. Perhaps some jitters. But Routt just seems all the aggressor so far.
They've been aggressive on the offense and defensive end as Mossman misses his first shot of the affair. Fleeman grabs the board, and once again another double team. Can the Tigers get out of it? No, they cannot. A 4-on-2 break blocked by Fleeman.
All the credit in the world to Brady Turner right there, taking it at him, trying to body him up. But when you're giving up an additional almost 7-8 inches, it's usually Height's going to win. Well, I'll tell you right there, Tigers got caught napping.
Easy 2-point bucket from the 6'7" senior Adam Abel. And just tipped pass after tipped pass.
I would love to know if there's a stat right now on tip passes or just steals from Routt.
Mossman finds his brother for three. The Mossman to Mossman connection is good for three.
I suspect that's been done once or twice in the driveway at the Mossman house.
Good opportunity here, Fleeman, but
Big
instead
block
it's
underneath.
blocked by Abel. Kingsville not getting back on defense. They're trying to make one of those plays where, we have Mossman who's going to miss, and Fleeman will get it and pick it up, find his point guard, Stevenson. Stout lays
Nice
it up,
finish.
lays it in.
I've really been impressed with Stout here in the first quarter. He can knock it down from the outside. It looks like he likes to drive as well. It's a nice finish from him.
Chase Stout, one of the leaders here on the team alongside that of Fleeman. Stout, also a really good baseball player, was all district as a center fielder, batted leadoff for the Tigers team. Really good feet and a no-look dish.
That's a great no-look pass there, number 20. I think Owen Giemer with that pass, that no-look pass, just fantastic.
Much better ball movement this possession, but Fleeman cannot get the shot to go in. Abel corrals the rebound, and the Rockets will take it up, and Fleeman tips it. Give it to Stevenson. Stevenson will find Stout. And the Rockets sitting back in their 2-3 zone defense. Stout in the corner. Had an open opportunity, didn't take it. He'll find Fleeman and get the better look, and another 2 for the big man.
Yeah, you can see Fleeman look at his teammate like, get me that ball. Make it, get it snappy. He wants it, and he wants it quick.
Mossman with a great move and a great pass out there to Gernard, but he could not get the 3 to fall. He catches air. And the pressure continues. Stout will have it. We'll pick it up. We'll swing it over to Stevenson. Stevenson dishes it down, but to no avail. That'll go off the hands of Seward.
Good look by Stevenson. Perhaps just a little too much on the outside hand there. Certainly you can see Kingsville Tigers starting to settle a little bit here.
Exactly.
But Routt just has an answer for everything they're doing.
16 seconds left here in the first quarter. See if the Rockets hold for one. It'll be in the hands of their captain, Bryson Mossman. The lefty dribbling over to his left around the volleyball line. Coming off some screening action, he's open, but instead we'll have a driving Rocket. Nolan Mossman goes up and just misses it. Fleeman grabs the board, but the buzzer rings. And that's the first quarter here. Routt doubles Kingsville's production. It's 24-12 here in the first quarter of the opening game of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. So, Jim, we're one quarter in.
And I'll tell you right now, it's all been Routt. I mean, between the outside shooting and this incredibly impressive defense, or pressure defense between the press and then even on the half court, the trapping is unrelenting. We saw Kingsville start to settle a little bit there in the tail half of the first quarter. But if this Routt intensity keeps up for 4 quarters, this is going to be a blowout.
It's looking like it might be so. They are the deeper team. They are the longer team. And they have a lot more students as well. I mean, it's hard to go up against a school with only 71 kids, but you got to be impressed that they can even field a team.
Right, absolutely. And I'll say this right off the bat, I'm very impressed with Fleeman. I mean, he knows how to work around the basket. He's certainly doing his job defensively. He's already got 2 or 3 blocks. But his most success we've seen so far on the offensive side of the ball has been underneath the basket. I know, with this kind of pressure, having 7 feet at the top of the key certainly helps to center the ball and get you reset, but he needs to be under that basket and they need to get the ball to him. Abel is a strong player, but you're putting 6'7" against 7 feet. I'm going to give it to Fleeman underneath with his strength and size.
John Fleeman, coming off an all-state season, was also the district player of the year. John Fleeman, a Chattanooga commit, chose Chattanooga over schools such as Tulsa, LSU. This big man is highly touted as the Tigers are now playing a 2-3 zone, trying to slow down the shooting, as Mossman will take the 3. Getting the board is Stevenson. He'll fire it over to Fleeman.
Low increased intensity from Kingsville on that possession.
Almost an over and back right there from Stevenson, and he'll end up turning it over. No!
A lucky bounce there, but do not finish. This should stay with the Tigers, and it does.
That was Emmanuel Levesque on the take.
Couple lucky bounces there. Landed the ball with the Tigers.
Cool story, Emmanuel Levesque. He's a foreign exchange student for the Tigers. He's from Italy. As Stevenson takes this 3, that'll go off the back iron and into the hands of Bryson Mossman, who will take it up. We'll see if the Tigers go back in man or get back into the 2-3 zone. They're back into the 2-3 zone. And Abel takes another three, and it's good.
You know, when you can spread it out that much and your 6'7" big man is knocking down threes. As you mentioned earlier, Sky, the game has changed so much that anybody on the court at any time can spread the floor out and knock down a three.
Good take from Christensen, who will dish it off to Seward. No good. Bryson Mawson will toss it over to his brother. Nolan gives it back to him. Back into the hands of the point guard. And Abel tries again for his third three, but cannot get the shot to fall. Samuel Long gets the board and will do it again. Sitting in the 2-3 zone. Mossman, no good.
It's almost as if Routt's settling a little bit right now rather than attacking like they were earlier. And again, catching their breath so they can have this kind of defense. Yeah.
Samuel Long, the 5'11" player, tries to take it over the 7-footer, but can't get it. Chase Stout, no good.
We almost had our first big dunk of the game there.
Really good ball movement, but back-to-back blocks from the Tigers.
I tell you, the Tigers have learned one thing from Fleeman, and I think it's how to block shots, and we saw it right there. Certainly, I would say a stronger start here for Kingsville. But I love the patience on offense from Routt. Just move the ball around, find your open shot. If you got it, take it. If not, move it again.
Exactly. There's going to be open shots, like right there in the short corner. Abel couldn't get it to fall, but that's the shot you want. Chase Stout will have the ball over, and he'll get doubled. That's what's going to happen every time you pick the ball up. There's going to be two men in purple coming at you, but instead it's going to be a foul on Bryson Mossman. Checking
again,
into the game.
You talked about earlier, Sky, the drop in size from Fleeman to the rest of the team. Routt, albeit a smaller school as well, has decent size for the size of school they are. And when that trap comes, they're big and they're strong, and they force a lot of turnovers, tip passes. And the deflections have gone oftentimes Rout's favor.
Fleeman gets double to fire over to Stout. Stout will drive to the corner.
Another trap forces another turnover.
Mossman has a one-on-one, but will fire it over to his younger brother, Nolan. Nolan back to Bryson. No good. But
these
the
were
rebound
shots
falls
that were
back
falling.
To him.
These were shots that were falling for Routt in the first half.
They just got to stay the course. They're getting good looks. Got to be patient, knowing that they will get the shot they want if they just take their time.
Right.
Unfriendly roll rattling around there from Mossman.
Again, these were all dropped in the first quarter, and they know they will again.
Stout will
Smart
have it.
move to kick it out.
Just swing it around the key like a shell defensive drill. Stevenson will fire, and it's banked in.
The bank for Kingsville. Later hours on a holiday week in Kingsville for the bank. But Routt answers right away.
Not what you want to see after you have a really good offensive possession. You cut the lead down a bit, and then the Rockets just go back right there with three of their own. Stout will try to continue the three-point show, but no good. Rebound there by Brady Turner. Turner cutting, will fire over to Nolan Mossman. Nolan going to his left. The floater does not get the roll to go, and Fleeman, the rebounding machine, grabs it. We'll see if they can break this pressure.
Not a whole lot Routt can do once they get down in the lane, which is why we're seeing a lot of the kicks. Nice hustle by Fleeman to stay after it. He's going to get fouled on a putback again. At this point, you almost just want to tell the boys from Routt, do not try to block anything, wall up. There's no need to give them an extra point on every layup. I think this is at least his third and one attempt in the first half of this game.
Fleeman takes the free throw, and it's in. 30-18 the lead. Last season, the Kingsville Tigers finished 23-6 on the season. They lost to Wheatfield 41-38 in sectionals. They are also back-to-back district champions, so they have had success, and they're looking to continue that success. As speaking of a man with success, Bryson Mossman. They played last night. Excuse me, Jim. They played last night, and Bryson Mossman is now the school's leader in points.
Oh, that is great news. What a thing to come off of and just continue to produce right here tonight.
Mossman has many college offers but has not committed. Recently visited Illinois Wesleyan, as we're going to have a full timeout taken here by head coach of the Tigers, Bill Adams. So we're going to mention one of our sponsors, PJ Hoare, is a proud sponsor of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and this year's Building for the Future all-academic team. We wish all teams good luck, and let's cheer them on as they play for a cure for glioblastoma. This is just game one of many here in the tournament. This is part of the shootout series, but if you haven't known much about this tournament, there's going to be a lot of star power. You're going to see a lot of future college Division I players. You're going to see a lot of future NBA players. Heck, just last year, 4 players, alumni from this tournament, were selected in the NBA draft, led by Con Knipple, the 4th overall pick to the Charlotte Hornets. Jeremiah Fears Jr. as well was part of this tournament. So there's a lot of star power, and you're just going to continue seeing it. You got to remember some of these names. John Fleeman, who's going to be playing at Chattanooga, the reigning NIT champions, Chattanooga, the Mocs, who, if you're a Bradley fan like me, you're pretty disappointed in that because Chattanooga defeated Bradley in the NIT to end their season last year. And there's our first dunk of the game. It's a Martin Tech dunk.
And that was one of the most pure possessions they've had this game.
It's been open. They just don't give it to him. When he's open in that middle of the court, free throw line extended, you turn opposite. You either dump down or you take it yourself, and that's been open. But the issue has been getting it there because of the relentless pressure outside the perimeter from the Rockets. And that's an over and back. I saw that
just
from Chase
Stout. Just clipped his heel, yep. But it's almost what we're looking at is a 1-2-2 defense right now that just creates those trapping opportunities from Routt, and it is run perfectly.
What Routt is doing is they're making you catch the ball deep, and Stout's not used to catching that ball deep. That's why he stepped over the line. He's dribbling back, and when you're getting guarded around the volleyball line all game long, you're just not used to being that far away from the basket. As we have a three-point triple there knocked in.
Another 3 from Routt.
From Quinn Darr, the freshman, the 6'2" freshman getting in the scoring book.
And what an opportunity for a freshman to get some playing time on this court in the TOC.
Still sitting in that 2-3 zone after playing man-to-man defense the entirety of the first quarter. And they're still going to force them to shoot, try to force them to get back to man-to-man. Rebound there from number 24.
And this is what I love. Fleeman is bringing the ball up for the Tigers.
When in doubt, give it to number 34.
There he is, cutting
Great
again.
cut. Shots no good right there from Ewing, but Fleeman takes advantage of it.
And we've seen repeatedly good things happen when he's within 3 to 5 feet of the rim.
Timeout called right there from Will Whalen. Routt Rockets will take a 30-second timeout. Culver's is proud to sponsor this year's Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and is the official pre- and post-game stop for Butterburgers and fresh frozen custard. Culver's strives to make a difference in their community and is giving back in a big way $1 from every concrete mixer purchase this week will be donated back to the fight against glioblastoma. Stop by one of their 5 locations in Washington, East Peoria, Morton, or Peoria, and let Scoopy know we sent you. Jim, are you a Culver's guy yourself?
A Culver's guy?
Yes.
Yes. I mean, look at me. I'm an everything guy. You know, my kids have heard me say this line more than they care to ever hear it again, but I didn't get this big by being picky. Very few things I won't eat.
Big fan of Culver's myself, as
Yeah.
Mossman will find. And it'll get back to Mossman. He'll take another 3, and it will fall. Bryson Mossman.
What's our tally for him right now on points? Do you happen to have it in front of you? Because
He's well into double figures. He's
Yeah.
approaching 20 on the day.
Just.
And it'll go back the way of Routt Catholic Rockets. Routt Catholic opened the season last night against the Lutheran Crusaders out of Springfield. They won that game 68-45, and as we mentioned, and as you can probably assume by watching Bryson Mossman, he is the leading scorer after that game for the Rockets. 3-point there from the freshman. He gets another one. Quinn Dar,
the freshman, getting his second 3 of the game to wrap up the half. You know, I will say, Sky, we saw some life there from the Tigers. Kingsville wasn't going to go quietly. They certainly started to work the ball, try to get inside a little bit more to Fleeman. But this Routt team is unrelenting. That energy, that intensity on defense to not let up. They gave an opportunity. You know, they opened up that middle a little bit, and that 1-2-2 will do that. But again, coming back down, and you have a freshman come in, knock down a couple of threes. The elder Mossman knocks down a couple as well, and you know they've doubled up the Tigers, 44-22 going into the break.
And I know it sounds much easier said than done, but just ball fakes, try not to get extended as far as we saw with the backcourt violation earlier, and just I'm not seeing many ball fakes from Kingsville, and it's just they're passing it straight into the hands of Routt, and they're getting easy transition buckets. But I think, as silly as it sounds, once they do break that pressure, they are getting good looks. It's just
100%.
a matter of breaking that pressure.
Right.
Like I said, easier said than done.
Absolutely.
Really good first half action, however. I mean, the score, they got doubled up, but what can we see? What do you want to see from Routt specifically?
Yeah, Routt, I stick to your game plan. You know, it's keep the pressure on them. Obviously no need to press at this point. Just keep the half court pressure, force them into the turnovers, tip passes, make the deflections turn into turnovers, and get down the floor. If you can't get the layup with Fleeman, Fleeman's getting down the floor, and if you can't get the layup, kick it out, set up your offense, and continue to shoot the way you've been shooting. And if Kingsville's not careful, we're going to have a running clock here in the fourth quarter.
And I want to talk a little bit about the big man battle we've seen. And on one end, it's been Adam Abel, but he's been knocking down the 3 ball. He's the tallest guy on the floor for the Rockets, but he's stepping back and he's hitting threes. He's defending Fleeman. Really like what I'm seeing from him, but obviously Fleeman putting the team on his back as well. He's a very strong player, great post moves. He's known for finishing around the basket. He's known for defending without fouling. I'm really liking this battle from the 2 big men.
I'm so impressed with Abel. I mean, he's certainly not shying away from inside the lane defensively. What are you going to do against a 7-footer? Oftentimes just foul and be aggressive. Offensively, he's been the whole deal. He's been trying to get to the rim. He's been knocking down threes. He's a 6'7" kid that can handle the ball. Adam Abel has been impressive from this high up in the rafters. I can tell you that much.
We're going to toss it down to Uftring. Take advantage of outstanding savings during the big year-end event at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Find the new car or truck you've always wanted at the Uftring dealership closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Pekin. Online at UftringAutoGroup.com. Routt 44, Kingsville 22. We'll be back for the second half.
All right, thank you, Sky and Jim. I am here in Upstream Auto Group Tournament Central with Ryan Tibbs. Ryan, thank you for joining me. We finally got the tournament underway for another year.
Yeah, we're excited to finally get our first game. We're halfway through our first game. The committee works year-round to make this happen, so it's really nice to finally have it be here and to get things going.
Yeah, there's a lot that goes into making this tournament, what it is. And you said the committee, you're on the committee. What's some stuff you could talk to us about, what you guys do throughout the year and this week as well?
Yeah, so we kind of meet year-round. We really start meeting in the ramp-up to this tournament. And my specific role is trying to find ways to get the community involved. So over the years, we've been able to do things like the autograph area out back, the kids clinics. So we had over 500 kids participate in clinics that we've hosted over the last probably the last month. We've had some great local high schools that have committed to doing clinics as well. So we've done that, and we've got the ball boy and ball girl experience, which is another great way to get that our youth and our families can be involved in the TOC.
Yeah, and I think, when you talk about the tournament, there's a lot that goes into it. There's a lot that goes into it, and like you mentioned, just the amount of people that participate and contribute to the tournament.
Yeah.
Kind of a lot of sponsorships as well
Yeah.
to help out financially. What are some of those that you might mention?
Yeah, so the main part, this tournament all raises money for the KB Strong Foundation. So we have a great relationship with OSF, and they. Yeah. Yep. All good. So we have a great relationship with OSF. They're a title sponsor. Uftreen Auto Group has been a partner of this tournament for a long, long time. I think since its inception. City of Washington, Titan Industries, Intercon, Washington Community Bank. Those are just a few off the top of my head that really help us. Our tournament slogan is bigger than basketball, and we've really taken that to heart over the last few years to try to raise money for the KB Strong Foundation.
Cool. And sorry about that, guys. We do have to share a mic, a little bit of technical difficulties. But, I talked to Roger Holzhauer earlier in the day just about that same topic, just how much goes into it. And there's so much. Basketball tournaments in general are obviously, it's always going to be fun, especially when you have the talent level that you have for a tournament like this. But when you're able to add that much more, it just emphasizes just the community aspect of it, like you said. And that's really what makes this tournament so special. We're on the 20th year of this tournament, and it's just gotten bigger and better every single year with everybody that volunteers and kind of sacrifices their holiday week as well. You go through the tournament. You have a lot of people in hospitality, like your wife that helps out a lot with that. And just what would you say volunteer-wise in terms of everybody that contributes and puts their holiday weekend on hold?
Yeah, this becomes most people on our committees, it's their Thanksgiving tradition. It just is what we do. We know our families will see us a little bit later for that Thanksgiving meal, but we're going to be here running and helping with this tournament. My family, that's become our history, or it's what we do during the tournament. There are hundreds of people that help make this happen. Mm-hmm. Our committee's probably 20 strong, and everybody's got a specific role, and we do our part. And it's just, like I said, we're just excited that it's here and excited to watch some basketball.
Yeah, this is my fourth year now contributing to just a small aspect of the tournament, but it's always really fun to meet new people that play a big role. If you were to talk about some people, I asked Roger this as well. I asked Jody, who are some people that maybe don't get the notoriety that contribute to the tournament that you think go under the radar that you could mention?
So Sean Powell is a tournament director. He kind of flies under the radar a little bit. Some people know who he is, but he works year-round to identify the talent that comes here to this tournament. So between him, he's one that certainly flies under the radar, and the other one that really flies under the radar is Coach Eric Schermerhorn, who keeps our committee meeting, runs our meetings, keeps us on task, divvies up the work. Coach Eric he's game planning right now. I promise you, he is not worried about anything except the game that he plays later tonight.
Yeah.
But Eric is just really, really dedicated to the cause and just a great guy, and has really put a ton of his whole heart and soul into making this tournament what it is.
Yeah, Coach Eric, originally I didn't know what all he did for the tournament. It wasn't until probably a year or 2 years ago that I really realized, and like you mentioned, a lot of that stuff goes under the radar, and just
it's cool to kind of, like I said, I love to bring notoriety to those people that I think a lot of people might think, oh, he's just coaching the team. No, he does way more than that. Same with Sean as well, because when you look at the team, like the teams on these tournaments year in, year out, nationally ranked teams, top prospects in the country, and that's something that we usually don't see a lot here in the state of Illinois. And so it's a huge grab for attention in terms of that, but also just bringing talent like that helps people see the actual cause behind it as well. So it goes hand in hand, everything connects, and I firmly agree with you on that. So
just getting all of those teams here to Washington, Illinois. It's crazy that Washington is on the map for the best Thanksgiving tournament, high school boys basketball tournament in the country. Washington, Illinois. We're not Chicago, we're not a big city out east or whatever. They come right here to Washington, Illinois, and that's because of a lot of people that have really kept this going for many, many years.
I will say, kind of transitioning a little bit, Washington may not be known, or Central Illinois may not be known in terms of their overall talent-wise, but this year for Washington, it's a little bit different. Girls basketball in years past have been very good, and your daughter's on the team. 4 players have just committed to further playing in college. As the next game coming up will be a Washington team. So one last comment on that, if you got to say.
Yeah, we're super excited that the girls were added to the tournament last year, and were given an opportunity to play again this year against one of Iowa's best teams. So super fun. I'm really excited to watch the game coming up here in a little bit. And hope that our girls come out on top.
Hopefully so. All right, we're going to head it back up to the booth with Sky and Jim. Thank you guys for tuning in to Upstream Auto Group Tournament Central. I'm Teddy Ball alongside Brian Tibbs.
They haven't texted me, but I'm just going to assume we're good.
Yep.
Anniversary of Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. I'm Sky Gillespie, joined by Jim Lynch. And the story of the game so far, the Rockets with a steal.
That's a rare miss by the Rockets, but again, Mossman there to get it back.
Pretty, very aggressive take right there if you're Adam Abel.
I love the attempt, but
I am not really good at math, but the angles right there.
Don't. We're gonna leave geometry at the door.
Abel has had a great game. That's probably his lone mistake of the night, just a bad shot. But we have a 3-on-1 break here from Abel.
Oh.
And he'll go down hard.
He got steamrolled. Absolutely steamrolled. But he pops up smiling. He's going to get a couple to shoot.
I'm really liking the balanced scoring from Routt Catholic so far. Abel's in double figures. Bryson Mossman leading the way. The freshman coming in, Quinn Dar as well, with 2 3-point shots made. And Nolan Mossman as well, scoring the ball very well. So really good job with a balanced attack, especially when you have a guy like Bryson Mossman, who can do it all himself, but it is good to see a balanced
You're absolutely
attack.
right. He really can, but the team is deep. I mean, I love that they have 5 solid starters, and clearly some kids coming off the bench that can contribute.
Shot right there from Stevenson, and it's good for a 3-pointer. Christian Stevenson, the 6-foot senior, knocks it down. 46-25 right now.
Very impressed what we've seen with Stevenson, and if they can get an opportunity to get the ball in the inside-out game, working with Fleeman, get Stevenson some more opportunities to shoot.
Nolan Mossman tries to answer back, but to no avail. Tanner Radijak, the 5'10" sophomore, gets the board for the Tigers. And Stevenson will dish to Stout, who will dish to Fleeman. One dribble, power dribble, goes up and good. John Fleeman.
For the Tigers to get back into the game, they need to repeat that type of action every time down the floor.
Bryson Mossman, no good. Fleeman corrals the board. And he can very well take it up himself, but he won't. He'll dish it over to Stevenson. It's in the hands of Stout, who was patient right there. Fleeman did a no-look pass expecting Radijak to cut, but to no avail. He just assumed he would be there, but Radijak was not. He was open in the corner in his defense, but he would have been open if he cut as well. Nolan Mossman with a wide open three, and gets a very friendly bounce off the back of the rim.
Just that thud on the back iron and a gentle roll in. Again, we're starting to see Routt shoot like they did in the first quarter.
Fleeman looks opposite to Stout, who
knocks
it in for three. Chase Stout, another one of the senior leaders here, as Mossman with the spin move. And you are hearing the Kingsville Tigers communicate more, and they are playing a lot harder as well. I'm liking the way they've come out of the break. Steal there from
another
Radijak.
steal by the Tigers. Let's see if they can transition into a hoop here.
Stout looking to stay hot. He will!
Wow, big three. Big three, Chase Stout.
Can't really ask for a better way to come out of the half.
Absolutely. And we mentioned earlier, aside from Fleeman, there's not a ton of height on this Kingsville team. They're giving up a lot of inches. Again, taking John Fleeman out of the equation. But now they're playing a lot bigger than they are. They've knocked this lead down to 16. Let's see if they can get another stop here.
Mossman will dribble over to his right, dish out to his brother. Abel in the short corner, rolls around the rim, but Radijak gets the board, and the Tigers have the ball down 16 here with just over 4.5 minutes left in the third quarter. Fleeman finds Radijak, the sophomore, who knocks it in off the backboard.
Radijak having a third quarter. He's at least gotten 2 or 3 defensive rebounds. Now he's got a quick bucket there. Not a bad job here for the 5'10 sophomore.
Not usually involved on the offensive end of things. He's been a presence on the boards on defense, but you saw the 2-point shot there. And
Will Whalen wants to talk things over a little bit.
I'm really impressed right there as we have an Enercon Power timeout break. This power-up timeout is brought to you by Enercon Engineering. Celebrating 50 years of keeping communities powered, Enercon delivers cutting-edge industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and gen set packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit enerconpower.com and engineer your future with us.
So really, it's been all Tigers to get this second half going. I mean, we did see a couple of threes out of the gate, I think. At least a three and another bucket there from Routt. But again, Kingsville really, I'd love to know what Bill Adams said to him at halftime to see this kind of energy. Lord, we know they're a talented team. We know they can play. But now let's see if this will sustain. Let's see if the Will Whalen timeout cooled the Jets a little bit.
Mossman at the top of the key knocks it down, and that beat me to it. I was going to say, yes, it is sustainable to play the way that the Tigers are playing, but can it be sustainable for the Rockets to continue missing shots like they have? And Mossman says no. But does it matter? John Fleeman, free throw line extended, knocks it in.
Fleeman, we've seen how strong he is inside, but he's got that gentle touch too from the elbow.
A gentle giant. Mossman fires over to Bryson. And you just got to be patient. There is going to be open looks. There's no shot clock, so just take your time as that bounces off the knees of Bryson Mossman. And what do you know? It ended up in the hands of Radijak. And there's the double we've seen all game long.
Good fake by Radijak. Almost loses it, which he ends up doing.
Just trying to do too much are the Rockets right now. Good screen there by Fleeman. Stevenson will pass it over to Stout, who hit that shot earlier, won't take it. Will dish it down to Fleeman, and another dunk. A Martin Tech Solutions dunk right there. Need reliable technology solutions? Martin Tech Solutions has your technology needs covered. Back up to Bryson, the lefty, at the top of the key. Nolan has nobody on him, but instead he'll be patient and fire
And
back.
again, they continue to leave him open. They're going to have to pay the price. He is just a complete shooter, especially from the top of the key, which seems to be his place.
Stevenson will drive to his left. We'll find Radijak, who will find an open Jack Ewing. Ewing will fight with he was very aggressive right there with that of Owen Gernard, but we have a jump ball going the other way. You do like to see that, though. I know it's just a jump ball, but at the end of the day, the possession's going the other way, but you want that ball.
Yeah, you're going to fight for it, and you got to show every little bit of fight you have.
And Mossman, back-to-back threes from Bryson Mossman. What can't he do?
He's recognized that the Tigers have come out fighting a little more, and he's doing everything in his power to shut this down.
I don't know what he can't do, but I know what he can do. He can hit that at the top of the key 3-point shot. As Abel will bring the ball up and will slow it down wisely.
He saw Fleeman and thought, you know what? What are we in a rush for? Back up to a sizable lead here. Mossman goes again. And another 4 in a row for Mossman.
That's one of those cases. Hand down, man down, and when you're hot, you're hot.
Yeah. And folks, our view is obstructed of the stats board here. So I can't tell you exactly how many Mossman has, but it's approaching 200. It certainly feels that way right now.
It does. The Mossman show. A foul right there from the Rockets, however. Great job from Christian Stevenson, the senior point guard, getting out of that pressure and forcing a foul.
You can sense a little frustration beginning to come on the part of the Tigers.
And a tipped right there from Bryson Mossman, who will be open in the corner. And
boy, I thought he was going to pull the trigger.
So did I. But instead we'll have a 3-point attempt right there from Braden Long. No good. Stevenson will drive and try to break the zone, and he will. He'll swing it over to Stout, who will drive and take the mid-range jumper. It's good. Stout has been a key piece to this Tigers offense so far.
Having a real nice game. Love Chase Stout's game, and he's having a nice one. And they shoot very well. They just haven't had many opportunities.
Ooh, close attempt there by Stout, and it ends up
Holy
at the
cow.
top of the key with Bryson Mossman. You know what that means. 3 points.
And he finishes it with a block. it just...
Bryson Mossman really good on all ends of the floor.
And again, a little smile on his face as he sneaks off the court and grabs a chair with his team. Unbelievable.
He's having a lot of fun. The Rockets are having fun. And every punch that's thrown at them from the Tigers, they're answering back.
Absolutely. I mean, again, the Tigers came out, I would have said, a little bit more of the aggressor in this third quarter. But again, Bryson Mossman, I think, said, you know what, let's stop this now and we'll change the pace. And just like that, 23-point lead answered all questions for everybody about who's got control of this game.
64-41 here in the fourth quarter. How can this Tigers team respond after honestly playing a pretty darn good quarter?
I would say hands down their best quarter of the game so far. And again, it's to have a 23-point deficit to climb out of that hole. That's a tall order at this level of play. You know, in high school basketball, you're playing as talented a team as Routt Catholic, but you know, it's if you're knocking down your shots and then you create the turnovers. I think we've seen it before. And anything can happen here at the TOC. And certainly the opening game, wouldn't it be fantastic? But I suspect Mossman and his friends have something to say to that.
Titan Industries is honored to sponsor the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, honoring Kevin's legacy, celebrating our community, and standing united in the fight against glioblastoma. Best of luck to every team in this year's tournament. Play hard, have fun, and enjoy every second. I think that's a big piece. You got to enjoy being here. I mean, Anthony Davis, Zion Williamson, so many big-name players have played in this tournament. And I know in the moment, especially if you're losing the game, you could be a little upset, but just knowing how many stars have played in this tournament, it's pretty special.
It's the experience. It's just being here that you have to recognize that you're playing at the Tournament of Champions in Washington, Thanksgiving week. What an opportunity.
And I know not every school plays in the turkey tournament, so schools that do, they are going to be a lot better than schools that don't, and they're facing good competition and great offense right there. It'll result in a bucket from Griffin Seward. And Mossman, can he stay hot?
Oh.
No, he cannot.
Well,
that would have been unbelievable.
Apparently Mossman is human.
He is human.
Maybe he left his cape at the bench at the end of the third quarter.
He absolutely dominated that third quarter as Levesque fires over to the corner. Stout is no good, but Fleeman gets fouled and will lay it up and in. And one opportunity from John Fleeman. John Fleeman played for Morton in the EYBL League. Also, big props to Fleeman. Very good at basketball, but a smart kid as well. 4.06 GPA. He hits the books, too. And back to Mossman, who will step in for a three. What do you know?
He has got to be approaching a record here for the TOC for three-pointers, if not already broken it.
Just another day in the office for Mossman. And a steal leads to a two-point bucket from the freshman, Quinn Darr.
That's one thing I like about Fleeman. He certainly has the opportunity to take a lot of these shots, but he really does look for his teammates when he's in the lane.
Back to Mossman at the top of the key.
They're going to leave him open. Why not? Again, if they give him the opportunity to shoot it, I would, if I was this coach, I would say, you know what? If they give you the room, let it go.
Very rare miss right there. As Fleeman gets fouled, and will go to the line for two. Usually he finishes those, but he did get fouled really hard.
It's the first one we have seen him not finish. So the single game record for three-pointers at the TOC was Noah Wells back in 2014 with 11. I've got to think we're right about there. We saw 5 last quarter, a 6 this quarter, and I think in the first he had 2 or 3.
Definitely approaching that mark, but 21-point game, 6 minutes left. Don't know how much longer Mossman's going to play in this ballgame. As Fleeman will not get the rebound to fall. The free throw to fall. The rebound goes out of bounds and will go in favor of Routt Catholic. Bryson Mossman averaged 19.4 points per game last year. And like you were saying about his unselfishness, also had 4.2 assists per game as well as he takes that three. What else can we say?
He is just. We're going to get some information for you folks who are watching at home or wherever you're watching it about this performance here from Bryson Mossman. He is certainly putting one in for the record books or close to it.
Chase Stout has the ball. We'll get it back tapped from Quinn Darr, the freshman, and he'll get an easy two, but no good.
Nice finish from.
And Abel comes in and tips it in for 2.
Adam Abel with just a tip, and love it. Absolutely love it.
Great steal there, but got to finish that if you're Darr. But almost gets another back tap steal. Stevenson will dish it down, and Abel tips it out of bounds. That was going to Griffin Seward, but instead, oh no, they're going to call this Rockets ball. That's not what I saw. That's not what John Fleeman saw either.
Not at all. That's an interesting call. And we're going to see, I think we're going to see some substitutions here that I think some of the Routt starters are done for the day, which would make sense.
Mossman remains in the game, as do a lot of the Rockets. Chase Stout almost gets the steal. Really good defense, but it's going to go back to the Rockets.
And again, Chase Stout giving 100% here till the end, no doubt. Just the way we've seen him play tonight.
Nearly a 5-second violation, but they'll get it in just in time to the Rockets. And that's no good from Abel. It'll head over to the Tigers. Almost halfway through this final quarter of action here. 74-48. Routt Catholic leads. Stevenson was open, but he'll give it back to Fleeman, who will fire over to Stout, who has been shooting the rock well tonight.
And again, we saw it again.
continues.
You called it, Sky. He's been really on the mark from beyond the arc. Really did not mean to rhyme there, folks. I apologize. A little cheap, but I'll take it. But Stout has been doing really well, I think, defensively. And certainly offensively, he's been the complete player for this Kingsville team.
Owen Gernhardt takes it. That'll be short into the hands of Stevenson, the point guard, and Stout will look to push it. But the Rockets always are running back on defense, so you can look to push it, but there's going to be men in purple standing in your way.
Yeah, we can talk about Routt's offensive prowess tonight, certainly from beyond the arc, courtesy of Bryson Mossman. But their defense has been exceptional. And I mentioned earlier, tip passes or deflect balls. That stat alone has got to be, and it's probably one we won't hear tonight and probably can't get in our hands tonight. But the number of tip passes, deflections, so forth is unreal. They're so active on the defensive end.
Jake Brown's going to check in for the Rockets. His first action of the night, and he's coming in fresh, playing hard. A little too hard, as he's going to get called with the hands right there on Chase Stout.
Well, you got 5. You might as well use them.
Might as well. You do like to see that. You're just coming in the game and you're already playing hard. I know it's a foul, but coaches are seeing that, and they're going to love the effort and intensity you're bringing in.
Coaches remember hustle.
Exactly, and when you'll see this and you'll see names that you don't typically see out on the floor, but this is an audition. It's early in the season. They can carve out a role for themselves as Fleeman goes back to the line for another and one opportunity. He gets his rebound.
I think this is his 5th and one opportunity, which I'm sure he's no stranger to.
Oh, yeah, he's used to that.
It's got to happen multiple times a game.
You can tell he's gassed right there.
He
He's
is.
played the whole game, and he's probably going to play the whole game for almost every game this season if they want to go win another district title over there in Missouri. Both these teams do enter the game 1-0, so one team will get their first loss of the year. Last season, the Tigers finished 23-6.
And this is a great moment between the coaches. Both of them are looking to call a 30-second timeout. They blow the whistle. They just keep pointing at each other.
This is an Enercon Power timeout. This power-up timeout is brought to you by Enercon Engineering. Celebrating 50 years of keeping communities powered, Enercon delivers cutting-edge industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and gen-set packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit EnerconPower.com and engineer your future with us. So these moments in games like this are pretty special to me because I was a bench warmer, and this is when I get to shine. Whether my team's winning or losing, I'm going to go out there, and I'm going to give it my all. I'm going to try to get in the scoring book. I know that I'm not going to play at the beginning of the game when it's tight, and I want to show these fans and play on this court that so many stars have played on. I want to say I belong. So we'll see how some of these guys fair in this opportunity.
And that's why I do think it's equally important that teams play till the final buzzer. You know, don't pull it out. Don't kill the clock. Fine, if you're in the last 15, 20 seconds, that's one thing. But give these kids an opportunity to play and play hard. But I will say that both Mossmans are still on the floor, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct.
You know, Routt's not pulling back, and certainly, you know, Kingsville's got many of their starters still on the floor as well.
Still in that 2-3 zone. Mossman will fire it across to Abel, who will dish it over to Gernard. And incredible ball movement. And a step back three. No good. Fleeman gets the board.
Well, it looks like they're getting him 3 attempts, so I don't know if they know that the record is close or that he may have it. Either way, I hope we're watching history tonight.
And Mossman will get the ball. Gernard fires over across to Turner. And I do give props to the referee right
Always.
there.
Absolutely.
Like I said, I've experienced this, and when we're just dribbling the ball out and there's no action going on, just let the subs come in, give some guys the opportunity. So
no need to burn timeouts, official timeout,
exactly.
Get them in.
And what, it adds 15 seconds to the game? I think it's okay. So major props there as Mossman gets doubled. He'll find Abel, who will give it back to Mossman. And long 4-3, and no pun intended, it's short.
All right. I like it. I'm sorry. I'm a fan.
Stevenson to Fleeman. Fleeman fires over to Levesque, the Italian stallion. That's going to be off the Tigers, it appears.
I will say this, at this Routt defense with Fleeman, again, they're giving up inches upon inches, and they are frustrating him because, again, 2-3 guys in his face, making the passes difficult. He's got to go up and over.
And Levesque right there draws the foul on Brown. And Levesque has been kind of an energizer bunny for this team. He's played really hard, providing a lot of energy off the bench. And refs
if that's
will
a fifth team foul, that should put him at the line to shoot 2 with the new bonus rules.
Yep. What are your thoughts on the bonus rules?
Love it. Absolutely love it. I wasn't sure at first, and I know men's I've got an opportunity to help with the scores table for Bradley women's basketball, and seeing the difference between women's and men's. I still like the new rules. It just it was a good change. I think I don't see it changing how people play that much. I don't see the bonus happening that much sooner. I know they cited safety for reasons. I didn't see that as being a cause or a result. That's a big 3. Was that Stevenson who hit that? Another nice player.
With the renewal by
Kingsville.
Anderson 3-pointer.
But again, I can't articulate very well why I like the new bonus rules, but I do. Yeah, there it is.
Peyton Long, no good. Rebounded right there. That was Hank Alvarez, the freshman. Speaking of him, that was Levesque right there as well. And Mossman, why not add 2 more to his tally tonight?
Yeah, again, at this point, I'd get him off the floor. Gosh forbid he tweak an ankle or do anything.
This might be the case right here. It is. That is the ball game for Bryson Mossman, who has been the player of the game. He was a face to look out for in this tournament, knowing that he's got the accolades, he's got the star power, and the lights were on him, and he shined. Stevenson with a good steal, but an even better block right there. That's number 13.
That was a nice block there. Was that number 13 who knocked that down?
Yep, that was Evan Kors right there.
6'3" junior.
Radijak, who has played a lot of the game. However, he turns it over there, and Routt with 30 seconds left. They're still looking to go. Peyton Long has the ball, and we'll see if we dribble it out or try to get a shot up. A shot up, indeed, is what we'll get. Jake Brown, no good from the senior. And it'll go the other way with 22 seconds left here in the ball game. 76-57. Routt Catholic leading Kingsville. Chase Stout fires over. It'll be hands in Levesque. And good idea there, but just a little bit too high.
Just a little too much. Probably a little too used to throwing it to Fleeman cutting through like that. I would say that would wrap this up.
Peyton Long will bring the ball up, dribble it out, and that will do it, folks. Routt Catholic moves to 2-0 on the season with a convincing victory over Kingsville Tigers, who made the 282-mile trip over from Kingsville, Missouri. Really good opening game to start this incredible Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions here in the Shootout Series. First game of many, and it was fun.
Yeah, I tell you, it was a great opening game, and credit to both teams. Yeah, hey, you're the first game up. The stage is yours, and boy, did Routt really show up and not take anything away from Kingsville. I thought they played a nice game down the stretch, but exceedingly impressed with Routt.
And like we talked about in the Open, this was their team. This was both of their first times playing in the tournament, so would love to have them come back, show out here in 2026. There won't be guys like Bryson Mossman or that of Fleeman, but still, really liked what we saw, and Fleeman getting congratulated right there for some of his accolades, getting awarded a medal. John Fleeman, you're going to need to remember that name. He's going over to Chattanooga next season to play ball over there as a mock, the reigning NIT champions. John Fleeman, great showing, but good showing as well from some of the other Tigers, especially Chase Stout, Christian Stevenson. Player of the game, you don't really have to guess.
10.
Did not off.
So I suspect that's why he was staying in there for as long as he did. Going for the tie or the break. And
you know he was pleading to stay in because, I mean, once you get that high, you do lose track of how many you made.
Right.
Have I made that many games? No. But I can attest, you will lose track. So big shout out to Bryson Mossman. A 40-piece. Wow. And 10 threes in one game.
Unbelievable.
Doesn't get much better than that. The player of the game goes to Bryson Mossman.
Well earned. Well earned.
Well, that was one heck of an opening game here in the Tournament of Champions. My name's Sky Gillespie. I'm joined by Jim Lynch. We're going to toss it down to the studio. Thanks, folks.
Alrighty, first game of the Tournament of Champions is officially underway. We are here in the Upstream Auto Group Tournament Central, joined alongside Athletic Director. I'm so sorry, I just blanked. Joe Allstat, I'm so sorry. Joe Allstat, Joe, so sorry. Oh my gosh, what a blunder. Getting things underway, but all right. Joe, here with you. This is your second year in being the athletic director here for the Tournament of Champions and just the school in general. First year, very strong. Washington Athletics, always one of the best in the area, and it looks like so far going to look pretty good this year as well.
We've had a great fall. You know, we brought home 2 runner-up state trophies and a couple of different Elite 8 appearances. We sent 5 teams to state tournaments, so a lot of good action, and that's the best kind of action there is when you're winning. So we're looking forward to a good winner, too.
Absolutely, and looking forward, upcoming, we have the Washington girls team to play, and phenomenal team. They're coming off a third place, season a year ago, and now 4 of the 5 starters have already committed to play at the next level in college. So it's clear there's a good program going on here at Washington, and I'm sure you have a big part to do with that, but also the coaches and everything. Who are some people you think that really make this Washington program in general, not just basketball, but football, everything that goes into the athletic department?
Well, first of all, we have a great administration that lead. Our superintendent, Dr. Freeman, and Dr. Beverlin are first class. They're very supportive. Our school board's awesome, but it all filters down from there. Our coaching staff's as good as you'll find, and I've been in high school athletics for 25 years, and this is as good a coaches as you're going to find. They care about kids, they do what's right, and they're great leaders. So, we have phenomenal kids that work hard, and you blend all that together, and you have a pretty good recipe for success.
Well, Joe, shifting focus as to the actual tournament itself, like this is your second year underway. Are there any changes this year you see from last year, improvements, or overall just a fluid operation year in and year out at this point, year 20?
Well, the number one change is the gym, right? The gym's been remodeled and redone, and we have a new floor, new paint, new lights, and just everything just looks very clean and brand new. So that's been number one. We always try to tweak things within our committee of way to get things better and improve the teams that we're bringing in and just have good matchups. That's want to have to provide good entertainment for our fans. So, but yeah, the biggest improvement fans will see was the gym for sure.
Yeah, when I came in, I didn't know actually of the remodeling of the gym. I thought it looked wonderful. It looks great on camera as well. With the dark stained inner side of the 3-point line. I think it looks wonderful. Same with the bleachers as well for the fans. I'm sure they're enjoying that. Like you mentioned, though, with the committee, in terms of getting the talent level to come to these tournaments and continuing to one-up themselves year in and year out, the history of NBA players that have come in and out of this tournament and have made a name and just made highlight reel moments that have been remembered for years and years. And I'm sure this year is no different. We have numerous amounts of top 200 players, top 50 players, top 20 players. What's the biggest factor and goes into getting teams that are going to play good, but also just the highlight reel players as well?
Right. So Sean Powell's our tournament director. He really organizes all the teams and negotiates with them, brings them in, sets up the matchups and the tournaments, and he does a phenomenal job. And it's a year-long, it's a 12-month process for him. He's already started on teams for next year, so it's not like he has downtime once the tournament is over with. He's right back at it for the next year. So it really all starts with him, and kudos to him for bringing in the top-tier talent you spoke of and the great teams that you spoke of, and provides something that people want to come watch, and good entertainment for the Thanksgiving holiday.
Yeah, the other thing I wanted to mention is we talk about how good these teams are that come, but just to give credibility to Washington here in Central Illinois, they always compete with those teams, and I think that's a credit to, like you said earlier, the coaching staffs that really make it an emphasis. And I think in terms of direct size to size, you might not think the Washingtons will be able to compete, but every single year they do. And have you had a chance to talk to Coach Shermahorn? I'm sure you have as the athletic director, but in terms of the game plan for this year going forward for potentially another really successful Washington season?
Yeah, we talk all the time. I don't talk a whole lot of strategy with coaches, but certainly I'm there to support however we want. I know our coaches will prepare the kids the best they can, and they'll scout the teams that we play and have a good game plan, and they've been able to keep us in games and give us a chance to win. That's really all you can ask. When you're going against national teams, sometimes you're a little outmanned, outmatched, but it doesn't mean we're not going to keep competing and fighting to try to find a way.
Well, Joe, as for you, despite maybe looking past Washington a little bit, I know that's your main concern, but are there any specific games on the schedule this week or tonight even that are really catching your eye?
Well, besides our boys and girls, the girls game coming up here is something I'm looking forward to watching with the team from Iowa here. But looking at tomorrow, the Wisconsin team with the Knipple brothers. I'm interested to watch them play against Indianapolis Pike, I believe. I think that'll be a great matchup and some big-time players in that game. That's probably one that I'm looking forward to. Yeah.
I think it's so cool to see at this point, year 20 of the tournament, and just the history, not just, the players that have come through, but it's kind of a family tradition. Like you said, the Knipple brothers, that's something I've had circled for sure. If you would have asked me that question, that's probably what I would have answered with. A couple years ago, too, with the Fears brothers, they came through and made a name for themselves. So I'm really curious to see, as for Con Knuppel, and when he, now in the NBA, when he played here, phenomenal game. I think they played in the shootout series, so only one game that he played in, but see how his brothers make a role as well. So just great stories. Do you have any specific stories from your first year in terms of individual players that really made moments in last year's tournament?
Well, the Bosco team from St. John Bosco was just a phenomenal team, and just the impression I got from their coaches were great people. And the players they had were just very classy. It was good. You could tell it's just a classy organization, well-run program. They stick out quite a bit because just how they handled themselves, and they were very personable, very thankful for our opportunities that we provided them at Washington. So that was fun, but, looking forward to year 2 when I have both feet on the ground here and I've been here before and understand where things, how things happen and where I need to be and where I fit. So this year will be much better, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I would just transition to that question for you. Like, this is going into it last year, it was first semester, being the athletic director for the first time. I'm sure that was kind of scary. And as for you, like, you really feel confident this year going in? Everything's going to go smoothly? And if so, what have you guys done to really implement that?
Well, just year 2 in general, starting a new job and a new school. It's there's a lot there to try to learn and try to digest and figure out. But, starting from the summer on in year 2, just feel like you got your feet on the ground and you got a better handle of things and how things work here at the school, but also with this Tournament of Champions. Year 2 is much, much different. I got a good understanding of my role and what needs to happen and what I'm overseeing. So,
as well, going back to the committee, we've talked to pretty much everybody about just the amount of volunteers that go into the tournament and really make it happen. And I know you, as the athletic director, that's your full-time job. But in terms of the committee, who are some people that really contribute to it that don't go as noticed, don't get shown maybe the notoriety they might deserve? I've talked to Brian Tibbs about this as well on the previous halftime hit. And just as for you, what really goes into it? Who are some people that you could name?
Well, it really all starts with Eric Schermerhorn. He's kind of runs the show and kind of turns it over to us for the week of the tournament. But, the 12 months prior, he's really the guy along with Sean Powell. So Eric keeps everything lined up and keeps us moving. We meet regularly. Monthly throughout the year just to iron out details and make sure we're all covered. It really all starts with him, and because he's kind of hands off the week of the tournament, he's probably a guy that goes overlooked a little bit by people that don't know, but I know, and he's very important, huge piece of the puzzle for sure.
Yeah, I think that's definitely one of the coolest things in terms of we have the opportunity here at Clutch to highlight those people that may not get shown when you're in there watching the games in the gym. And so obviously you have the chance to come here and see it in person, but on the broadcast I love to always show credit to those people. As for, this second year, we've talked about the success Washington had in the years past in sports, but so far, football had a great season. But now basketball underway. What are some things looking forward to that you kind of maybe Coach Schermerhorn and everything else has really been discussed about the potential both these teams might have, women's and men's?
Yeah, we'll find out as the year goes on, right? It's a long season and things happen, things change, but yeah, we're excited about both those programs. Obviously the girls are bringing back all their returning starters and returning players and adding a key freshman piece to the puzzle. I think sky's the limit for them, and they're such a tight-knit group. Really fun to watch them play. Don't forget our wrestling program. They're title town around here with all the trophies they've won, and Coach Nick Miller does a phenomenal job. So between those programs, our Pantherettes are strong. Our cheerleading team goes to state every year. Our swimming team sends people to state every year. It's an exciting time to be a Washington Panther for sure.
Now, I will say I am a graduate of Pekin High, and so before working with Clutch, I would say I was always so frustrated going against Washington because it's just such a well-ran program in every sport. I mean, it's like a well-oiled machine is how I would describe it, and it comes down to everything. When you talk about, like you mentioned, wrestling, I wrestled for a year, had to go against some Washington guys, didn't go so well for me, and I just it's kind of like the rest of the Mid-Illini, and I'm sure everybody respects Washington for what they do because the coaching is elite every single year, and you got to give that credit to obviously just being able to come back and build a program, build a history. But the one thing I've always noticed about Washington is just the community aspect of things and how they really get involved. Whether the team is having a down year, or which is very few and far between, or the team is 11-0 in the football field and have a chance to go to state. It's every year, no matter what the outcome is in a game, is very supportive, and I think that's what helps build these programs so much from the outside in. And what would you have to say about the community aspect of Washington and how much it emphasizes the sporting athletics?
Well, I've been in good communities before, and this community is top-notch with the support they offer our programs, the kids. Very, very supportive of all our programs. You cited football, and we'll get great, unbelievable crowds at our home football games for sure. Girls basketball, we're probably going to see a full gym as soon as we walk back in there, and the boys basketball for this tournament. So we have a great following for wrestling. We have a great following for several sports. Some teams that went to state, they had great followings going there. Our ceremony back here in the NPR building, we had a lot of people here for that. So it really makes you feel good to see all the support the kids get, and I'm sure it motivates them to keep working and do their best.
What are some goals for you guys this year? Maybe some personal goals. I mean, I'm not exactly sure. Obviously, you want things to stay afloat and keep running as well as they are, but are there any things that, you in your career that you really strive to improve upon here at Washington? I know we talked about the gym getting replaced, but even beyond that, just, personal things or anything like that?
Well, there's obviously always trying to look to get better and raise the bar. That's something that I've really tried to pride myself on throughout my career as a coach or an AD or teacher or whatever. You're always trying to get a little better. So that doesn't change here. However, like I said earlier, it really takes the support from above you. Your Board of Education, your administration really have to be share that same vision. And are there things that we would like to keep doing here? Absolutely. Do I think it'll get done? We'll see. But obviously we have room that we can keep improving, and we're certainly striving to do that. That's how I'm wired, so that's how I think and try to give all those ideas to people that can help make them happen. So.
As for your time as a coach, what did you coach? I was unaware of this.
Yeah, I was a baseball coach at my previous job. I coached junior high baseball for 7 years, high school baseball as an assistant for 25 years. So been in the baseball dugout for a long time until I came here. But I was the AD before at Greenville for 17 years, and so I did coaching and AD simultaneously.
And that's one other thing we forgot to mention. The Washington baseball program in years past have been very, very successful as well. So overall, everything going on here in Washington, Illinois is always smooth, and hopefully this Tournament of Champions is no different. But again, thank you for your time, and I really appreciate it. Joe Allstott joining us here in Uftring Tournament Central. We're going to go back up to the booth.
How much time is left? 5? Oh, I hate that age. 4.5. You have a book?
You can have this one as soon as I'm done.
All right, sounds good.
This is the one that I grabbed. You want me to go see if I can get another?
And welcome back inside Torrey Gymnasium. Jonathan Michael here on the call alongside Jim Lynch and Jeff Little kicking off. Girls basketball now for the second straight year is the Washington Panthers playing in the TOC. They're taking on the Waukee Northwest Lady Wolves out of Waukee, Iowa, just outside of Des Moines. It's going to be a great matchup, and Jim's pulling up, guys. I mean, we've been talking a little bit before the season. This Washington girls team is drawing lots of fans, and it could be a big season for them.
I tell you, it's so great for girls basketball to have this kind of support. They absolutely deserve it. They've earned it. I believe third place finish in the 3A state finals last year. This team is exceptional. And to bring in as talented a team from Iowa to play against them, this is going to be a battle.
It really is. And again, it's going to be the third game of the season for Washington. They're 2-0. They're coming off a big win over Richwoods on Saturday, a 20-point win, and that's a highly heralded Richwoods team. So that was a major statement for Washington in that game.
And as we know, this Washington team can shoot. They've got size, and my understanding is they were knocking the ball down from outside.
Yeah. They were hitting some big shots from the perimeter that night, and having a multitude of scorers is such a gift for a coach. At times you don't know maybe who necessarily to call something for at the end of a quarter or something like that, but you've got those kinds of scorers on the court, anything's possible.
Without a doubt.
It should be a good one again. Glad you're with us here on Clutch Sports Media. A quick word that we want to thank all of our sponsors for this game. We want to thank OSF, City of Washington, Titan Industries, Uftring, and all of our other sponsors. There you see them on the screen. There's obviously OSF, the City of Washington, Titan Industries, as we mentioned, and then Teamworks as well. They're a proud sponsor of the TOC, as well as several others.
Yeah. I mean, talk about the outpouring of support for this. And then again, let's not overlook the incredible job that you guys do with Clutch Sports Media. I mean, you've probably been setting up here since you got up this morning. Eggs at the high school with a little bit of bacon and getting the miles of cable that I'm trying not to trip over. But you guys, your team, What a job you're doing, and every year. I mean, how many years has it been that you guys have been working the TOC?
This is our 5th year doing the TOC, and every year it always gets better as the week goes along. Lots of stuff to do on Tuesday, but again, glad you're with us. Again, we're going to be adding lots more stuff as the week goes along. You saw Teddy Ball and Joe Allstat down there in the Upstream Auto Group studio. We got that brand new desk down there, which has been pretty fun as well. So, going to be a fun week of basketball here. Again, this is just game number 2 of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington, they're wearing some new uniforms this year. Again, you see some home all oranges. Those are pretty nice looking unis.
Kind of resonating the Illinois orange right now, and I really dig it. I like the all orange.
Oh, I'm sure that the folks over at Waukee Northwest not big fans of orange. They're over by Des Moines, probably a lot either Hawkeye gold and black or Cyclone
absolutely.
Red and gold. So again, Waukee Northwest, a very talented team. Player that we're keeping our eye on for them again is Romy Croat, the 5'9" junior guard. And again, for Washington, very experienced team this year. You're going to hear us talk about that a lot. They have Avery Tibbs, Becca McDougal, Adrian Donald, Ainsley Redling Schaefer, and Mazzy O'Brien, Danny Gooday, many other seniors. This is a team loaded on experience. As we're getting set here for the national anthem, we will step aside and come right back here from Torrey Gym. You're watching the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media.
Versus the Washington Lady Panthers.
I'm getting nothing in my. Okay.
I know.
Okay, that's fine.
We're trying to figure that out.
Okay.
I'll try to.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, yet proved through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
What a way to kick this one off. Now we're ready to go for basketball in Washington.
absolutely.
How about that retractable flag, too, as well?
Yeah,
We're talking about
the new flag is fantastic. It is. I was looking for it on the wall earlier, and I was like, wait a minute, it's sitting right in front of us. A beautiful job. The whole gym looks fantastic. All the
They
upgrades
did a
and
fabulous
everything.
job over the summer, and the place is looks brand spanking new for an old building. So
Unbelievable. I have some comments about the new HVAC ductwork from our viewpoint, but again, I think we're pretty low on the totem pole for opinions right now. So,
well, we'll be able to see it on our monitors here. Our camera operator is doing a great job tonight, helping us see the action as well from where we are in the booth. But again, a lot of new renovations to this Torrey Gym. This is one of the first few games Washington girls has played on it. Obviously, they practiced on it, but again, brand new court. You can see, obviously, inside the three-point line is a little bit darker in there. There was a full court redo. They tore it all out. They got some new bleachers on the lower side. They updated some paint, I believe. They took a few things off the walls. They added some new things. I don't see the Mid-Illini flags that used to be there on that right side wall. So those are out now in Torrey Gym, but also that new HVAC system as well. Obviously, it's sometimes a bit tough for us as broadcasters, but I know the athletes really enjoy it because now they got some air conditioning during the very hot summer months when they're here for workouts. So, yeah, we're getting ready to go here between Waukee Northwest and Washington. A little bit about Waukee. Their starters here, we'll bring them to you. Number 32, again, as the aforementioned Romy Routt. And she'll be joined by number 24, a 6'2" junior. That's Logan Vogt. Joining them is, there's Romy Routt right there. Joining them is Sadie McCann, a 5'10" sophomore. And then Vanna Bilic, a 5'8" senior guard. And then also Cassidy Danberg, a 6'2" junior forward. So a little bit of size on this Waukee Northwest team.
Yeah, they still have 6'2", 6'2", another 6'2", couple 6'2" basketball players.
And this Waukee Northwest team, last year, they advanced to what is the Illinois equivalent of the state semifinals. So it's a team that pretty much went as deep as Washington last year. Obviously, the Panthers coming off of that state third place finish in Class 3A, and again, they bring everybody back. A lot of old faces, but also some new faces, including the freshman Kate McDougall. Yeah, and who's drawing a lot of college interest already. It's curious to see her. Again, this is one of her first few high school games. And as we bring out Washington starters, many of which are all pretty familiar for Panther fans, it's Kate McDougall, Avery Tibbs, Mazzie O'Brien, Danny Goodday, and Adrian Donald. As they turn off the lights here in Washington. Now they turn them back on, so getting ready to go here between Waukee Northwest, the Wolves and the Panthers. Dogs versus cats.
You know what? It all kind of boils down to that some days. And right before the holidays, why not?
And happy Thanksgiving to you all. I'm going to be here all week here on Clutch Sports Media, providing you live broadcast coverage from every game of the TOC. As we get set here for the tip-off, it's going to be Danny Goodday to tip it off. Here's the game ball is presented. It'll be her against the 6'2" Logan Vogt in the circle. Goodday is one of 4 Washington players that recently made their college commitments. Again, that senior group, a lot of us knew they were going to be college-bound, and some of the other destinations. Danny Goodday is going to Valparaiso next year. She'll be a beacon in the Missouri Valley
Conference. What a catch for
Conference.
Valparaiso. They're gonna absolutely love what Danny brings to the game.
We're ready to go here in Washington. Tip is won by the Wolves. And they bring it up the floor here with, this is Bilic, the 5'8" senior guard, guarded by Mazzie O'Brien.
I love Washington right in man-to-man right away. They're not going to mess around here. They're going to look to attack right away.
Panthers squad very intense on defense. They're going for the jump ball. They got it. Panther basketball.
Good defensive rotation by the Panthers there. I mean, they're man-to-man. You would think with the size of Northwest, but the Panthers have overall good size, and so they're going to be able to switch people on those posts. You kind of look like maybe they're in a little bit high-low with the 2 posts, and a quick turnover there for the Panthers. So we'll see what the Panthers do here on defense here the rest of the way.
And I'm sure with the pretty large crowd they got here, they want to fire them up. They want to play some intense defense right off the bat, set the tone, I think is what Kim Barth's squad is going to want to do.
Without a doubt. Get that 6th person out of the crowd.
Here's Routt spinning, turning, got the bucket.
Absolutely nice take by Routt. Just getting to the rim, using that body, create that separation with a little bump, and not bad for the layup.
There's the response by Becca McDougall.
Yeah, just kind of picking up where she left off against Richwood with the long ball.
And in that win, Washington set a program record for 3-pointers. They drained 14 of them. Here's Mazzie O'Brien. No good. Off the iron. Rebound fought for. I think that Noah's going to stay in for the Lady Wolves. And they'll bring it up here with Vogt. Hands it back over to Routt. Up top, this is McCann on the drive with the freshman Kate McDougall defending. Again, she's number 1. Almost another jump ball there. Washington, they dial up a 3, and off the mark, O'Brien the rebound.
And again, with both teams having size, we've seen at least 3 threes taken already, and that's kind of where the game is taking us right now.
Both teams probably trying to draw the bigs out of the paint here early on. As they work it around here is Becca McDougal. Now over to Tibbs, one of the best shooters in the area since her freshman year. Here's Gaudet on the wing, trying to set things up.
I love the patience that Washington's showing right now.
And we are playing with a shot clock today. It's down to 6. They got to shoot Tibbs. Top of the key, no good. Rebounded there by Vogt.
Yep, they're going to see Vogt on that rebound a lot, I think, today.
Nearly a travel there for the Wolves. As here's
Three
a 3-ball on the way,
good.
and good. Sadie McCann dropping it in, and Waukee Northwest leads 5-3.
Only a sophomore, McCann is. Washington comes right back. McDougal with another.
Good push by the Panthers there, inside basket. McDougal.
And transition basketball is something that Coach likes. She likes to get the ball up, and if defense isn't set, get to the rim.
One of the things you do against a team that's bigger than you is try to make those big people run up and down the floor.
Oh.
Nice ball movement there, wide open layup, and Logan Vogt lays it in.
Vogt's going to have to make those.
Cleared the post and then had her roll down the lane wide open, and just Panthers were fortunate that it went off the back iron.
A few minutes into this first quarter, here's Tibbs up top for Washington.
I like that. They tried that back door, wasn't quite there. But Washington's going to throw everything at him right now just to see what's available.
And working around here is Becca McDougal. Now over to Tibbs. Shot clock winding down. Got to force it up. Came up short. Rebound by Routt. Wolves get out in transition. They'll still slow it down. Kick it out. 3-ball on the way is short. Offensive board goes to Northwest. Well, they dial up another one. They will not.
I like that the officials are letting them play right now.
It's a takeaway there by Washington, and a foul in midcourt. McDougal got pushed from behind as she was trying to push it up the floor.
And again, you almost have to remind yourself every once in a while that Kate's only a freshman. You know,
well, and we'll see today too. You know, the shot clock coming into play. It did on the last possession for the Panthers. So, you know, that's something different for the girls to deal with, the coaches to deal with as well. So.
Many of the teams that are playing in the TOC, this is, the shot clock is not prevalent till next year. It becomes official. So again, in showcases and in your shootout, your tournament, the host school is allowed to use the shot clock, but it's not official till next year. Goudet with a great body up. Again, creates that separation.
Good patient post move.
Yep, absolutely.
And you talk about Danny Gaudet's post move, some of the best in the area.
Jim, tell me that's not how the game has changed. You're talking about a post player who puts it on the floor and makes a move. In the old days, don't dribble, don't dribble.
Yeah, don't
keep
put
it above your head.
Don't put it down. Get it within 3 feet and go right up.
That's when the little people come into the game.
Yep. 3-ball on the way, no good from the Wolves. Rebound, 4 and a foul.
No foul, I think.
Out of bounds,
that was
on
out
the
of
baseline.
bounds.
Yep.
I think number 14. That was.
It's Leah Janulewicz on that one.
I was gonna let you take that one. You notice how I just veered off. Like, I'm gonna exit here, and no offense, Leah, I'm just not that smart.
Well, give it a good run. As here's Tibbs finding over to Gaudet. Washington leading it by a bucket. They sizing up her defender. Now over, here's Ainsley Redling-Schaefer. Senior, kind of the glue girl for this Washington team. Nice drive from Kate McDougal. Goes around the edge, but Redling-Schaefer brings it in. Wide open 3 from Becca McDougal off the attachment. Here's the Wolves with it. It's McCann pushing it up. No good. And Gaudet on the board.
Again, versatility of the Panthers. There's Danny Gaudet, one of your post players, getting a rebound. Brings the ball up the court for the Panthers.
Right place, right time. Janulewicz comes away with the steal. And Wolves trying to tie this one back up. No good. Offensive board is there. That's Victoria Burpo, the 6'2" sophomore, lays it in. And
that's a fantastic take. And again, I'm not saying that these are necessarily fouls, but the officials are really letting them be physical, and I think that's fantastic.
Here's Washington rolling it around. A pretty fast-paced game so far. Tibbs in a bit of trouble trying to find someone. Got to find somebody. She
was a second away from a 5-second call.
And then what a post move from Gaudet, fading away. Couldn't quite get it.
Again, we're seeing Washington do that dribble drive, create the collapse, kick it out for an opportunity from the three-point line.
Here's Routt finding Burpo. So again, multiple 6-footers on the floor right now for Northwest. Here's a 3-ball on the way, off the mark from Routt.
Oh boy!
There's Burpo again. Third try, puts it up. That time is the charm.
She just stayed after it and got it. What a great commitment to that, to rebounding and staying after it. Burpo was not going to give up on that one.
Well, she's the third big body that Northwest has had out there, and she's probably been the most effective as far as being a post player.
Couple of substitutions here. As Vogt will return to the court.
We're going to see Olivia Osborne come into the game, 5'9" junior for the Panthers.
It's a pretty big lineup out there right now for the Wolves. But again, Washington can answer with height. They can answer with strength. And they're going to look to continue to go in.
Here's Wolves in the corner. Redling Schaefer right on her like glue. Here's the drive from Janulovic. Had it stripped away. Redling Schaefer.
Great hands.
2-on-1, driving up, no good. Panthers have been trying to get out in transition, but it hasn't always resulted in points. Now the other way. Layup is off the mark.
Burpo
another offensive board. They cannot keep big number 50
Burpo
off
is
the glass.
just creating havoc down under.
Wolves will slow it down here. That's under 30 seconds to go in the first. A drive from Janulovic, and she was fouled by Redling Schaefer.
That was great defense from Redling Schaefer, with the exception of right at the end, she dropped her hand. If she kept walled up, I think she would have gotten away with it. But as soon as you dip that hand, they'll catch you for it.
So here's Leah Janulovic at the line for 2, knocks down number 1. First free throws we've seen in this game as McDougal and Gaudet come back in for Washington. Osborne and Redling Schaefer check out. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I'll say this much as we end near the end of the first quarter. It's living up to its billing. I mean, the two just very strong, powerful teams who know how to play this game are doing a good job of it.
It has been a high-level one so far. Defense taking priority in this first quarter as Washington tries to end the first quarter on a score. Here's O'Brien, stop and go, and she lost it.
I think she was looking for a little bit of help on the contact there, which, if you're asking me, looks like a lot of contact from up here.
They've let them play, so I mean that hasn't been a call yet, so it's not going to be a call there.
And Jeff, you're absolutely right. If you haven't done it for the first 8 minutes of the game, you can't do it for the last 4 seconds.
Wolves leading it by 4. They will throw it up at the horn, no good. And that's where the first quarter will end. Waukee Northwest, the visitors, taking the crowd out of it a little bit early on. They lead it 11-7.
I think you're seeing two teams that are both quality teams, but I mean they're still feeling each other out, and it's not a common opponent or somebody you've seen in the past, and so you're still seeing what's there and what's not. And Burpo coming in the game really changed the complexion by really punishing the Panthers down low on the block.
Just sparked both offensive, defensively. I love what Burpo's doing, and boy, it's early in the season. I'd be shocked if she's not on the floor starting down the road. I mean, I don't know if she looking at it right now. She's only a sophomore, so maybe that's part of the reason why she's not starting. But boy, did she come in and shake things up right away.
Certainly. Well, we want to thank all of our sponsors again for this game, starting again with OSF Health Care, the title sponsor of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. I want to thank them for their support and all the wonderful things they do, especially at OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. Also, I want to thank the City of Washington, proud sponsors of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and the City of Washington Invitational here at the TOC, and also Titan Industries, one of the title sponsors here at the KBM TOC.
So we'll get things rolling with Wolves ball. And again, I just love the physicality of this Washington team.
There's O'Brien right in the
Yeah,
face
just not.
of McCann. And they come away with
Just great defense from Washington right there. They get the ball up quickly. I thought Tibbs was going to pull the trigger on that. I kind of wish she had. Yeah, just.
I think as the day goes on, she will.
Yep. Just still feeling things out a little bit.
Day up top. He's going to pull a deep one. O'Brien for three is no good. And Croat brings in the miss. And balanced scoring so far for the Wolves. Burpo's got 4.
Nice steal there.
Again is 3. Another turnover. And Gaudet in no hurry. O'Brien crosses over, spins. And another steal. Here comes Croat. Wide open layup. And rolls it.
You can just tell that she has endless motor, the ability to see the court so well, and again, if you're gonna try to pass around her, you gotta be a little better than what we're seeing right now.
I think you see the Panthers trying offensively to spread things out and kind of take advantage. Good drive by Tibbs, reverse, basket, good. Trying to create some space in there by spreading the floor, but when you've got no cutters or anything, that kind of takes things away.
And Tibbs went up and committed the foul there. Tried to come away with a block. Tibbs not a player that gets many blocks. Is one of the smaller players on Washington's roster, but Wolves will shoot two.
She went right up to the calling official and said, hey, could I get a little bit more clarification? The whistle was a little bit late, but this is my third now high school game I've seen. All 3 games I've seen whistles coming about half a second to a second later, and I don't know if they're just contemplating, making sure, seeing results. I've never officiated, nor will I ever. But I just don't know if it's due for 25-26, where the whistle's been a little bit late just to confirm what they've seen.
It's still early in the season for the referees too, so gotta shake off the rust just as we do as well.
That's a great call.
And Gaudet lost it. Here comes the Wolves, and this is Croat again, dumping it off to McCann. The foul could not get the and one, but Sadie McCann is going to head to the line for a pair of free throws.
Rutherling Schaefer had the right body motion, but she connected with the hands on the girl going up, and she was not in position really to make a play on the ball. And unfortunately, it's her second foul. I'd rather her foul her on an easy layup and make the girl earn it at the stripe. So bad foul? No, except that it's her second.
Free throw is good, makes it a 17-9 Waukee Northwest lead. Here in the TOC shootout series, Kate McDougall brings it up. Panthers have been scoreless for some time. Last bucket was that layup from Tibbs earlier in the quarter. Here's Gaudet backing in, double teamed, out to Kate McDougall.
I know Gaudet's given up a little bit of height, but I'd like to see her get inside the lane more.
Nice pass, and blocked away. Becca McDougall was swatted by Sadie McCann.
Boy, McCann came out of nowhere.
Three ball is good. And Romy Croat with the celebration too. The Wolves feeling it. They lead Washington 20-9. And sensing some danger, Kim Barth calls timeout.
It's not a position that the Panthers have been in often, and there's plenty of time left. But it's I think it's a good time for it was a good time for Kim Barth to take a timeout and just settle the girls down and talk some things over.
Yeah, I wanted to mention the Enercon Power Timeout. They're sponsor of all our timeouts here at the TOC. I want to thank them for their support. I also want to thank some of our other sponsors as well, including, again, PJ Hair, Culver's, and many others. Now, Washington, after they talk things over here, again, will try and reset. Down 11 here in the second quarter. Here's Tibbs in the paint. Nearly lost it.
Everything Washington's doing here is fine. It's just they're not getting the opportunities they typically see. Or if they do, they're just not falling.
Yeah.
Here's a 3-ball on the way from Tibbs, and it's good.
That's the basket they needed.
Shot clock running down is not a problem for some people.
Yep. Wow. Ice water in those veins for Avery Tibbs.
Tibbs, that is most certainly in her range. She can knock one down from NBA range. Here's a mid-range from McCann off the iron and brought in by Gaudet. Washington could push it. Tibbs is in the corner. Gaudet going to drive, turn around, shoot. Couldn't get the friendly roll.
I like what Gaudet was trying to do there, but again, Tibbs out on the three-point line. He might take advantage of that one. Just get the ball up and get it back.
Here's Crow going to dial one up. She's feeling it, rimmed out. Nearly went down. That was a heat check. Gibbs sizing it up over to Becca McDougal in the corner. Again, she's the older one. She's a senior. She's going to pull it from 3.
Yeah,
Tapped out to her sister.
Washington's energy on rebounding's picked up a little bit here since that timeout, and I like it.
They almost put her defender on skates. That's Janulich. And a steal by McCann, and lays it in. Nice job to finish that with Tibbs all up in her grill.
Really like the way McCann's playing. We've seen her strong defensively. She finishes well offensively.
And we get a whistle.
Is this going to be a foul? Sure is. Osborne in for the Panthers along with O'Brien.
Waukee Northwest has been in control for most of this game. A little bit of a run here in the second quarter. There's a close one at the end of the first. Nice spin move by Routt, was fouled. And that's the next level move right there. I mean, to spin right into the shot. She'll shoot 2.
She's a strong player. I mean, that's
she
a good
really
spin
is.
move, and she got contact and still got the shot up off.
I mean, you can tell she's a natural point guard. She's so comfortable with the ball.
Yeah.
And she has no problem going after Tibbs. I mean, it's the
well, you saw him kind of in a 1-4 low, and that isolates her up top.
Right.
She misses both of them. See if the Panthers can make something happen off of this.
And Kate McDougal dribbled it off of her leg and out of bounds. So about 3 minutes or so to go here in this second quarter. Stay with us for halftime. We'll send it down to the Uftring Auto Group studio.
They're going to give Routt a little breather. Maybe this opportunity for the Panthers to
My guess is it won't be a long one.
Yeah, no, I agree. I agree. What I don't like to see is, Burpo back into the floor as she has been a lot of trouble.
Good play by Tibbs.
Yep.
McDougal fell down, and she recognized that and made a nice play on that pass to the low post.
Here's McDougal driving baseline, kicking it back out.
inside
Nice ball
out.
movement. Becca McDougal in the corner.
Three's just not falling, but I promise you that will not sustain. They will start to drop. This team's too good for that.
And McDougal trying to grab it, gets it out to Tibbs. Well, 3-on-3 break. She'll slow it down. Kate McDougal got it to go.
That's a big hit for the freshman.
That three-pointer brought to you by Renewal by Anderson as Washington brought it to a 7-point deficit. Now, again, still plenty of ball game left, but now we're starting to see the Panthers make those threes that they were doing earlier in the season.
And again, if I love Kate taking that shot. If you're, the upperclassmen aren't hitting, she may have to step up and do a little bit more in this game. I see them doing the T-shirt toss down there, not once In the 5 years that Clutch Sports has been doing this, have you ever gotten one up here? Have you?
No, we have not. We have not. So we'll have to see if we can talk to some of the higher ups.
We're gonna have to go talk to management.
Grab some of those T-shirts. I remember there being some T-shirt tosses. I didn't remember that happening during game time. Usually I think they're during a halftime. So a good way to keep the crowd involved. Again, big crowd here for the tournament hosts, Washington Panthers. As here's a drive and one as Logan Vogt, 6'2" junior, getting the bucket and the bruise, and she just kind of found a open lane and attacked.
I will say this. Coach Barth is looking to get this called on the ground, and I kind of thought she had an argument. I thought it might have been before she made a true move to the basket, but they're saying she picked up her dribble and she was going. So
well, I think the difference you see in the two teams on the offensive end, you see a lot of movement from Northwest,
right.
Cutters and movement, dribble penetration, whereas the Panthers kind of have a 4-out perimeter type of feel to their offense, and everybody's trying to do everything off of the defense. Good play by Olivia Osborne, knocked that away, but Northwest gets it right back.
So Croak going to slow things down here, under 2 minutes to play. And she likes that wing three. That one's no good. Offensive board by Vogt. A lot of Panthers there in the post, and they throw it away. It was not tipped. So Washington will get it right back. See if Washington gets another three on this possession. That's been their bread and butter so far.
It really has.
And they will pull, and Osborne's three, no good.
Oh,
Rebounded, though,
nice
by
work.
O'Brien. She'll go right ahead and shoot. That one barely grazed the iron.
I wish, I know they can make the threes, but I would love to see them attack the rim more.
That's what Northwest trying to do, and they push one up. Foul is going to be called there.
That's a tough call.
On Becca McDougall. A few Panthers fans voiced their displeasure, so that's Sadie McCann. Going to shoot two here. And that is going to be the fourth foul on Washington.
We may have to be careful of. I think that might be Becca McDougall's third foul. Yeah. And so she'll have to, I'm guessing, she'll sit for the remaining minute of this quarter. But that's something to keep in mind if Becca's sitting with three.
Definitely will be again. Becca McDougall, one of their starting
offensive
forwards.
Rebound.
Off the free throw, and they get two more. That's a tough one to swallow there for Washington. We'll see how they respond. Here's O'Brien driving up, and there's a blocking call there on Vogt.
Panther fans have been looking for a call, I think, for a little bit, as you can hear the cheer.
Yeah. Even though we can't see the scoreboard, I'm guessing the team fouls might not quite be even. I don't know.
There might
based
be a
on the Panther
discrepancy,
faithful fans there.
Here's McDougall up top.
Jeff, to your point, you were saying about the lack of movement from Washington right now. There does seem to be just a little bit of opposite overload or some stagnancy, which is not typical for this team.
Well, and the movement isn't really to help somebody else get open. There's no screening off the ball and that kind of thing, or cuts off of someone else.
Oh, and G'day.
Someone else putting it on the floor.
Yeah.
They fell down hard. Looked like could it be a nasty collision, but thankfully she got right back up.
Yeah, the way she went down, I thought, oh boy, don't be an ankle, don't be a knee,
So Waukee Northwest will likely get the last possession here of this first half. Here's Croat driving in, nearly a carry there. O'Brien right on her. Washington got to be careful not to foul. Pass is tipped, and that will do it for the first half. Waukee Northwest, this is their first game of the season. Starting off pretty strong against the reigning Class 3A third place team, Washington Panthers. They lead at 27-15. And guys, again, it's been a lot of their height. Again, Burpo came off the bench. Those offensive boards led to some points. Obviously, we've seen Croat with her shot making. She's been slashing as well. Logan Vogt at 6'2", McCann at 5'10". So Northwest Lady Wolves off to a pretty good start here. The TOC making an impression.
Yeah. I'm sure Coach Barth's going to go inside in the locker room in there at halftime. And it's really one of those where I think she's looking for more balance in her offense. I mean, they've taken a lot of threes, and I know they set a record last game, and you just assume that they're always going to go in. And you know what? Those girls are probably thinking, I'm going to make the next one, so they're going to keep shooting them. But they're, I'm sure she's looking for a little more balance. Get some stuff inside. They had a couple of looks. The one good pass inside to Becca McDougal, and the player from Northwest came flying and made a great block from nowhere. So, it's one of those that I'm sure that's one of the things they're going to discuss in the locker room.
This is a team, Washington's not a team that's been down a lot, certainly not going to half. So, I wouldn't use the term panic, but I think there is a little bit of stress in their play right now, certainly on the offensive side of the court. And I agree. I think Coach Barth is just like, hey, let's settle down, let's play our game, and get this. When we get the stops on the defensive end, we got to make them count.
Yeah.
We've got to get the offensive. We got to get some buckets here. As far as Waukee, Northwest has just got to continue to do what they're doing. They're attacking, they're knocking down the long shots when they have the opportunities, and then the offensive rebounds are absolutely killing the Panthers, and they've got to continue to do that.
Well, it's been a great first half. We're going to send it to a quick break and come right back here inside Torrey Gym, coming up to the Off-String Auto Studio right after this on ClutchSportsIL.com. Enjoy every second.
All right, thank you guys up top back here in Upstream Auto Group Tournament Central. Joined alongside with Jermaine Taylor, Officer Jermaine Taylor, and thank you so much for joining in. I love interviews like this in terms of getting different perspectives of the tournament, and really appreciate you taking your time.
Thank you for having me.
So, Jermaine, tell us a little bit. You told me you work with the DARE program.
Yes.
For those who are unfamiliar, what would you tell them about that?
So I'm with Washington Police Department. I do the DARE program in the schools. It's drug abuse resistance education. A lot of it's just learning how to say no, learning how to avoid peer pressure. But we don't just keep it centered around drugs. It's also about allowing the kids making good choices. Is really what it kind of benefits. So we talk about bullying, having a good help network. There's a lot of information in it where when I was coming up, we really centered around tobacco and things like that, but now it's evolved.
I will say, just from meeting you just a little bit ago and just the short amount of time I've known you, there's been so many people that have come up, and it seems like when you look at programs like that, I think most people, growing up, they dread going through it or whatever, but it seems like you obviously make it really fun, and, the community itself loves you. And what do you got to say about that, just the community aspect here in Washington?
I'm happy that they love me. The good thing is the parents, they entrust the kids, the teachers and all entrust the kids with me, and I'm able to build the relationship. We want people, students, kids, parents, all in the community to not just look at law enforcement as like robots. We're people too, and I want them to see that other side.
How important is that? I mean, I know it's like you just mentioned, but in terms of going into being a resource officer, like, was your goal from the beginning was to just create a strong relationship with these people, or was that something that you kind of developed over time, or were you always just this happy-go-lucky guy?
Well, probably always a happy-go-lucky guy. But when I first came over here, obviously I was on patrol first. Before I came here, I was at District 150 Schools as a school resource officer. Came here, I saw this position open on the board. I was like, I'm going to try out for that or whatever, because I still wanted that relationship with the kids and to be able to get into school, make an impact. Yeah. There's so many negative things out there, but if I can help them to be a little bit more accountable, and that's what I'm here for.
Well, it seems like you've definitely done that. Moving in terms of, you said earlier you worked here for 11 years now. This
Yes.
is your 11th time
Yep.
around the tournament.
Yes.
What are some of your, we talked about it a little bit, what are some of your favorite moments throughout the tournament history?
Well, first off, I think I may have been able to handle a couple, probably not. I just like the atmosphere. This is a fabulous atmosphere because you're not just seeing schools from around just this area. They're coming from everywhere.
Yeah.
And then, me standing next to someone, I'm like, my goodness, they're tall, athletic. Obviously, I'm a U of I fan.
Mm-hmm.
So any of the kids that's actually committing to U of I, I'm all for it. But honestly, best wishes, best luck to everybody that's here. And we want everybody to be safe as well.
100%. Do you ever go up to some of these players maybe aren't committed to U of I and you kind of help Coach Underwood out a little bit, say, hey, go over to the Big Orange?
Well, I met Coach Underwood one time, and I was trying to get my own, little spill in there with her. So I did tell him I had about 2 or 3 years left of eligibility, but that's about it. But I mean, he is doing a fabulous job. And, again, I'm excited to see who all is going to be here this year. And even though I'm working, maybe I get a chance to take a peep at the court and see what else is going on out there.
100%. Every time we come to this tournament, there's obviously Washington is so fun to play. I'm sure for you, knowing everybody involved.
Yes.
But as well, just having so much athleticism from across the nation, highlight real plays every single time off the court. You really don't even have to sit there and play watch the whole game. Like you said, if you're working, you're on duty, you turn around every once in a while, you might see a 180, 360 in between the legs dunk. So.
I've seen it.
Yeah.
Seriously. Yeah, it is. Again, it's a lot of fun or whatever. We're here, obviously, our role with law enforcement. We want everybody to have a great time. We want everybody to practice good sportsmanship and things like that because that makes our job a lot easier as well. But honestly, we just want everybody to do great. We want everybody to have fun, eat a lot of food, all those things, and then also enjoy some good basketball.
And looking forward, I've got the women's game going on right now.
Yes.
Got the men's game after this, and although trailing by a little bit, it's definitely an opportunity for them to come back, but hopefully you enjoy the next couple games, and we really appreciate you coming in and sharing your time with us.
I appreciate your time. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right.
Oh, there we go.
That just happened.
Officer Taylor, everybody. Thank you.
The 2025 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Health Care Cancer Institute. OSF Health Care Cancer Institute brings world-class cancer care close to home by combining advanced technology, leading specialists, and personalized support for every person. From diagnosis to recovery to survivorship, we're here for you. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 20th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Titan Industries is honored to sponsor the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, honoring Kevin's legacy, celebrating our community, and standing united in the fight against glioblastoma. Best of luck to every team in this year's tournament. Play hard, have fun, and enjoy every second.
And welcome back inside Torrey Gymnasium, halftime of the game number 2 of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, and the Waukee Northwest Wolves leading the Washington Panthers 27-15. Guys, we were talking just now in the break. You want to face good teams, you want to face them early. It definitely makes a big difference. The teams that play battle-tested schedules usually go the furthest in the playoffs. So I think regardless of win or loss for either of these teams, this is going to be a great test for both these squads. It's going to really just kind of show them one of the best teams that they'll face all year right off the bat.
Absolutely. I think either one of these coaches would say you don't want to lose. No coach goes out there and says, hey, a loss is acceptable. Let's, great, let's get on the bus and go home. But if you can learn from these losses early on, by the time you get to the playoffs, one loss in November, nobody's going to remember it. If you got 15 losses, that's a different story. But for these two teams, they're going to have at most a handful of losses, 2, 3, 5 at most. If you can grow from this loss today, then it's acceptable.
Well, last year in that semifinal game at Redbird Arena, the Panthers just got buried early in that game, and from the first quarter on, they probably outscored
Right.
their opponent. So, I mean, they've got that experience to draw from here where they're playing a good team and they know they can play with them. They just got to make some things happen here on the offensive end.
Now Washington will try and cut in this deficit here early. They can do it with the 3 ball, and it bounces off. O'Brien comes soaring in for the board. We're going to tie up, goes back to Milwaukee Northwest.
Absolutely love that energy right now from O'Brien. That is exactly what the team needs out of the gate. Her flying in from what looked like the rafters in front of us to mix it up and force that jump ball. But that's what Washington needs.
Now here's Croat. Feeding it over now to Vogt. Croat and Vogt. They're saying their names a lot.
That might have been a little bit more energy than what Coach wanted from O'Brien. But again, it's you got to play at that level. You got 5 fouls. None of them will carry over to the next game. Use them.
Get your money's worth.
Yeah, exactly.
Waukee Northwest, they're coached by Sam Powell. Washington, obviously, for those of us in the Central Illinois area, we know by Kim Barth, one of the best to do it around here. Shot goes up, fight for the board. Another second chance for the Wolves. On the drive, here's McCann. He couldn't quite get a good handle on it.
Great help defense there by Kate McDougal as the driver went by. She just swiped at it and altered her enough.
McDougal finds the open girl in the corner. Shot is off, but getting her own miss is O'Brien. Puts it up and just can't quite get the rolls right now. Washington's shooting good shots. They're just not going down.
But great hustle by O'Brien to follow her shot. Get
Oh,
the
absolutely.
rebound.
And I thought when she got the rebound, she could have gone straight to the basket and had good patience and got a good shot. I mean, it's not shot selection at all by the Panthers. Really, that's a problem.
Good job by Goudet. And
Kate
again,
McDougal, great post pass inside to Goudet for a finish. Let's see if that can spark the Panthers here.
they can get Goudet more involved, certainly on the interior. They're going to be just fine.
Balanced scoring for the Panthers so far. Goudet's got 4. Tibbs and Becca McDougal have 5. Here's a wide open fast break for the Panthers. Up to Becca McDougal. Can't quite get the roll. Nearly a foul. Here's a 3 ball. No good. Third chance, Tibbs. Off the mark.
Just struggling behind the arc. And
Yeah.
again, it's
3 threes in one trip.
yeah. It may be time to say, hey, let's hold on the threes, push it inside a little bit, and then pull it back out after we've closed the gap a little bit. Great job by O'Brien. I love that. Got Croat into a bad position. She goes down, goes off her own
Yeah.
foot. I know that the Northwest coach is a little frustrated. Thought there's a foul. Not the way they're calling the game today.
Yeah, I wish we could see the shot clock to know if that was a situation there where Croat finally kind of thought, hey, I've got to make something happen. But great defense by Mazzy O'Brien creates a turnover.
And this timeout brought to you by Entercon. Entercon power timeout.
Boy, this gym is absolutely packed for this game. This is a great turnout, but what a luxury to have Clutch Sports Media if you couldn't make it down to Torrey Gym today. It's the best of both worlds.
It is. Again, we apologize. No, our camera's a little glitchy. We'll be trying to figure that out again as the week goes along. Still,
It's day one. It's day
still
one.
very
Day
early.
one.
We got plenty of basketball left, and we rest assured we will figure everything out as we're kind of improving as we go here. And CSM is Kate McDougal. Gonna pull out 3. Nothing but net. 3-pointer brought to you by Renewal by Anderson. That brings Washington to within 7. Still plenty of ball game left. Panthers right in. If they can lock down on defense and get stops like that in the post, nice defense from Goudet. Here's O'Brien shooting, and she got fouled. She's going to shoot 2.
Well, maybe, Jim, there's what you're talking about. You saw O'Brien after the kick out, had an open look, shot fake, put it on the floor, pulled up for the mid-range.
Absolutely.
Get going in there, and then all of a sudden the threes will start to fall.
And again, right now, if Kate's the only one hitting, I think she's 2 for 2 from beyond the arc. Put it in Kate's hand. You know, trust the freshman.
First Free throw is good. 27-21. Again, is try and get our camera all going. There's O'Brien makes 2 for 2, and just like that, it's a 5-point game.
Yeah. We know how important points are with the clock stopped, even in the third quarter. I don't care. You know, they're so important.
And Waukee can't get a hold of it. McDougal came away. Here's Tibbs running the break. Pulls up at the elbow. Off the mark, tapped out by O'Brien. So Washington on a little 5-0 run right now. Make this a 5-point game.
That's about the third or fourth time Mazzy O'Brien's got her hand on an offensive rebound here in the second half. Didn't quite come up with that one, but still the effort's there.
But it certainly let Waukee know that Washington can rebound. Washington's not going to bed. They are going to fight till the zeros are across the board. So
here's a shot going up, and we'll get a foul. I believe that was Vanna Bilic going up for that one, and she'll shoot 2. Bilic, a returning player from that, again, state third place team, or state semifinalists. I don't know if they have third place games in Iowa like they do here in Illinois, so I'll have to do a little bit of research about that. I wasn't able to look that up before this one, but again, both these teams in the state semifinals last year in their respective states.
How about this for a little TOC trivia? First Iowa team to ever play in the TOC.
I was going to say, we have actually a map of all the schools we've ever broadcasted on Clutch Sports Media, and I don't believe we have a team from Iowa. So history here for the Lady Wolves.
I only learned that because I guess the boys don't start playing until December 5th. Or into December, so after Thanksgiving. So that's why they were able to get an Iowa team, a girls team, to play before the Thanksgiving holiday. So first Iowa team to ever play in the 20 years of the TOC.
Yeah, Iowa usually runs about a week behind Illinois in terms of all their sports, in terms of when they start. Now as the Wolves try and push it up again, Waukee, a suburb of Des Moines. Not too far from Ankeny and several others out there. Nice places. I've been to Des Moines a few times. Here's the Wolves trying to drive in, and the pass went through the arms of Burpo, but into the hands of McCann, who drives in. Now they're back to Burpo. And there was a push there on Gaudet.
Hard to hide that one. I think if you're a little tighter, you might get away with that shove, but that was under the new bright lights of Torrey Gym. It's hard
a lot brighter in this gym than it has been in years past. As Burpo works in the paint, no good as Gaudet brings it in.
I thought Burpo could have gotten called for the travel there, but again, Panthers end up with the ball.
It's Tibbs over to Kate McDougal. Now Redling Schaefer to Becca McDougal. Around the horn go the Panthers. Gaudet spins, turns, and Washington wanted a foul there. And the drive over the outstretched arm of Gaudet. Now here comes Tibbs. Tries to take it in herself. Gets her own miss, puts it back up, and gets the roll.
Tell ya, I love everything that Tibbs did on that play.
Yep.
Created contact.
Very quickly down the floor came Northwest, and a very late foul call. And you hear the Boo Birds out here in Washington. Not too happy with that call.
Wow. Everybody in the place right now is upset over that call.
That is, that's an awfully late call. I mean, she made the defensive stop. Girls shot it. Redling Schaefer's got the rebound, turned around, ready to go down the floor, and then the whistle blows.
Not to mention the down officials right in front of the play blew no whistle. Now I'm not skilled enough to know who makes that call, whose call is it. I'm not going to get in that argument. But wow.
Both free throws, though, good from McCann. And it's back up to a 6-point lead for the Wolves. They'll stay here with the Panthers. Nice student section for Washington tonight. It's white out for them, so they'll be sticking around for the next game, which again is Washington's boys team. They'll be taking the floor here against West Hancock and Cooper Knowles, Division I recruit.
Cooper Knowles, who is one of the best unsigned bigs in the state of Illinois. It'll be fun to see him play tonight.
And he'll stay with the Panthers. Yeah, well, that game, and then we'll cap it off with Morton and O'Fallon, another Central Illinois team, and Morton, as there's a foul call on Burpo and some sarcastic cheers.
I tell you, I love the crowd right now. This gym is packed. This is TOC, night one. It's only going to get better, folks.
Tibbs dials one up from the corner, got it to go. Lead cut in half.
That cuts that lead in half, just like that. Little inbound, right back to the inbounder in the corner.
Avery Tibbs.
Missed a double dribble, I think, right up top.
Free ball on the way is good. The response by Sadie McCann.
Wolves answer.
Northwest doing what good teams do, answered right back.
Panthers going right down the floor. Here's Tibbs. I'm going to slow things down again. Tibbs has got 10 as the Panthers lose it away. Tibbs is Washington's leading scorer so far.
Yeah, we talked about first half turnovers for the Panthers, and they needed to limit them. There were turnovers like that, just a little bit of sloppy play that
spacing.
They really got to rein in.
Yeah, you're trying to make a post pass.
Games.
It's not just, chips in an old apple.
Right.
It is home cooked stuff.
They really have a spread.
They really take care of all of us working here at the TOC, not just us here at Clutch Sports Media, but also all the volunteers, other media people, and everyone has a part in it. So we'll definitely have to check that out in between games as well. As Tibbs brings it up the floor here for Washington. Again, 4-point lead.
Defensive change here for Northwest. They go to a 2-3 zone.
And O'Brien couldn't decide what she wanted to do. Tibbs dials one up. That time, no good.
And they're really kind of going to challenge the Washington shooters. A little too much on it for the Wolves.
Now McDougal will bring it up here. Just a little under a minute to go here in this
Panthers.
first quarter, or third
Panthers
quarter,
doing a little high-low. They've gone 4 out now just to move this ball around.
That baseline area, they've really drawn.
Risky pass. Redling Schaefer back to Becca McDougal. Shot. And got the shooter's roll. 1 point game here in Washington.
That baseline area is wide open because of putting Gaudet at the high post. It's really drawing the middle of that 2-3 zone for Northwest, way up high at the free throw line. If they can get a cutter along the baseline, they should be able to get some inside stuff off of this.
Now Routt with it up top. Again, she has not scored here in this third quarter. Time winding down. And off of the Wolves, it'll go back to Washington.
Phenomenal job by Avery Tibbs to tip that ball off of her.
So not a ton of time left, but you can maybe get up a quick shot as Washington trying to make a late substitution as Mazzy O'Brien, recent Chicago State commit, comes in for Redling Schaefer. Washington could take the lead again. They were down by 12. This is 27-15 at the half. Waukee Northwest lead. Here's Tibbs from way out. Off the mark. That would have brought the house down.
Unbelievable.
That will do it for the third quarter here in Washington. Washington makes it a 12-point game all the way down to a 1-point deficit here at Torrey Gym.
That's what we thought we'd get. We thought we'd see, Washington battle their way back into it, and they've made things tougher for Northwest on the defensive end. They really have picked up their intensity. They've gotten their hands on some balls, especially late there in that third quarter. I'm sure Coach Powell probably thinks some of those were fouls or whatever, but, the referees have let them play for the most part. I mean, and as a coach and as a player, you just want it to be consistent.
Right. And I think, Jeff, you're absolutely right. For them to change it like that, now we're second half we're going to be a different set of officials. No, I mean, you got to let them continue to be, let them play, let it be physical, and they have. And I suspect we'll see the same thing in the fourth quarter. The Washington did exactly what I think we thought they would coming out in that third quarter. They calmed down on offense, moved the ball a little bit, found their shot, got the ball inside a little bit, and then they stopped giving up the offensive rebounds. Certainly got defensive rebounds, and they started getting their own offensive rebounds. Started finding their own second chance opportunities, and really looked like a different team there that start of the second half.
So Washington trying to stay undefeated on the season. Northwest trying to start off their year with a win, move to 1-0 as they head back to Iowa. This is going to be an intense fourth quarter, I would have to assume, as here's McDougal on the drive, finding Tibbs wide open underneath the basket. Washington takes the lead right back.
Good back screen from Gaudet, gets Tibbs going to the basket. That's what we kind of talked about,
right.
Getting some cuts and going to the basket.
Northwest slowing it down. Now they'll feed the post. Ball volleyballed and tipped around. Here's the drive. The layup is good. Lead goes right back as looks like that was Bilic. Here's Becca McDougal trying to feed Gaudet, and she just couldn't quite corral it. And as it rolls into the throng of cheerleaders, that's a crowded baseline down there. I mean, you got all the photographers, the videographers, the cheerleaders. Not much space.
It's a busy floor. There's a lot going on down there.
1 point lead here for Waukee Northwest. They'll feed it a nice inside out action. 3-ball off the mark. Gaudet the board. Gives it to Kate McDougal with Tibbs left wide open. You can't do that.
Tibbs hustled down, got to the hoop first. You could see that Northwest just wasn't tracking who they were guarding.
That's the quality of a good freshman player with patience to let the play develop. Gets Tibbs wide open inside.
Absolutely.
Tibbs is 16 on the night now. Leads all scorers in this one. Washington again has battled back from a 27-15 halftime deficit. But Waukee Northwest takes it right back as a shot fake layup is good there from Cassidy Danberg.
They're really going after the freshman for Washington. She's doing just fine. Just walling up. Don't pick up any fouls.
Here's Becca McDougal, a deep 2. And it rimmed out. Rebound brought in by Sadie McCann, who had a nice first half. But her and Croat have been somewhat limited in this second half. Nice hands by McDougal. And she got her jersey pulled. That's a clear path foul.
Absolutely the right call by the official.
Yeah. 2 shots and a ball.
Again, I think that's just Croat going on instincts right there, but that is a pretty clear. If you were playing football, that would be the clearest pass interference out there. So 2 shots in the ball for Washington, just under 6 to play in the game. It'll be the senior forward, Becca McDougal, who committed to University of Illinois Springfield to shoot these and ties it up on her first. McDougal will be.
John, I think you said it's instinctual. You turned it over and you just go, oh, stop, and you grab her, and I get it. Even you could even see Coach Powell not particularly upset with her. Just, hey, keep your head on. It's they had the lead at the time, but again, give up the 2 points and go play basketball. Now you're going to give up the possibility of going down 3 or 4 here.
Wolves have to get a stop. Redling Schaefer, deep 2, no good. Kate McDougal, the freshman, gets the board in a lot of traffic, pushes it up, and brought in there by Danberg. So they do get that stop. Now we'll see if they can get that bucket and take the lead right back. A lot of lead changes in this fourth quarter. Waukee Northwest trying to kind of take some of the air out of the building right now. Keep this Washington crowd out of it. There's a drive. McDougal tried to get in there on the steal. Nice board. Here's Tibbs pushing it up. Finds Redling Schaefer. Tibbs, the deep 3. Got it to go. Avery Tibbs right in front of the student section.
I didn't think there was any room over there behind Redling Schaefer when she handed off to her, but I guess there was just enough to get a three-pointer off.
Now fire up the Orange Crush, Washington student section's name. This is Washington's one of their biggest leads of the night. This is and quite the second half comeback.
I'll say
by Kim Barth and the Panthers.
The Panther boys are going to really have to step up their show tonight to top this.
And still plenty of time left. Waukee Northwest still very much in this one, and nice ball movement leads to an easy layup from Cassidy Danberg.
A little late on the rotation. I think that was late in the shot clock and just a little bit late.
Tibbs over to McDougald. Trying to work on Danberg, feeds to Tibbs.
Again,
nice cut there by Avery Tibbs.
Again, Tibbs just fine. Oh, here it is.
Oh, I know. Wide open layup on the other end there by Sadie McCann.
Poor defensive transition by Washington, which is not typical for them.
Lightning quick down the floor. I mean, Waukee Northwest
and a turnover by Tibbs.
Jiffy. Out here they come again. Layup could tie it up. They go to Crow. She has a chance to take the lead, and one for Romy Crow. Her first points of the second half. It's 43-43, and she can make it a Wolves lead. And she can sink this free throw.
And just a couple of poor defensive transitions for Washington. A bad offensive.
Yeah, you got a big basket on the offensive end, and then you lose somebody. You don't get back. Get a wide open look, a turnover, and now a three-point play with a chance, and they do take the lead.
Makes the free throw, and Sam Powell will call timeout.
Again, you kind of want to remind the girls, like, you can't catch your breath in this game. Especially one like this. 3 minutes and 55 seconds. There's plenty. You'll have plenty of time to catch your breath then. But until then, don't forget your fundamentals of sprinting back on defense, smart passes, strong passes. Northwest is too good to try to stop and take a moment.
Well, and like you said earlier too, this is one of those games where regardless of how the score ends up, those are one of the things where you can say, listen, we can't do that.
Right.
We can't do that in games against really good teams. We can't do it in any game.
Right.
But in a game against a really good team, look what happened. Right. Those are just teaching moments, and coaches all, win or lose, we all as coaches like to learn something from a loss, but you better learn something from a win too.
Right, without a doubt. And again, I suspect, more than half these, we hope more than half these mistakes they've made today will be gone by the time they are wrapping up conference play.
And this game is still hanging in the balance, and it might be until the final buzzer. Panthers trying to get right back in front after a little mini run. Here by the Wolves. And Gaudet got fouled there in the post. There by Crow, who pleads her case to the officials. Washington not quite in the bonus yet. A lot cleaner game in the second half, less fouls, especially for Washington. Some of their bigs were in some foul trouble in that first half.
Right, and haven't seen much of it at all this half.
Erling Schaefer with the left hand, tries to get it through, and she turned it over. No, she gets it right back. Feeds Tibbs, and she got fouled. Boy, Tibbs has just been cutting to the basket very well. She can shoot.
Yeah.
But, she has been hounding that basket to try and get those easy, high percentage looks through the second half.
I think she saw that physically she was outmatched going up there and thought just jump into her, and the girl was moving at the time, you're going to get the call.
Yeah.
And if you don't, get the rebound and do it again.
Yeah.
We'll tie it back up there with that free throw. Again, after this game, Waukee Northwest will take on Cedar Rapids, Washington. That's their next game of the year. And Washington, they have a loaded schedule this year. This is one of many, many marquee games they're going to play. Kim Barth wanting to test her team as much as possible. They want to see the best and beat the best as well, because obviously the Panthers are one of the best here in Central Illinois. Here's a drive from Crow, puts it up. Unfriendly roll. That left rim seems to be a little bit more unkind tonight. Nearly a carry there by Tibbs. G'day spins around. McDougal there to save the day. They'll slow it down here with Kate McDougal. Gets a screen. Penetrates, kicks. Becca McDougal, 3, no good, but brought in by G'day. Second chance, and a clean block there by the Wolves. Wide open layup from Vogt. That makes it a 46-45 game. Back and forth we continue to go.
I tell you, this is exactly what the TOC management wanted out of today's games. Certainly this game.
Now we'll go out, we'll stay here with the Panthers. I was going to look at that block there.
Great block there by Vogt. Looked like it was going to be a basket inside for G'day.
There's our first replay of the tournament.
Hey.
There then, our Joey Wright cooking up back there, doing everything he can back in our studio.
Well, I think it would be overwhelming if we threw everything all at once at everybody at home. We want to ease them into replays and everything, you know.
We will. We certainly will. As
if they'll buy that, then we'll be just fine.
Yep. As Mazzy O'Brien drove the baseline, got fouled.
Good drive by Mazzy O'Brien. See if she can convert a couple free throws here.
And we mentioned what's coming up next for Waukee Northwest. Washington's next game is their Mid-Atlantic opener. They take on East Peoria, which that game will probably be heavily favored in that one. But the Mid-Atlantic are going to be, again, very competitive again this year. Dunlap lost one of their key players to a transfer, but have some great talented freshmen. Morton, obviously, with new head coach, going to be right there in the mix despite having Jamie King instead of Bob Becker. So Morton will be definitely right there. You never know what could happen with Pekin, too. They made a kind of a Cinderella run in the playoffs last year. So going to be some great teams in the Mid-Atlantic that Washington will go up against.
I think you've seen a little bit of the influence of assistant coach Todd Hersey and his matchup zone. I mean, you see the Panthers a little more switching action on ball screens and screening action. So, you know, it really tough.
And
creates a turnover there.
Right there. Hedging those screens, getting off of
You
it
just got to be
quickly.
careful of that action right there where somebody looks like they're screening and then slips. But other than that, it's so hard to go against.
And it requires constant talking on the part of the players. They really have to get loud all
If
the
you're
time.
good at it.
Yeah, exactly.
Entercon power time out here on the floor here in Washington again. Stay tuned for 2 more games we got coming up. Washington boys and West Hancock after this. And Morton and O'Fallon to close it out. But, I mean, guys, I'm loving this game so far, but I almost don't want to have the best game of the tournament when it could be too early on. I mean, this could be one of the best ones we see all week long.
And, you know, it's one of those situations where you hope every game you're watching at that moment is the best game of the tournament. And,
yep.
And it may feel like that given the lineup of teams that they have here. But this is certainly, if anything, let this be a call to, certainly Washington fans. And I know they step up for this girls team. But to all fans of girls basketball, certainly in Mid-Illini, for area basketball, Big 12 has some stacked teams this year. Notre Dame's team has shown up, who played Washington last year here in the inaugural girls basketball game for the TLC. Girls basketball in this area and nationwide, it's here. Come support it. Pack these gyms. They deserve it. They put in the time, and these games are as good. Look at what we're watching. We're enthralled and glued to this court right now. So
yeah, you're watching 2 of the best teams in Illinois and Iowa on the floor right now as the Panthers lead it by 1 again. This is when they're having the shot clock comes into play. The Panthers can't just hold the ball and stall here. Shot clock down to about 17 now, so they're in no hurry.
I was just going to say, in a game with no shot clock, I'm sure Coach Barth might have been a little patient, made them come foul, and made some free throws.
And she will call a timeout there as Kate McDougal was in some trouble, so a good call timeout there by Kim Barth, veteran head coach for Washington again, who is, I give her a ton of credit, Kim Barth. I mean, that team was down 27-15 at halftime to, again, they pretty much got right back in this game by the end of the third quarter, so that's all it needed was 8 minutes to make up a 12-point deficit. So that makes Washington even more scary. As if you do have them in a hole, well, they're going to come right back.
Right.
Well, you've got an experienced group that takes their coach's mentality to the floor. Just like the namesake of the tournament, Kevin Brown, his teams always played with the same passion and commitment that he had. Coach Barth's teams have done the same as well, and you're seeing it tonight.
So Tibbs will inbound it here in front of her own bench. There's 6 seconds left on the shot clock. Tibbs gets it into O'Brien. And I have to drive and maybe put up a floater, and she tosses it away. McDougal by half court, and that is a shot clock violation.
Yeah, I thought Mazzy, after she penetrated, I don't know what time was on it, I thought she had that free throw line jumper right about there and made one extra pass.
Almost a bit too unselfish there. She tried to kick it out as we get another Entercon powered timeout.
Which again, with the team, both these teams so incredibly stacked with talent, becoming too unselfish becomes a problem down the stretch, where you can almost say to any of them, hey, it's okay. Go be a little selfish.
Yeah.
Especially if that shot clock hits 10, enough sharing the ball. Just go, get the shot up. You don't want to go contest 5-7 versus 6-2, but you got to get the shot up eventually.
Right.
You'd rather get the shot up than take that violation.
It'll be interesting to see here. I would look for Northwest maybe to go inside, or get Routt something coming off of a screen or that mismatch on a switch or whatever. But, they really haven't punished the Panthers in the second half inside. Yes, they beat them down the floor for a couple of baskets, but, the punish them on the offensive glass like they did in the first half.
Now, I would have thought, like, maybe at this opportunity, maybe put a little bit more size on the court, maybe get Burpo back out there. But again, at this point, who do you put her in for? But again, for rebounds and maybe a little bit more strength inside.
And it's Washington by 1. Both teams have 1 timeout left. Again, the fouls that you see on your screen are correct. Northwest with 4, Washington with 1. As Routt fires deep 3 is no good, but Routt comes in there for the offensive board. Another 3 on the way is short. Routt, another offensive board. She's all over the place, but now she's trapped, and she is
we got a timeout.
On a timeout. Bang, bang call happening on both sides of the floor. You see the hustle from Romy Routt. And she was
good trap by the Panthers.
There. See some fans making the travel call. Man, this game is just so intense. And credit Sam Powell, Waukee Northwest head coach, for calling that timeout right away. So that is, again.
And let's be honest, we don't know what the far side official is going to call. Hand goes up. It could have been travel. It could have been a foul. It could have been anything there. I think ultimately it would have been out of bounds, or travel into out of bounds.
Well, again, for Coach Barth, you get 2 missed shots and you don't get a rebound out of either one of them. In these situations at the end of games, you got a defensive rebound.
Right.
You have to. It's standing around watching it, see if it's going in, assume it's not, and go after the ball.
And again, I don't want to call out any specific players, so no need to look at that replay again. But if you looked at that last replay, as you were saying it, Jeff, you're spot on, because five Washington players turned around.
You mentioned it about unselfishness on the offensive end. Sometimes on the defensive end, you just assume one of your teammates is going to get it.
Right.
And in that situation, hey, it's game on. 5 people to the boards. 5 people rebound.
5 people, but 5. You got to start with 5 people hitting whoever you're guarding. You got to box that person out and then hustle after that ball.
So here's Danberg up top, just inside the arc. Northwest has about 10 seconds left on the shot clock. Kicks it over. Wing 3 is up and no good.
There we
Kennedy
go. There's some
Pritzhouse.
boxing out.
And O'Brien tries to get it over. Washington's got to get this across, and there is a foul.
That's what you needed.
Tibbs got
great rebound, Mazzy O'Brien.
She's shooting 2. That's 15 foul. I believe she's shooting 2.
And we believe that is the
And that's
case.
probably the shooter Coach Barth would pick.
Yep.
She's got a lot of them she can choose from.
Right.
And if Tibbs has had a massive game here for Washington tonight. 21 points, make that 22. Becca McDougal also with 10 for the Panthers. She's in double figures.
Unofficial, of course, but we talked about their 14 threes the other night. I'm counting 10.
You would be correct. So now a 3-point lead. Northwest doesn't need a 3 here, and there is about the shot clock is off as Routt lays it in. got the quick bucket. Now Washington has to get it in. They get it into Tibbs. They don't want to foul her, but they may have to, and they do.
Panthers did a good. I say this, and it kills me as a ex-coach to say this. The Panthers did a good job only giving up a layup and not a three-point play on that.
100%,
I mean, you very easily can reach in and try to knock that away. But hey, once she got you on the block, just be ready to rebound it if she misses it.
Tibbs knocks down the first. Cool as ice at the line.
She has just been the complete package tonight, as they all have. I mean, what a second half they've played.
35
very quiet
points
in the first half.
And
this is 27-15. Waukee Northwest lead at half. Back to a three-point game. Now Waukee Northwest may need to shoot a three here. McDougal draped all over Croat, and that's not a terrible foul.
Absolutely great foul. I mean, they have a couple to give. Yeah, without a doubt, that's a good foul. I'd go pick up another one.
And they got two more to work with.
The only thing you worry about is somebody in a shooting motion.
Yeah,
you certainly got to be careful of that. But
here in the backcourt, go get another one. Give them 3-4 seconds.
Let them dribble it a little bit. Take a little bit of time off.
Now here's Croat with it.
Trap right there.
Get it across.
Don't foul.
No foul. Here's Northwest going to tee up a three to tie. Too long. Croat has the board though. Not much time left. Steal. O'Brien. Washington hangs on to win.
What a finish.
The comeback is complete and Washington stays undefeated. 51-48. They lock in on defense and win a thriller here in the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
What a fantastic finish for these girls.
That was an excellent high school basketball game. I don't care if boys or girls. That was a great game. Two very good teams.
Take a look at this last sequence here as that was Logan Vogt had the open three. Just a bit too long. Croat, another offensive board, but Mazzy O'Brien reading her mind. Kim Barth jumps up and down in celebration, and so do all the rest of the Washington fans. They are now 3-0, and that's going to be, again, a marquee win. And I'm sure they'll be tracking to see how good Waukee Northwest will be this season. But, I mean, that is going to be a really big win for this Washington team. And hats off to Waukee Northwest as well. That was a very impressive team that just really hung with all game. One of the best teams in all of Illinois.
Absolutely, 100%. And again, kudos to the TOC for second year of bringing girls basketball to the tournament. And I do hope that this continues, if not even expands. What a treat this was.
As they hand out some post-game awards, Becca McDougal gets the Kevin Brown Memorial Hustle Award in this game. She was all over the place, getting some rebounds as well. Also, they were to give it to Waukee Northwest. I'd say Romy Croat's got a pretty good case as well. She was very active on the offensive glass today.
What a talent she is.
Sadie McCann, the player of the game, at least for Waukee Northwest. Again, she had a solid game. Unofficial stat totals had her at 12 points, but she might have had a little bit more, so take that with a grain of salt. But again, McCann and Croat, the leading scorers for Waukee Northwest. And our player of the game, I had to guess, I think Avery Tibbs.
Yeah, without a doubt.
27 points for Avery Tibbs. Most in the girls' game here in TOC history. Obviously, the second year again of the girls playing a shootout series game again. This is the only girls' game of the TOC. I know they wanted to maybe expand it in years going forward, but again, I think that again it does the turnout that these games get, especially on the girls' side. I definitely think we could be seeing some more girls' games in the future. Hats off to get Avery Tibbs, 27 points, leading Washington to a win here tonight. Final thoughts, gentlemen.
Well, she got 27 for the game. I'd like to know what she had at half because it wasn't very many. And so of those 27, you saw a lot of them here in the third and fourth quarters. And money at the free throw line, I mean, that's exactly what you expect out of a senior leader. A team with a lot of senior leaders. So, great win by Coach Barth. Great game. I congratulate Coach Powell on finding two high-quality girls high school basketball teams to put in this tournament like this. And did it last year, and he matched it again this year.
Without a doubt. Hey, kudos to both teams for putting together a great game package. They played their hearts out. I would love to know what Coach Barth's halftime speech was about. I'd love to know what she said. I suspect it was one that was pretty uncommon, because how often are they down 10-plus points going into a third quarter? But those girls responded. They stepped up. And, boy, a tale of two teams. They really came out and played a fantastic second half. Kudos to the Panther girls for really, really turning around this game and bringing it home.
Well, that will about do it here from inside Torrey Gymnasium from this game. We'll send it down to our Upstream Auto Group Tournament Central right after this break. And then after we go down to the studio in a few minutes, we'll come back with Washington boys taking on West Hancock. Again, you're watching the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media.
The 2025 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Health Care Cancer Institute. OSF Health Care Cancer Institute brings world-class cancer care close to home by combining advanced technology, leading specialists, and personalized support for every person. From diagnosis to recovery to survivorship, we're here for you. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 20th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Titan Industries is honored to sponsor the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, honoring Kevin's legacy, celebrating our community, and standing united in the fight against glioblastoma. Best of luck to every team in this year's tournament. Play hard, have fun, and enjoy every second.
You guys just witnessed a great game. Washington taking the victory. I'm Sky Gillespie, joined by Trip Rugard here in the Upstream Tournament Central. Trip, glad to have you here, man.
Thanks for having me.
And you're here at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Some place you're very used to. What's it like being here as a fan instead of as a player?
It's a little different, you know. I miss playing here. It's an awesome tournament, and so many fans come to watch, but it's also awesome to just be here as a fan and watch other people play good and my team, and I'm excited to keep watching.
Awesome. You attended Morton, and you guys had a great season last year. 25-7, 12-2 in the Mid-Illini. You guys unfortunately lost to Metamora.
Yeah.
I know you guys went 1-1. You split the season, and then you played them for the third time. What was kind of the game plan during that game? I know you guys both knew each other so well.
Yeah.
And what was the game plan going into that big game against Metamora?
I mean, we definitely prepared pretty early in the season for that game, and we obviously know that team, and they know us pretty well. And you know, there's only so much film you can do, and really at the end of the day, it just comes down to how people play, and it didn't go the way we wanted it, but you know, it's an awesome environment, and I'm just lucky to be able to play that game.
Still one heck of a season, and a really fun rivalry as well. I know if you're watching this, you know that you're very familiar with Mid-Illini basketball, and you know the competition, you know the rivalries. But you're playing at Illinois Central College, ICC, so you're staying local. What's it like to stay local and still play at the next level?
Oh, it's awesome. I mean, ICC just ended up being the best option for me, and the fact that it's close to my family, and I get to come to watch these games and still see the Mid-Illini play their games. It just really works out. College obviously is a different level. It's a lot different than high school, but I like my team and I like my coaches, and we got a good group of guys, so it really just worked out for me.
Well, I know we got a lot of people here playing that are looking to make that jump to the next level. What would you say is the biggest advice on getting to that next level?
You know, a lot of people are always nervous on, whether they want to keep playing or not, but I think, even just trying it, and if it doesn't end up being what you want, at least you tried it, and you don't have any regrets afterwards. So I would just say, if it's something that you think you want to do, my suggestion would be just to at least try it and see if you like it.
And yeah, like I said, joined by Trip Rugard. You might know the name Rugard if you're a Bradley fan like me. His older brother, Gus, plays at Bradley University, a walk-on over there. What was it like learning from him growing up in such a basketball family?
Yeah, so, I mean, Gus is he's a great player, and he knows so much about basketball, and he's been playing on the varsity team since he was a freshman. So just being around him and being able to watch him has obviously affected how I've played, and he's just a great basketball mind. So it's been awesome just being around him, and the fact that I got to be on his team for 2 years was incredible. And he's doing good at Bradley, and they're actually up in Florida right now playing some games. So they just beat Princeton yesterday, and I can't remember who they have today, but he knows what he's doing, and he's got a good basketball mind for sure.
Yeah, definitely a good person to learn basketball from. So obviously we're here at the Kevin Brown Tournament of Champions. What was your favorite memory playing in this tournament?
My favorite memory, I would say my junior year, our very first game. Just kind of nervous. It was my first varsity starting game and first game playing with my brother. And we had a team from Florida who had now a guy who's going to go play at Mizzou. Just kind of being nervous, and we ended up playing pretty well and beating them. And Gus, my brother, ended up getting the MVP the Gray Ribbon tournament part, and I got the Hustle Award. So I think that whole stretch of games was awesome, and family being there was awesome. So that was definitely my favorite moment of the tournament.
Yeah, so you got the Hustle Award. For those who don't know your game or who didn't watch Morton last year or in the past, describe your play style. How do you play?
Yeah, so I would say even with Gus being my brother, he's more of a scorer. I've just kind of always played as more of like the playmaking role, I think with my team in the past years, we've had scorers and we've had that kind of stuff, so I've just been able to be the guy that gets them the ball and handle the ball.
And you talked about it. You did lead the team in assists last year, so definitely a facilitator, a playmaker. Talk to me about, do you have any pregame rituals?
Yeah, so, obviously I do the same type of pregame shooting, pregame stretching, any of that stuff. Always try to keep it the same. And then we do a team prayer, obviously, and that's really it. Listen to some music and talk to the coaches a little bit about the game plan.
Nice. And talk to me a little bit about, are you a shoe guy at all? Do you have a favorite basketball shoe you've ever worn?
I'm always a Kyrie guy. I always love the Kyries. I tried LeBron's a little bit. That's what I wore last year. So my brother's honestly more of a shoe guy than I am, but yeah, definitely it's a good part of the game, being able to buy a new shoe and wear it during games. So.
And obviously you played basketball for a while. Who was your favorite basketball player growing up?
Shoot.
And then your favorite player now? My
favorite player growing up, it's a good question. I'd say, obviously Curry is just an awesome guy to watch. So I think he was probably my all-time favorite. Right now, my favorite player is Jeremiah Fears.
Yep.
Who
played in this
tournament.
Yep.
I got to watch him play in this tournament, and now he's over playing for the Pelicans.
Yep.
So yeah, that's my favorite player right now.
Yeah, Jeremiah Fears, 7th pick in the draft to the Pelicans. Fears is a very popular last name here in the state of Illinois.
Yeah.
A lot of the Fears brothers have been causing fear and havoc in their opponents, but got a little bit of a fun question for you because it's turkey tournament time.
Oh, yeah.
It's turkey week.
Yes, sir.
When do you put up your Christmas decorations?
Shoot, our trees are already up right now.
Okay.
We're pretty early. I feel like as soon as Halloween's over, our stuff starts to go up. So
That's valid.
yeah,
That's
yeah.
valid. So, talk to me about the start of the season. You're a freshman at ICC now. You guys are playing really well, 7-1.
Yes, sir.
Just talk to me a little bit about your time there, what you've learned, expectations for the team.
Oh yeah. So, beginning of the season was obviously it's a lot different than high school. Lifts are harder, more running, more all that kind of stuff. So, I enjoyed being around my team, and obviously I like to put in all the work and all that kind of stuff. So it wasn't necessarily hard for me. Our season's going really well. Our coaches, they know what they're doing, and we got some good players. So it's going pretty well, and our rankings are high. So, I enjoy my team a lot, and I think we got a big chance to do something special and be one of the better teams come out of ICC in a while.
Yeah, you guys are off to a great start, and hopefully the momentum continues. But I know ball is life, of course. You come from a basketball family, you and Gus, of course. But talk to me about outside of basketball. What are some hobbies of yours? What do you like to do?
I'm a big golf guy, so I love to golf. I just golfed right before I came here. I also like, I don't know, mainly, I'm kind of life's all around basketball, but definitely golf.
And Any Clash Royale?
I am a big
Let's
Clash
go,
Royale guy.
let's
I'm a big
go.
Clash Royale guy. 10,000 trophies.
Really?
Yeah.
Boy.
Yeah.
Not bad, not bad.
Yeah.
So yeah, when did you start golfing?
Oh, I started golfing. I got my first set of clubs my sophomore year because my brother was playing it, and I always wanted to play with him and his friends. And then I really got into it my junior year, summer, and then I ended up trying. I played for the golf team my senior year.
Okay.
And then after that, this whole summer I played weekly. So it's golf's one of those things. It's tough when you're not having a good day, but as soon as you start playing well, then it really gets fun.
So I never golf myself. I mean, I have for fun, but talk to me, if anything, how has your likiness for golf helped you out in basketball?
Yeah, I mean, golf is definitely one of those sports where it can make you really frustrated. You're not playing well. It's really a mental game, and I think basketball is similar in a lot of ways. Even like when I talk to my brothers, like if you're not having a shooting game that's going too well, then all of a sudden your mindset's not there. You start having turnovers, all that kind of stuff. So I think, one of my big suggestions that I give younger guys is just to have a calm mind. I say a lot to have a quick memory loss. As soon as you have a bad play, move on to the next one and keep moving forward. Otherwise, the game's just going to get slow, and all of a sudden, you're not playing as well as you want it to be.
And we know Morton, they play the last game tonight.
Yeah.
It's their first tournament that you haven't played in.
Yeah.
What's your advice, or what do you want to see out of Morton tonight?
I mean, I know that it's going to be a little bit more tough just with last year we had a lot of seniors, so you got to have a lot of guys to be able to step up. So I would say really what I would love to see is some new guys stepping up. I know we got like the same guy, Alex McKee, Silas Steffen, those guys will obviously, I'm sure, play awesome, but some newer, younger guys stepping up would be awesome to see.
Awesome. Well, once again, guys, I'm Sky Gillespie. We're joined by Trip Routt, Morton alum, current ICC basketball player. Go check out ICC. Go check out Morton and come by the tournament. Thanks for being here, and thanks for watching on Clark Sports IL.
The 2025 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Health Care Cancer Institute. OSF Health Care Cancer Institute brings world-class cancer care close to home by combining advanced technology, leading specialists, and personalized support for every person. From diagnosis to recovery to survivorship, we're here for you. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 20th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Titan Industries is honored to sponsor the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, honoring Kevin's legacy, celebrating our community, and standing united in the fight against glioblastoma. Best of luck to every team in this year's tournament. Play hard, have fun, and enjoy every second.
All right, and welcome back here in Washington as we get set for the third game of tonight's slate. A little bit of technical difficulties there as we get everything set and situated and running accordingly. Jim, Jeff, we have a great game. We talked about it a little bit a second ago before the game started. West Hancock Titans versus the Washington Panthers here in the third game of the night. A rowdy crowd in store here for the hometown Washington team. And guys, what are your overall thoughts going into this matchup?
Well, I think, we as we were saying earlier, your preseason and off-season preparations, you hope that they get you the results that you want tonight. But regardless, it's a learning experience. You can practice hard against yourselves as many times as you want, but until somebody's in another color uniform that's trying to stop you and do things to you that your teammates aren't doing in practice, you'll find out tonight.
Absolutely. These teams have only played against each other. And so where you're exposed against your own program. But here's the opportunity to go out there and figure out where the holes are, where the mistakes are going to be, the common mistakes that maybe you've seen in practice. But now it's wins and lessons in this early part of the season. So go out there, figure out where they are, make your checklist so that you can get back into the gym and start correcting, fixing, harnessing some of the problems that you've had. So as you get further into the season, and certainly for Washington, conference starts next week. They hit the ground running. So it is it's kind of out of the frying pan into the fire.
Yeah, and I think it's a big misconception when it comes to these tournaments about national ranked teams, like a bunch of high quality players. But like you guys both mentioned, it's the first game for a lot of these players and a lot of these teams in general. So just getting maybe a loss in this tournament may not dictate the rest of your season. We've seen teams a couple years ago, Metamora, when they won the state tournament, or the state championship, they lost in the Washington Tournament of Champions. So being able to bounce back and learn from these big quality games against really good teams from all around the nation, like both of you said, is going to be a big, stepping point and learning experience for all of these teams here at the TOC. We do get set, both teams now on the floor. The home team, Washington Panthers, coming off very, very big win a game ago.
I tell you, that was, we talked about you hope every game, we said this in the last broadcast, you hope every game is the best game of the TOC. But that last game really set the bar high. I mean, we had a little bit of a blowout in our opening game, but that game right there, that's like second game to create that much of an atmosphere here.
It really sets a tone for the rest of it. I mean,
it really does.
And I don't think the boys even care. They recognize how good girls basketball is. We talked about that in the last game, that it's here to stay. They understand that there are some skills and qualities in those games as well. So looking forward to this one, and we'll see where it goes.
Coach Schermerhorn and company talking things over as we're getting ready for tip-off here in Game 3 of TOC. Guys, I mean, I don't think there's a game. The Washington, the girls' game was obviously marked on my calendar as well. But for the boys' tournament of the things, this was kind of just the one marked on my calendar today. Two of these teams coming off of a maybe down season, but still home rowdy team, or like rowdy crowd for Washington. And we know Coach Schermerhorn's going to be able to bounce back strong with the brand of Mid-Illini basketball we've come accustomed to with his program. Should be in for a good one.
Absolutely. I think it's going to be a fantastic game, and certainly going to be great to be able to see, one of the absolute best unsigned bigs in the state of Illinois, in Cooper Knowles, and then I'm excited to see, how Washington's going to look this year. I mean, some talented young guys on that floor that he'll see the floor for the Panthers. This should be a good first game for them, for both of them.
Definitely think so. Looking at these two teams, the enrollment for them. For West Hancock, 204 overall students in the entire school. Very small program. For Washington, sitting at about 1,300, so it's a bit of a disparity. But when you look at the size of these two teams, I mean, they match up pretty well.
No. I remember a couple years ago, Ada, Oklahoma came in here with 100 and some, and I tell you what, they may have been one of the best teams. They were one of the best teams in the entire tournament.
That was such a great team to have here, and I'm pretty sure most of the town was here. But again, it doesn't matter the size of the team or the size of the town. It's really, really how well that team is prepared, coached, and the talent on the team.
Downstairs on the floor, we see presentation of a check granted to the KB Strong Foundation. It's always good to see. But going off what you guys said, I firmly agree. When we talked earlier about how this is, for those smaller schools, for those players that play on those small schools, you might not get the attention nationally compared to these big-time programs. And so this is a chance for them to really make the name.
Yeah.
Cooper Knowles might be looking at this as his opportunity to, get even more offers and really cement himself as a top player in the state of Illinois, not just one of the top players for small schools.
You're exactly right. I mean, they may not play in another atmosphere or event with this kind of thing. Maybe their holiday tournament at Christmas time or something like that. But for these kids, so many of these kids, I think in the old days that was really, really true. But now with the AAU basketball and things like that, the kids that are good players, coaches know about them.
Right.
I mean, there's no secrets anymore.
Set for the starting lineups for West Hancock. First up, the 6'2" senior, Jordan Crowley. Number 11, the 6'4" junior, Hunter Froman. Number 15, the senior, Jess Scott, standing at 6'4". Cooper Knowles, the big-time player on that intriguing 30 players list. Number 22, 6'9", the senior. And I missed the first guy on the lineup, but we'll go and get him in a second. As for Washington, with great presentation here from the Panthers too, really hypes you up. Jackson Vanderheit, the first one to come out, the 5'11" junior. Followed by Luke Kaminsky, the 5'11" senior. Aiden Kinnear coming out third, 6-foot sophomore. James Johnson, number 12, 6-foot senior. And rounding things out for the Panthers, number 23, Dean Davidson, 6'2" senior. So, Jeff, Jim, both lineups are out. And what I was mentioning earlier a little bit was about maybe not the size of the school as itself, but the height for these two teams match up pretty well. And obviously Cooper Knowles is the one standout. But other than that, Washington has a pretty decent-sized team this year, maybe in terms of years past. But maybe not that true big man, but they definitely have a spread-out lineup in terms of height. Now, I'm curious to see how they attack and really approach this matchup with Cooper Knowles.
Yeah, it's going to, if they can keep Knowles away from the basket, which is going to be difficult. But again, you got to be careful. You can knock down the three, as most big men can do now. So and there are enough people here, there are enough coaches here that Knowles is going to want to put on a show.
Well, we talked about this a little bit in the last game. The evolution of the post position is not what it used to be. Just because you have a 6'9" kid doesn't mean he's going to be on the block. Matter of fact, it's hard to get a 6'9" kid to stay on the block.
Yeah.
Getting set for the tip-off, it's James Johnson going against Knowles. And the tip-off won by Knowles. Secured in by Braden Hurt. Passing over to Crowley. He's got it at the top of the key. Waiting for a man, gets a motion over top. Hunter Froman driving in back with Knowles. And it's intercepted by James Johnson in transition, puts it up off the backboard, but he gets a second chance opportunity. Get another rebound. 3-ball up and good. What a way to kick it off.
10.
That ball good by Aiden Kinnear.
Big basket by the sophomore right at the start.
And again, that's one of the kind of a little bit of a youth movement you'll see from this Panther team. They've got some good young talent on this team.
The response is good from Braden Hurt on the other end. And now that's the Washington basketball I do know, is that perimeter-centric team. Gotta always watch them from beyond the arc. Kinnear driving, another three-point opportunity on the corner. Fought for, but won by West Hancock. Bounce pass over down low. Might have got tipped. Second chance opportunity will fall I believe that was Hunter Froman with the bucket.
Good post pass inside, Vanderheit.
Good kick.
Johnson finds Kinnear weak side. Panthers will get another look. Good effort on the boards.
We talked about how important that was last game.
Free ball by Johnson up and off the back of the rim. Slowing things down now. Braden Hurt getting guarded by Jackson Vanderheit. To the opposing corner. Johnson presses up. And whistles blow. They're going to call it a travel.
And again, West Hancock looks a little disheveled right now. Or maybe disheveled is not the right term, but they just look a little, first game-ish.
Oh, absolutely. You're just trying to go a little too fast.
Right.
And, you always worry about those first game jitters. I mean, whether you're a freshman playing in a varsity game or a senior playing in a varsity game, and it's
another three ball by Washington. That one shot by Luke Kaminsky. Again, bobbled pass by West Hancock over to the corner. Three ball by Knowles, like you guys mentioned, stretching the floor. Get their own board. James Johnson recovers. In transition is Washington. 2-on-1, bobbled out of bounds. Kaminsky almost had that one for the easy layup, but just a little too fast on the pass.
Yeah, good pass. I mean, good cut to the basket by Kaminsky and just off his hands. Couldn't quite bring it in.
And this is more of that youth movement I talked about. Number 15 who just checked in, Rio Schoen. He's one of those players that you're going to have to keep an eye on. He's an exceptional player for Washington.
Rio Schoen, the freshman.
Yep.
That ball blocked out of bounds by Johnson. Now, some of the people I was talking to about this Washington team, they mentioned how Johnson's going to really be that heavily, that down low defender and kind of that anchor guy down low.
Good help inside and got the block out of bounds.
That ball tipped. Be another turnover by the Titans. Over to Johnson on the far right side. Put over to Kinnear. Kinnear over to Schoen. Schoen flips it to Johnson. Johnson's got space. Hezzy's outside. Puts up his own three attempts. Bobbles up but won't go in.
So far, I like Johnson's game. He looks like the complete player. Sure, a couple shots haven't fallen, but confident enough to take them.
That's what I was going to say. Definitely has the confidence to do there. Looks like a reach-in foul there.
The freshman Rio Schoen picks up the foul there. I think that's probably, in my experience for young players, freshmen, sophomores, maybe playing in early varsity games, finding the difference in the speed of the game and not fouling.
Right.
I mean, what you got away with in grade school, junior high, or a freshman game, it just doesn't work in a varsity game as well.
They hand off to Shoney. Back over to the corner. Kaminsky drives in, but they'll say he stepped out of bounds. But yeah, that youth movement you guys talked about is so important, and just being able to have a guy get quality minutes in competition like this with all the eyes on you early on in the season, get those jitters out of the way.
Absolutely.
It's somebody from another school. You're not playing against your buddies, in practice, on the second team or whatever. It is not that practices aren't hard. I don't mean that at any means. I've seen Coach Schermerhorn practice. They are brutal. But, when you're playing somebody from the other school, it makes all the difference in the world. The things Coach has been telling you can and can't do. Great drive, James Johnson right there.
People fakes the handoff, dives inside to an open lane, gets the bucket. Foul draw in there, I believe.
Number 10, I believe it's going to be.
Yeah, that'll be on Aiden Kinnear.
Tough call. I thought Kinnear, I didn't catch the replay there, but I thought Kinnear was set. But again, depending on how, if you leaned or if you started falling before the contact. And again, I'm not wearing stripes or any kind that would allow me to make the call.
I usually never question them. They know a lot more than I do.
I'm a former coach. I have to.
There you go.
And we're way up here. They can't hear They can't hear a word we're saying. Not yet, at least.
Got a pretty tight one halfway through through one. Foggy brain, 3 games.
It's first game. It's your first game of the night. You're A-OK.
Second shot by Froman won't go as well. So 4-5, Washington lead. Johnson has the ball. Passes over to Shoney.
So it looks to me like the Titans have transitioned to a zone here.
Shoney's intercepted by Froman in transition, cuts back and puts it up for 2. Nice little move there for the finish. Takes the lead. Johnson over to the corner. Shoney gives it up top to Colt Craighead. 3 ball off the mark. Keep
Good
the possession.
pass by Craighead.
That's a great
over
pass.
to Davidson. Great effort.
Yeah.
Winning those second chance opportunities are going to be so important for this team.
So important. So absolutely important.
Froman over to the corner. Wide open is Jordan Crowley. That shot won't go, though. But it was out of bounds on Washington.
West
Hancock's
done a really nice job spreading that 2-3 zone out. They're kind of long and athletic, and some of the long passes, they're daring you to throw those.
When you have 6'9" in the middle, you can afford to challenge him in the middle.
Yep.
Another drive by Froman, dishes it out, top of the key. Sorry, top wing. And that ball will stay with Washington.
I'll say this much, the 3-ball shooting has not been very good to start this game.
Both teams still adjusting for sure.
It's 100%, I think, first game. I think both these teams by the fourth quarter will be knocking down a lot more.
Ball is tipped, and there's those passing lanes we talked about. With Hancock driving inside, that's Knowles. A lot of contact and a strong finish on the fadeaway.
We're
I
just
love
seeing
the pace this Washington team's playing up. Sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah.
Covered by Johnson, dishes over to the corner. That 3-ball is good
Great
by
choice.
Aiden Kinnear. Renewal by Anderson, 3-ball.
Great extra pass from Jackson Vanderheit to Kinnear in the corner.
Driving inside, dishes out to the left corner. Up to Knowles. Back in that pass, a little too much. Goes into the stands.
And so far, to start this game, James Johnson's made it very difficult for Cooper Knowles to get inside that paint. Even though there's no paint inside the paint. But it's, the new gym, that floor is beautiful. But Johnson's keeping Knowles out of a space where he needs to be.
Wide open in the corner. Another 3-ball. That one, Luke Kaminsky.
Yeah.
Renewal by Anderson, 3-ball, second of the game.
Kaminsky had time to have an hors d'oeuvre, dinner, and dessert, and still take the shot. I mean, that was well done by him. Just get set, take your shot.
Knowles driving inside. Draws the foul. Doesn't get the bucket to fall, but he'll shoot 2. But going back, Jim, what you said about, Johnson's ability to slow down Knowles so far, he wasn't responsible for that when he wasn't on him. But overall, I think Johnson, that's been the story of his whole career. We watched him play years in and years out at Washington. He plays so much bigger than he really is. He's a 6'4" guy. He definitely has the size, but he's able to really compete with those true big men, the 6'9", 6'10s, and even bigger, and we've seen in this tournament. He's really a valuable asset for that defense.
Just absolutely, he looks as strong as anybody we've seen on the floor so far tonight. And
well, I think when you're undersized, you use that to your advantage. You
Right.
move away from the basket, you use your quickness, and there are going to be things that are going to be taken away, and there are going to be things you're going to have to do defensively that are going to be hard. But that's where your teammates come in. Whether it's rotations or double downs or whatever. So
And Cooper Knowles drains both free throws. Kaminsky driving in after the fake 3. Floater won't go. Rebounded by Knowles. Knowles gives it up to Froman. Froman, the mid-range J. In and out.
Good box out by Johnson. That's what we talked about. You know, you got a bigger guy that you got to keep off the boards, do your job, and a teammate can go get the rebound.
And on the other side of the floor, Johnson, top of the key, passes over. Shoney. Bounce pass down to Johnson. It is tipped in transition. One-on-one. A little bit of contact, gets it through. That one from Braden Hurt, the 6-foot senior.
Who almost thrown away there.
Shoney up top, over to Craghead. Craghead dishes to the corner. 3-ball by Vanderheit, a little over. Knowles gets the rebound. Whistles will blow.
Usually if you're not going to get that jump ball when you first grab it, you're just going to end up in a foul. And I knew right away. He's swinging the arms. Probably back off and not pick up a silly foul, but
a couple of players checking in for both sides on West Hancock. Benton Boley, the 5'9" freshman. Some youth movement on the other side of it.
Yep.
And I believe for Washington, we see the introduction. Oh, Dean Davidson, he's back in. Over to Knowles, high point pass. Jump shot won't go at the end of the first quarter. Competitive through one, 12-13 as the Washington Panthers are in control by just a little bit. Got a good game on deck. We'll take a time to thank PJ Hare. PJ Hare is a proud sponsor of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. This year's Building for the Future all-academic team. We wish all teams good luck, and let's cheer them on as they play for a cure for glioblastoma, as well as Culver's. Culver's is proud to sponsor this year's KBMTOC and is the official pre- and post-game stop for Butterburgers and fresh frozen custard. Culver's strives to make a difference in their community and is giving back in a big way. $1 from every concrete mixer purchase this week will be donated back to the fight against glioblastoma. Stop by one of their 5 locations in Washington, East Peoria, Morton, or Peoria, and let Scoopy know we sent you. And lastly, here from Keps. Keps, it's the official pre- and post-game spot of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Stop in for great food, drinks, and fun and family-friendly environment. All right, thank you to our sponsors. Thank you for tuning in. We have a good one through one quarter here, Washington with a narrow lead. Guys, what are those keys from that first quarter you see for both sides?
I think probably for both coaches, they're recognizing this isn't as pretty as we hoped it would be, but that's okay. It's first game. You're shaking off the cobwebs. We've seen some missed layups, some rough outside shooting. Let's start to hone it in a little bit now.
Yeah, that first deep breath.
Yep.
Settle in. Okay, remember this is what we're trying to do.
Right.
The inbound pass to Vanderheit. Vanderheit guarded by the freshman. Dishes over. Johnson, top of the key, pump fakes. Drives inside. Cross the other side of the court. 3-ball up and good.
Big three.
That three-point shot brought to you by Renewal by Anderson.
I think that's Kinnear's second or third three. They're going to have to figure out how to get a hand up on that.
Knowles passes up top of the key to Braden Hurt. And he'll have the floater fall as well.
Tough shot in the lane there, Braden Hart.
Vanderheit on the step back. Over to Johnson, bobbles the ball, gets maintained. Driving inside, a little bit of a mismatch. Gives it to Dean. Dean to Vanderheit, getting out of that corner. Driving inside and tripping is Aiden Kinnear. He tried to get that slash inside.
I think Coach Schermerhorn might have thought he'd been tripped, but I think it might have just a little extra thick varnish on that floor down there that it caught him up.
The inbound to Froman. Hands off to Knowles. Knowles guarded by Johnson. Spins the wrong way. Johnson, great defense. Hurt bounce pass back down to Knowles. Knowles in the paint. Fighting for it. Goes up, bobbles around, gets his own miss, and it's recovered by Johnson. Poked it out.
And I tell you, it's a matter of time before that turns into points for Cooper Knowles. I've seen him play too many games over the summer. Not this past summer because he had an injury, but in past summers and playing fall basketball, that he finishes too well. That's just rust. And as soon as it's knocked off, he'll be fine.
Ball.
Good play by Kinnear, doubling off the ball screen.
I tell you, right now, Kinnear is carrying this game. He looks good. He is playing physical basketball. Defensively, he's finishing offensively from beyond the arc. He looks great.
Give it down low, and that one 1-on-2 is caught by Knowles. It's going to be hard on those over top throws.
Right.
See how Washington responds, and they respond with a 3 from Kinnear, just like clockwork. What a game he is having. Gonna get a timeout called by West Hancock, first one of the day. Overall, very strong start to the second quarter by Washington. They're looking hot, stretching out that lead a little bit. We're going to thank Intercon. I see it up top, my bad. This Power Up Timeout is brought to you by Intercon Engineering, celebrating 50 years, keeping communities powered. Intercon delivers cutting-edge industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit interconpower.com and engineer your future with us. Thank you, Intercon. First time out for this team, talking some stuff over. Oh, as well as Countryside Banquet and Catering.
Truly not enough.
Right.
There are too many good things to say about Countryside. Countryside Catering, too many good things to say about them.
Christy and her crew down at Countryside have done so many things in this community that just fantastic people, and the support they give Washington sports and the town of Washington, city of Washington, just incredible.
Froman on the 3 ball won't go. Rebounded by West Hancock. Another one won't fall. Rebounded by the Panthers. James Johnson for 3. Little overshot. And the recovery will go out of bounds.
That was the first possession I felt like West Hancock matched the physicality of Washington. And again, for them to be able to stay in this game, they're going to have to pick it up a little bit there. I feel like they look a little outmatched size-wise once they're on the floor, but Washington plays a very physical style of basketball, which I love.
Hand off to Hurt. He drives inside. Tries to dish to the corner. It got tipped. And the Washington, nope, it'll stay with West Hancock.
This is great. The official closest to us right here started walking down the floor because he was kind of surprised that it stayed with West Hancock.
Froman at the wing, driving left, gets the screen by Knowles. Now Knowles guarded by Johnson. Tries to post up. And he finally gets one to fall there.
See, it was a matter, like now Cooper Knowles is making me look good. Yeah. It was a matter of time before he settled down.
That was good patience in there, and I think Craighead was a little late coming to double there in the post, and it gave Knowles room to get the turn. Johnson with the bump on the shot. Now it's a three-point opportunity.
First free throw attempt. Bobbles out. Vanderheit deep pass, football pass for the corner. Kaminsky back to Vanderheit. Kinnear in the corner. Almost fell again, but hands it back off to Kinnear. Sees Jess Scott down low. Just got a little bit too much contact there, and we'll see a trip to the line by Kinnear. Potential more points for the guy that's already had a lot of Washington's scoring opportunities.
You got Jess Scott looking for the opportunity to get that ball swatted into next week when, again, you just want to tell those guys, wall up, get him to alter the shot.
Yep.
If he makes it, he makes it. If he doesn't, you got an opportunity for a rebound. But you know he's going to get an opportunity for 2 shots if you start swinging at it. And there's the case.
The first one for Kinnear is good. And the second one will fall as well.
Kinnear having himself a half.
Good-looking young shooter and making plays on both ends.
Froman up to Knowles. Facilitating up top is the big man. Swings it up at the wing. Off backboard. Rebounded by the Panthers. That's Kinnear, adding to his stats already in this first half. Vanderhyde, quick pump fake and another
Great
one.
cut.
Great backdoor move.
What a play that would have been, but they maintain possession, drive back inside. Ooh, that ball thrown outside.
Yeah. That was a great pass by Jackson Vanderhyde. Johnson on the backdoor cut just rolled off the rim.
And again, another situation where 2 weeks from now, that's a make for Johnson. You know, just a little rusty. But again, one thing we can't take away from was that defensive rebound down here from Kinnear, just ripping it away from somebody who had better possession of it to begin with.
That ball off the foot of Froman, recovered. Braden Hurt got it. Jackson Vanderhyde guarding up. Jess Scott has it up top. Passes it to Knoll. Finds a man in the corner off the side of the rim. In transition is Kaminsky. And they'll say he traveled on the play. Now Washington had a really hot start to this this second quarter. Slowing things down a little bit now over the last couple possessions with maybe, like you mentioned, some things that would be cleaned up in the course of the season.
I think this is one of those times where a little bit of the fatigue, you preseason condition all you want, but until you get out there at game speed and all of that, it's different. And so, we talked about being able to take a breath at the end of the first quarter. It's setting in here before we go to halftime here with just 3 minutes left. Turnover there forced by the Panthers. They'll get a chance to add to this 4-point lead.
Yeah, game speed is so much different. And it's very hard to mimic that in practice. Jeff, from coaching that there's so many ways you can do it. Even trying to mimic something like at the TOC with a shot clock and having coaches as officials, you can never get game speed until you're in the game.
Well, and I don't mean this as a slight to any second-team player because I was one for a long time. But you're a second-team player. It's very hard to emulate the athleticism, the speed, and the skill of a TOC team that you're going to play against.
100%.
Another great possession down low by Johnson. Nearly turned the ball over, but recovered by the Titans. That high point pass by Knowles over to the freshman, Benton Boley. Whistles will blow on Washington's side after that.
I tell you, I like what Vanderhyde did there. Just said, hey, I don't care if you're coming through here. If you're coming through getting fouled,
right,
or you're not coming through, and
you're not getting to the rim.
No.
Jordan Crowley inbounding for the Titans. High point pass up to Knowles. Knowles trying to back down Johnson. He'll go up again. Bobbles in and out.
And I'm not sure about West Hancock's schedule, but I can't imagine that there'll be a lot of people on their schedule that'll be able to match the athleticism, physicality of James Johnson guarding Knowles. I mean, he's a very, very good player, but James Johnson's using that strength and that quickness to kind of negate some of the things that he can do.
100%. Just even when he got the ball a couple times on those possessions, and as Knowles lands, he's landing into a brick wall, and it's hard for him to pivot, to move. So those touch passes become more prevalent, which are incredibly accurate.
Trying to find Froman, and that one will go out of bounds. Staying with the Titans. like what you guys said, though, in terms of for James Johnson, it's kind of like football-esque in the way he's able to stay low on his man and really control his weight down low, but he also has the speed and ability as like a smaller ball big man to be able to control the edges and make sure he can't get it beat outside. Froman dishes to Knowles, goes up top to Hurt. Doubled up at the perimeter, shifting over to the outside, and that's a 3-ball. Great response for West Hancock. It's a renewal by Anderson 3-ball.
Was that Wade Gooding who knocked that down?
I believe it was.
He had something to say to the Panther faithful, but
what a response for Washington, though. Abe Lucas, the sophomore, coming in.
Again, another sophomore stepping up.
Now, I will say, we talked about, things getting organized and getting going for West Hancock, and Washington's done a better job for sure. I mean, that's why they have the lead. But there's been a couple moments in this game where Washington is so good at responding. We saw it just there. There was one earlier in that first quarter, I believe. And that's honestly, those two baskets are what's really differentiating this lead right now. Wade Gooding shot off the mark. Rebounded by Craghead.
I don't know if you caught right there Cooper Knowles getting frustrated with his guards because they're dribbling off him too far. He's setting screens, but they're dribbling about 2 feet off the screen, which is getting the defender to slip through the screen. He really wants them to clip him on the screens, and it's a textbook screen he's setting, and his guards have to use the screen better than they are.
Quickly in transition as Froman puts it up for the slam. There's a Martin Tech slam there. First one of the game. 20 seconds left here in this first half. And trying to run out the clock. Jackson Vanderhyde driving in, looking for a 3. Craghead over to Johnson, back to Vanderhyde up top. Gives it to the hot man, Kinnear. Chucks one up, hits off the backboard, but not too close, just looking for a shot there. Strong first half. Close first half.
Yeah. I mean, it's what you expect out of a first game. I mean, both teams are really pumped up and fired up, and there are things that just aren't maybe clicking offensively like they will 2 weeks from now and 2 months from now. But, we talked about it being a learning experience. Both coaches can go in the locker room and talk about this and this, come back out here, and in the second half we'll see how teams settle in here. Both teams can see what the other team's doing defensively to them a little bit and can figure out a counterattack to it.
Yeah, I certainly think whatever West Hancock did in between first and second quarter adjusted enough to start to settle down a little bit. But again, this game is long from over, and we've got two teams here that are hungry. They, nobody wants to lose the first game.
Yeah.
And so again, as they settle and compete, it'll be fun to see how the second half plays out.
Chance to start off your season undefeated, and both these teams have proved they've had some quality things to work off of going into this second half. What would be a strong second half from both sides?
I think for Washington, I think they want to keep up that defensive intensity. They've kind of forced West Hancock to do some things they probably didn't really want to do. Take some shots maybe they didn't want. But, keep playing good defense without fouling and maybe a little bit more consistency on the offensive end. They went through a little bit of a drought there scoring-wise. But I would think those are the two things Coach Schimmerhorn's probably looking at.
All right, we are going to go back down to the studio, set for a good second half here. We'll see what's going on down there.
The 2025 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Health Care Cancer Institute. OSF Health Care Cancer Institute brings world-class cancer care close to home by combining advanced technology, leading specialists, and personalized support for every person. From diagnosis to recovery to survivorship, we're here for you. by the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 20th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Titan Industries is honored to sponsor the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, honoring Kevin's legacy, celebrating our community, and standing united in the fight against glioblastoma. Best of luck to every team in this year's tournament. Play hard, have fun, and enjoy every second.
Hey, my name's Sky Gillespie. I'm joined by Avery Tibbs, and we're here in the Upstream Group Auto Tournament Central. Avery, you and your Washington girls just played one heck of a game. I know you guys are very familiar with this tournament. You guys are obviously the hosts, but talk to me about your emotions from that game. I mean, it was just the second game of the tournament, but it's already looking like it could be a contender for game of the tournament.
Yeah, no, that game being down 12 at halftime, something we're not really used to. You know, we're always trying to have the lead, but we really just came together in the locker room as a team and just were like, if we focus on the little things, pass the ball more, don't dribble more, the little things like that, like it'll add up to the big things, and it showed that like in a big time atmosphere like this, like we can still stand out.
And in case you did miss the game, Avery put up 27 points, one heck of a game. But talk to me. I know you guys are used to the spotlight. You guys finished third in state last year, and you guys had a huge crowd. They had this gym was absolutely packed. So talk to me about how this home court advantage helped you out and helped the team out.
It's just really awesome, you know, like at school, like it felt like we were the talk of school, like everyone's going to the girls' game, and that's just really good for women's basketball because you don't really see that a lot. So just women's basketball becoming more popular, it's really just important to us, like having the atmosphere and the community supporting us. I'll just be at the store and have people come up to me and just be like, I'm so excited for your season. So it's just really cool to see everyone supporting us, and we have success when that happens.
Yeah, and you guys finished 36-2 last year. Just one loss in conference play in the Mid-Illini. What, if anything, how can you improve upon last season? What's kind of the mindset? What is everyone telling you on how you can improve? What's the goal for this season?
The goal for this season, I mean, it's pretty much everyone's goal. You know, we want to get to Redbird, but it's just we take it game by game, right? So we have a game next week. It's East Peoria. Like, we can't look past that. So we're just trying to take it game by game. Really just come together as a team. Our goals, we have mini goals, and then we also have big goals, but like State Farm, Mid-Illini. That Mid-Illini loss last year was something like it wasn't expected, but you know, and then walking out at Redbird and seeing the community again, just a very community supporting us, it was just really awesome.
Yeah, and like I mentioned earlier, you guys have been at the top for a while. You guys are kind of the hunted right now. How does that feel? I know you said you can't take any game for granted, but having that mindset, knowing everybody wants to take that title from you, how does that feel, and how does it feel for the team?
We talk about that pressure is a privilege. So having this pressure on us is just something we've all learned to live with. We know everyone's going to give us their best, whether they're going to throw different defenses at us, try to do anything to stop us. But really just, like I said earlier, taking it game by game, we want to try to come together as a team.
And what has it meant for this team having the addition of a freshman coming in? I know you guys your class is really strong. You guys have a lot of team chemistry. But adding a star freshman, what's that been like?
It's been awesome for her to come in and be able to run point at varsity basketball, playing girls that are 4 years older than her. It just really shows the confidence she already has. When our senior class is gone, I hope she's going to take over the program and lead it. So her just coming in as point guard, putting me off the ball, putting Mazzy off the ball, getting us at shooting guard, it really just helps out the team and makes it so we can have different threats on the court.
So Kevin Brown Tournament of Champions. What has been your favorite memory so far playing in this tournament?
Probably just seeing the community there, in all the student section, like I said earlier, women's basketball doesn't really get looked at a lot. So just seeing everyone behind us, supporting us, it's really just awesome. I also grew up being a ball girl, so the translation from starting as literally a little girl, being a ball girl, and then going up into being able to play in the TOC, it's just really been awesome.
And you've mentioned the growth of girls basketball, not just in this community, but honestly worldwide.
Yeah.
Do you have a favorite women's basketball player?
I'm going to go with Caitlin Clark. That's
Yeah.
probably most people's answer, but what she's done for women's basketball has completely changed the world. I would say that she's the reason that some people are here today, right? You know, like they think that, you know, maybe the next Caitlin's playing here. We played a really good team with really good girls that had offers anywhere, so it's really cool.
And it's Turkey Week, it's Thanksgiving
Yeah.
week. Aside from basketball, what are your Thanksgiving plans?
Really, I'm just going to be here. My parents work the hospitality room. My dad runs clinics, so we don't really get a Thanksgiving, but I'm just really glad to be able to be here. I do stats, so I'll be here doing stats at the TOC table. So we're pretty much just being here and soaking in the best basketball in the world.
So Avery, you're a senior now, but you committed to McKendree.
Yeah.
What went into that process?
McKendree's always been there for me. Their coaches were the first ones to reach out to me, like that date where they could reach out. I called them. They've always been so present. Coaching-wise, love them, love their play style. And then I already know a few girls there, and then they have the academics I'm looking for, so it was overall the perfect fit.
Awesome. Well, I'm Sky Gillespie. This is Avery Tibbs. Back to you fellas in the booth.
Back in, I think we're live. Yeah, we are live. Welcome back for the second half here. Jim, Jeff, we were talking about kind of some keys for both of these two teams coming out of that first half. And for West Hancock, it seems like we were all pretty much in unison on that. Jim, I'll start with you.
Well, I'd say for West Hancock, the big keys for this second half, I think, is to get Cooper Knowles as involved in the offense as humanly possible. They also need to match the physicality that Washington is brought to the table. Washington came out, popped them in the mouth from the get-go, and really haven't stopped. So West Hancock really has to match that physicality and get Cooper Knowles more involved in the offense.
You know, I think a lot of people, when you say match physicality or match intensity, you're saying they're not playing hard. That's not it at all.
Right.
They are, but it's just you can't emulate it in practice. We've said that 2 or 3 times already, but it's just like you don't see it, and
Right.
so until you experience it, and it's not about I'll be more physical than the other team because that's how you get in foul trouble.
Right.
You just have to react to it. You have to anticipate it and be able to make something happen.
Yeah, we've talked about it a couple times where guys are cutting through the lane, and I think it was Aiden Kinnear who's done just about everything today. Somebody from West Hancock cutting through the lane, and Aiden Kinnear just bumped him, just gave him a little chest bump and got him off course. And again, it's just that kind of action that the Titans have to match.
Titans up top. Crowley driving inside. He's up top of the key to Froman. Froman, three-point opportunity. Great start to the second half for them. That's a renewal by Anderson three-pointer.
That's one thing we talked about off the air was if the Titans get the ball down towards the basket, the teammates can't collapse. Well, look at that. Well, like you said earlier, Teddy, that Washington seems to be answering everything the Titans do on a big scale, and sure enough, there it is again.
If you're the Titans, you got to find some way to string together a couple of possessions just like that.
2 quick baskets there from Hunter Froman, and he looks like he came out ready to play here this third quarter.
Got a good shot coming out of halftime. Dean Davidson over to Kaminsky. Sorry, Aiden Kinnear. Give it to the hot hand. Froman's got it. Drives inside on Davidson. And they'll call him for a travel. But besides that, like we just said, Froman, great start to this second half.
And that might have been one of the things that Coach said at halftime, like, who's our leader? Because again, it's been a big. You can see Kinnear stepping up for the Panthers, But who's stepping up for the Titans? And maybe Froman thought, you know what, I'll take a crack at it.
Whistles will blow there.
Got an illegal screen call there on Dean Davidson, and the Panthers tried to reverse that against that zone, and a little bit of movement on that screen.
Guys, I'm really curious to see with, this approach in the second half of stretching the floor a little bit by Froman, how that's going to open things up for Knowles, who they've been hunting to have a great game from the beginning, but James Johnson and the rest of the Panthers have really been on him down low. So maybe stretching the floor can open that up for him. They give it to Knowles. Handoff is turned over, and whistle will blow up on Jordan Crowley, trying just a little too much contact on Kaminsky.
Yeah, I can see the whole Washington bench trying to get their intentional foul, just like the girls had earlier. But he actually made a play towards the hands and the ball, which is why refs did not grant an intentional foul there.
Kaminsky inbounds to James Johnson. Driving right, passes to the corner. Kaminsky again. 3-point ball bobbles around, recovered by Davidson. Gives it up top to Vanderheit. Corner again. That one will fall. Dean Davidson. First points of the second half.
What we're seeing from this Panther team is anybody can knock it down from beyond the arc, which again is going to spread that defense.
Braden Hurt, guarded by Vanderheit. Gives it up to Froman. Froman Hezzy driving inside. It'll be a foul on Davidson. Now Froman will shoot two, and we know he can shoot them.
Jim, one of the things you talked about was Wes Hancock having a little bit better spacing when the ball goes into the post. There it wasn't a post pass into Knowles, but a little dribble penetration. But Froman stayed out on the outside, so now the defense has longer to recover to you. And guess what? If they come flying at you, you can dribble by like he did there and draws a foul.
This is a big high school court. It's a great court to play on. You use all of it. There's no reason not to.
There's always a fine line about standing around, but creating space is not standing around.
Right.
For the Titans, Wade Gooding, the 6'2" junior, checks in. Don't believe we've seen him. Oh.
He was in a little bit in the first half.
Okay.
Not sure.
Inbounding for Washington.
Got a
foul there on
called
Knowles on a push off the free throw miss.
I'm not sure if he got him in the back on the rebound. Which again, what are you going to do against Johnson? It's either got to get there early and get low, or you're going to foul him.
Yeah.
Shoney has it up top. Driving inside, jump over, dishes to the left side corner. 3-point shot won't go. Bobbled and fought for by Johnson. Gives it up top. Kinnear finds a man. Dean Davidson slowing things down. Johnson one-on-one. Drives in right, uses that physicality to find a man. Puts up a shot at the end of the clock. Won't go.
A little bit of forced possession for the Panthers.
Athletic finish there by Hunter Froman.
I tell you, I think a lot of people are wondering where was Hunter Froman in the first half?
He's been a different player since coming out of halftime.
I suspect all of West Hancock is happy that he showed up.
Score still relatively close. Score here could take the lead. 30-31 Washington lead.
Little two-man game there with Froman and Knowles. Kind of isolate them there and use the ball screen in the roll. Johnson picks up that foul.
That's one of the things I talked about in the first half is those guards have to come off of Knowles tight so they can at least pick one of the guys off, so when Knowles rolls, the other defender has to choose.
Back to that combo. Knowles tried to give Froman another three-point opportunity off the screen, but it won't fall. James Johnson and Vanderheit coming down the court together. Finds the corner man. Back to Vanderheit. In the corner is Davidson. Off the back of the rim. Fought for by Johnson. Goes up for the dunk. Knowles a little too much for it, but the Panthers continue to fight for the ball, and that one will go out of bounds in favor of the Titans. But what a possession, though. Didn't come up with points, but, I mean, that's the physicality Washington's played with all game.
Just a frustrating possession there for Washington again. You can see that West Hancock is starting to match a little bit of that physicality intensity we talked about.
Pass right to Vanderheit. Davidson back over. Johnson tries to find the man in the corner, and it's tipped, but then he tips it right back to go out of bounds.
For the I don't want to pick on any young man, but the moment he had that ball, we all saw his eyes go up.
Yep.
And James Johnson thought, you know what, I'm going to get the steal because I know exactly where you're going.
Roman guarded by Davidson goes the opposite side of the screen. Pick and roll back down to Knowles, and what a slam by Knowles. That's
Again,
what they
just kind of isolated that two-man game.
It's a Martin Tech sponsored dunk, and that might be the energy that this whole game West Hancock's been looking for from Knowles, and that possession right there could be a turning point for him.
So many times you know what you're capable of, but until you get that opportunity, I mean, a play like that right there may be the spark that tells them, hey, we can do what we're capable of doing.
That timeout is brought to you by Intercon Power. This Power Up timeout is brought to you by Intercon Engineering, celebrating 50 years keeping communities powered. Intercon delivers cutting-edge industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit interconpower.com and engineer your future with us. Thank you to them. Yeah, I mean, I think you look at that possession, just exactly how I think this whole game has led to them. I mean, they get it in the hand of Froman, who's had this hot second half.
Yep.
And he's able to get a little bit more attention. That first half would have been completely on Knowles down low. Opens up a one-on-one opportunity for him to get the points.
And here you see a little bit of a switch of defense, going to a 2-3 zone.
Continuing to swing things around the perimeter. Finds Davidson in the high post. Wide open Vanderheit in the corner. Aren't able to respond with that one. Rebounded by Froman. Crossing over middle. Gets the screen by Knowles. Braden Hurt. With Gooding driving inside. A lot of physicality. A little bit off the mark.
I've never been that high up in my life to have to choice of like, I can't touch this or it's goaltending.
Been that high to have to, I can't rebound this yet.
Yeah, exactly. It's big three for Kaminsky.
There by the Panthers.
Good skip pass by Vanderheit, finds Kaminsky in the corner, puts the Panthers back on top.
Renewal by Anderson, three-point shot. Whistles will blow there. That foul will be on Aiden Kinnear, the second of the game.
You know, Knowles and Johnson, I don't think have sat down this game, and we're going to start to see fatigue set in between those two. The way they've been banging back and forth, I think we're going to see somebody's going to have to give. If not, they're both going to sleep all the way back home or wherever they're sleeping tonight.
First shots there by Jordan Crowley won't go. And if, a couple trips to the line now for West Hancock. And I'm not exactly sure the true shooting percentage for it, but if they would have hit a few more of those free throws, they'd be in control of this game right now.
Right.
Rebounded by Johnson, gives it to Vanderheit on the wide side. Swings it
Another
to the
good
other corner.
skip pass.
Rebounded by Johnson. The quick feet by Vanderheit.
That's the right call. Yeah, I almost want to say to Knowles, let him have it. Let him have it.
That's exactly what I was saying. It's like they just threw it into a 6'1 or 6'2 guy. You don't need physical contact.
Yeah. What are you worried about here?
Johnson hands off to Vanderheit. Vanderheit, top of the key to Kinnear. Kinnear gets doubled, trying to find a man. Gives it to Johnson. Threads the needle down low, dishes back around. Kinnear for three. Johnson went up for the slam, wasn't there. Fought for by Vanderheit. perimeter centric so far this game. It's worked out for them. They haven't really had to go inside, and Knowles is obviously securing it downstairs, but yeah, that floater.
And I don't mean that you don't try to go inside against a big guy like that. You really do. But, you know, you have to be smart about it. You have to get the shot off quicker than he's ready for you to take it. And
gives it to Johnson, finds a man in the corner, and that one's blocked away as well by Froman.
Yep. I'll say this much. I'd like to see Johnson be a little bit more aggressive to the hoop. Get another dribble in, collapse the defense in a little bit more, then kick. He was so aggressive in the first half, and maybe it is fatigue, but great steal.
The other side, Kinnear gets the ball back. Guarded by Crowley. Driving inside, Kinnear gets it to fall. He's really showcased it all tonight.
good drive by Kinnear all the way to the bucket.
Right.
Froman gives it to Knowles. A little too much contact there by Vanderheit. And Knowles will shoot too.
Just under a minute to go here.
First one falls for the big man. Really, like we mentioned, just the modern day big men, and not only just professional basketball, but even down to the high school level like we're seeing now. The ability to stretch the floor, something you wouldn't have seen 20 years ago.
Not at all. Not at all.
One of the best shooters on the team, although he does not able to come up with the second one. Finds the other corner to Kaminsky. He gives it to Kinnear. Kinnear guarded tightly by Crowley. Johnson will have it at the logo, guarded by Hurt. Driving inside, sees Kaminsky in the corner. Swings it other side, Vanderheit, back rim. Fought for. And the jump ball will be awarded to Washington.
Held ball, but Frome was on the baseline down there. Panthers will get another possession here. 31.5 in the
time winding down here in the third quarter. Kinnear gives it down low to Johnson. Johnson feeds it back corner, wide open. One won't fall. Driving inside, Crowley. Gives it off to Knowles. Knowles for the deep three-point
That's a big
bucket.
three.
That one will fall.
Big three for Knowles.
Vanderheit in quick transition.
It's one of those situations where Johnson's going to have to close out on him.
Through three. Our monitor up here in the booth is not on. We can't really see the scoreboard. We're trying to pull it up here. Through live scores. We're all tied at 36. Thank you to Jonathan Michael down in the studio. Thirty, 36 is the score. I'm not sure what ads are on the screen. I'm going to read a couple here off of my list. So, first of all, we want to thank the City of Washington. City of Washington welcomes you to the 20th annual Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city for its strong quality of life and deserves a diverse mix of business and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer on your visit to the city. As well as Titan Industries. Titan Industries is honored to sponsor the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, honoring Kevin's legacy, celebrating our community, and standing united in the fight against glioblastoma. Looks like we got Intercon on the screen. Thank you, Jim. Intercon, this Power Up Timeout is brought to you by Intercon Engineering. Celebrate 50 years and keeping communities powered. Intercon delivers cutting-edge industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit interconpowered.com and engineer your future with us. We get set for this fourth quarter action. Hopefully, we got most of the reads off. Can't see. Froman trying to give it to Knowles, and he gets it off the tip. finds Hurt in the corner. Ball won't touch, recovered by Kaminsky.
Not yet.
Johnson over to Davidson, back to Kaminsky. Kaminsky give it to Vanderheide on the left side. Swings it. Johnson on the right. Guarded by Hurt. Playing off that right corner, finds Kaminsky. Open three, won't be able to fall. Froman gets the rebound, swings it over. Crowley hands it off to Knowles, won't go.
Tough call against Johnson there. He just walled up, but the body to body, it's the right call.
Chance to break the tie. First one bobbles all the way around. Won't go for Knowles. Still 36-36. Second one won't either. Chance for Washington to break the tie now. Right, traveling up court. And timeouts will be called. We got a close one, guys. 7 minutes left in this
I
fourth
tell you,
quarter.
it's again another great game, right where we want to be in terms of having good games. I mean, this is good. This is good stuff. But
all right, during this timeout, we're going to like to thank Intercon Power once again. This Power Up timeout is brought to you by Intercon Engineering, celebrating 50 years of keeping communities powered. Intercon delivers cutting-edge industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit interconpower.com and engineer your future with us. Kaminsky inbounds, passes it to Vanderheit. Guarded by Crowley. Waving off the screen. Dishes low to Johnson. Johnson decides to spin move inside on Knowles. A little bit of a different approach. 3-point ball by Kaminsky won't go. Rebounded by Knowles.
I'm fascinated by how much Wes Hancock helps.
Great hustle by Johnson.
Defense underneath the basket. You know, Johnson got the ball there and four guys collapsed and they keep kicking it out. And I would say, you know what?
We talked about, you know, when you're undersized, how do you battle? You know, that's how you do it.
I think it's habit. Yeah.
Yeah, you draw the defense and it creates openings for other teammates.
Knowles going inside. Gets the contact and one. Definitely a strong second half, or a better second half for him.
Much
He's been able
better.
to open up
Much
his game
better.
for
Yeah.
sure.
He plays so well going downhill that they needed to get him some more opportunities going towards the hoop.
Now, I think, you know, on the other side of the ball, like you guys were mentioning, when you have a guy like Knowles who is able to have the size advantage against Johnson, although he's been very physical, Washington has made their living tonight through the three ball. And so I think you kind of got to stop collapsing a little bit, like you guys mentioned, and trust your big man down low.
Jeff, I think you're absolutely right. It's absolutely habit for those guys.
Yes.
If somebody gets in, they just go.
Froman driving in, wide open lane. Bobbles in and out, rebounded by Kinnear.
I think we're seeing a little bit of fatigue from Washington, which has given Hancock the ability to just get right to the hoop.
Johnson gets a lane. Knowles facing the other side, but great defensive versatility to be able to turn around, but he did step out of bounds. A chance for stuff to slow down a little bit for Washington here and really make a good possession out of you. You don't want to get accumulated points here in this fourth quarter to go against you. Rio Schoen inbounds. Braden Hurt guarding. Splits the defense to Johnson, back out to Davidson. Johnson tries the 3-ball. Cooper Knowles says no. Maintain possession. Gives it back to Johnson. Davidson in the corner. Swinging outside. Shot by Kinnear. He was hot in that first half. Hasn't had
That's
going
about
for him
4
since.
possessions in a row, the same exact thing.
Yeah.
Washington's going to have to start mixing it up to find something new.
They're continue to get the shots they want to get.
Right.
They're just not falling right now. I'm surprised Johnson hasn't settled for maybe that mid-range because they're getting the ball in at the high post and he's wide open, and he can make that. So I mean that might be a place where they want to try to attack.
Absolutely great point because I saw it there, and it's just would be a perfect opportunity. Or have one of the guys who are sitting in the corner, he gets it. They're all staying wide, which I get it. But if throws that fake, pulls out Knowles, and dump it down to somebody who sneaks in onto the block. But again, we're awesome coaches up here.
Well, and you and I both know one of the toughest things to rebound out of is his own defense.
Right.
Because you tend to your players tend to stand around and watch the ball.
Right.
And you shot fake and you see somebody and you turn, and it's easier to offensive rebound. So if you send guys to the boards, you can get a second chance opportunity.
You guys are surely making my job easier over here, knowing everything. I like to feel smart by association with you guys here in this fourth quarter.
There'll be people argue with you, but that's okay.
That timeout brought to you by Intercon Power.
I'm sure Coach Schermerhorn or Coach Dahl, listening to this later tonight or later this week, is going to say, I want Jeff and Jim over for dinner, and I'll tell them exactly what I think of their coaching prowess, which will probably not be very kind.
Giving it over to Hunter Froman. Had a strong third quarter. Gets Braden hurt. Looks like he's trying to talk to
A little
Cooper Knowles
miscommunication,
there.
absolutely.
I think Wes Hancock came out of that running a set, and the Panthers sort of took that ball screen and roll away.
3-point opportunity off the mark by Davidson. Gets their own miss. Keeps it in. Backcourt violation there.
Somebody has to call that.
Give it a couple seconds where they didn't.
Yeah. Yeah, I kind of want to tell Coach Dahl, you got the call.
Yeah.
You got the call. I get you're frustrated, but you got the call.
Braden Hurt to inbound. Again to Froman. Fakes the handoff. Hurt back over. Shoots it down low. 3-point opportunity of their own won't fall. Johnson and Kinnear taking it up for the Panthers. Splits in. That ball tipped away and out of bounds. It'll stay with Washington.
When both defenses are doing a good job making shots difficult, no matter where they're coming from. The Panthers are getting most of theirs from beyond the arc, and they're just not going in. About halfway here through the fourth.
Really closing in on that final buzzer. Washington swinging it around. Good ball movement. Davidson, bounce pass down to Johnson. He finds a man out for three. Offensive rebound, but fought out of bounds. It'll stay with the Panthers.
Great effort by Rio Shoney there going to the offensive board. Gets the ball out of bounds off of Wes Hancock. Panthers will maintain possession.
Kinnear will inbound for them. Still trailing by 3. Just above 3.5 minutes here. Johnson splits the defense, and there's that mid-range you guys were talking about off the back iron.
I like the idea of that.
Good hustle by Craighead.
And finally getting one to fall.
That's a big hit. They needed that. They absolutely needed that.
Cut the lead down to 1. Whistles will blow there. Yeah, that was a huge possession for Washington to really keep their hopes up in this game. Getting down to the closing minutes and a 1-point lead for West Hancock. Wade Gooding over to Crowley. They're driving inside, creating some space. Fake the screen. Knowles doubled down low. Hands off to Hurt. He tries to drive inside. Spin move. Mid-range jumper off the front of the rim.
I think Washington's done a great job of showing patience right now. Work around. But I think showing the patience, waiting for their shot, has really worked for them the second half of this quarter, at least this quarter.
You know, it's these tight games here in the last couple of minutes where no one wants you to play faster than the people in the crowd.
Absolutely.
And as a player, you know, that's where your poise and your patience really become a factor.
Time winding down. I'm really curious to see how this home crowd, how loud they start to get in this tight game.
Good cut by Knowles across the lane.
Pretty open mid-range shot there. Wasn't able to fall. Davidson guarded by Crowley. Hands off. Jackson threading through the middle. Corner drive, back up top to Johnson. Three-point shot is good.
Big hit. 14.
That's huge for Colt Craighead as well. Coming off the turnover a possession ago. Way to bounce back for him.
Big hit for Craighead.
You know, the Panthers have a lot of guys that are kind of playing, are not necessarily high volume three-point shooters. You know, Craighead's maybe taken a couple. You know, Lucas made one in the first half. Kinnear made a lot in the first half, but it's one of those that, you know, any one of those guys can make one, and they know it. It's a confidence that you have to have as a player.
1 minute 40 left here in the final quarter. Crowley driving left. Blocked by Johnson, but whistles blow before.
I think the foul might be on Craighead before the block.
What a play by Johnson, though. I know it doesn't count, but really got up there for that block.
But, you know, the best thing about the block is that it doesn't allow the and one. You know, I tell guys all the time, do not give up on a play, even if you foul them, because if they get the shot off and it goes in, it counts.
Well, and I think Colton Craighead got beat to the strong hand there, and I'm sure Coach Schermerhorn would prefer to turn him back to the middle and make him go to his weak hand.
Right.
First free throw for Crowley does fall. Now you're starting to hear it. I don't know if you guys heard that by the fans. But
yeah.
This is where it's going to start getting pretty intense for the away team.
Well, and again, you know, with the shot clock, completely different game because, you know, I can guarantee you, bet my firstborn grandson on the fact that Coach Schermerhorn would have held this for 1 minute and 30 seconds for the last shot.
All tied up at 41, 1 minute 30 left here in the fourth quarter. Nice move. Real showing the freshman getting some good minutes here in the first game of the season.
Yeah, he's playing a great game.
Johnson beats his man inside, dishing over to the corner. Big time three.
Dean Davidson from the corner.
And you just talked about it, Jeff, that any one of them at any given time. A legal screen.
How good is Johnson as a facilitator? I think that's something we haven't mentioned. Just his ability, he's mainly the main one when it comes to being down low. But just how the offense flows through him on the switches, and he's so good at seeing the open man. Definitely an underrated part of his game.
You were talking about matching physicality. That's one where, you know, you're a little tired. You're trying to set a ball screen and you're not quite set. You lean a little bit. The ref sees it. I mean, and have they called it all game? No, but they see it. And you know, whether it's fatigue or whether it's sloppiness, you know, it's one of those teaching things that you can take from this game.
Right.
This timeout brought to you by Intercon Power. just under a minute to go. But back to that Intercon Power. This Power Up timeout is brought to you by Intercon Engineering, celebrating 50 years in keeping communities powered. Intercon delivers cutting-edge industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit interconpower.com and engineer your future with us. Jim, Jeff, moments winding down. In fact, we only have 1 moment left in this game.
Yeah.
59 seconds to go. We need a big play out of West Hancock if they want a chance to win this game, down by 3. You got to respond to a big-time 3 by Washington.
Yeah, I would almost attack the rim, get your 2, and see how your defense holds. But here's the trouble: is that West Hancock has only fouled once this quarter.
Well, and this is a situation again where, without a shot clock, this would be in the back pocket. You'd have to come foul. But
right.
Panthers are going to have to take
That's
a shot.
That's right.
Here.
It's Panthers ball right now. I forgot about that.
Oh, yeah. Davidson's inbounding. Gives it up to Kinnear. Had the hot hand in the first half. Now Johnson slowing things down. Forces Knowles to come up and guard. It over to Davidson. Guarded by Froman. Craig had the 3 a moment ago to take the lead.
That's 20 seconds wasted with no foul. I'm surprised.
Now remind me, will the shot clock reset completely there on the foul?
I think it goes to 20.
Okay. We can't see it from where we are.
Right, folks. We apologize. Beautiful new gym renovation and ductwork has completely blocked our view from everything.
That's one of the problems with waiting so long to take that foul is if it resets at 20,
Johnson again in that same position, top left, Knowles guarding.
The way people are counting, maybe not.
The end of the shot clock. Good layup attempt there. I mean, kind of exactly how it would be drawn up. It just can't fall. 3-point shot is open, but they will choose to go inside, and whistles will blow on Washington.
That'll put them at the line shooting 2.
That's one where I think as soon as he puts that on the floor, you let him take that to the basket and guard the line. You got to scatter and find those shooters because he was going to pass that out to somebody wide open on the weak side.
Timeout called there. Panthers timeout. Timeout brought to you by
See if they can do a little icing timeout or see what they'll set up if he makes the first and perhaps attempts to miss the second. I would try to make both. Just get both in if you can and play a little 5 seconds worth of defense. But again, they only have 2 team fouls. And again, they've been up for some of the quarter, but a little bit more foresight to have yourself in a better position to put them at the line. They let 20 seconds rattle off without much pressure.
When you got to cover a lot of things here. I mean, hey, he can make them both. We can be down 1.
Right.
Here's what we're going to do. If he makes the first one, are we going to try to miss the second one? We got a 6'7", 6'8" kid that can maybe get an offensive rebound for us. I mean, a lot of options. And every coach practices these at the end of practice. You do go through a game situation like this. So, this is where this will pay off.
Washington coming out of the break first. These free throws, see how they impact the score. It's one of those rare situations like you guys talked about with the timeouts or with the fouls. You kind of wish you had fouled earlier in the game. It's difficult, but at the same time, keeping the game clean has caused maybe a couple points to be not on the scoreboard. It's a give and take. First free throw attempt by Crowley is up and good.
Not much question about that one.
Well, my guess, without knowing the West Hancock personnel as much, they may be in a situation where their bench isn't as deep, and so staying out of foul trouble is really a key as well.
It's got to be important.
The second one is good. 1 point Washington lead. Another timeout called. Washington student section there getting real loud for those free throws, and you can only imagine what a victory would turn out to be on the decibel levels. Timeout brought to you by Intercon Power.
Well, it certainly makes the next 10 seconds critical. And again, West Hancock, if they can give it a great 5 seconds of defense, force a bad pass, force it out of bounds, great. If not, they got to – I don't even know. Maybe can you get 3 fouls in 10 seconds? That's a tall order.
Well, you certainly don't want to shy away from them. I mean, you got to go after the basketball here. Washington does have to get it across half court. 10.6, 10-second violation if they don't. I don't think you really want to put it down in those last 0.6 seconds, but, they do have that to their advantage.
And coming up after this one, you have O'Fallon and Morton, which will, of course, be another great game for opening day.
And you'll put Knowles on the ball.
Yeah. Not a bad idea at all.
No.
High energy on the inbound from Davidson. Gives it to Johnson. Fouled right away.
Now, the difference here is now Washington's got to inbound from the spot. You can't run the baseline. And that'll make it a little tougher to get in, especially with that big guy all over you.
Right.
Only 1 second off the clock in that one. So potentially you could see the 3 fouls if you keep it to that time.
Got a timeout Washington here to make sure they set this inbound play. Like 9 seconds even.
I will say this for both sides. Coach Dahl, Coach Schermerhorn, very well-coached game, especially dealing with, like we talked about, getting those jitters of the first game of the season out of the way. Definitely has come down to just the polishing of these players, but overall the coaching of this game has been phenomenal. We're seeing it late into it.
I got to assume those guys are having the time of their lives. I sure hope. I think they're worried about how this game's going to turn out.
Yeah.
The nervous Washington fan. Got a close one. 2 great Washington games tonight, regardless of the outcome. What a way to open up a week of basketball. Washington will come in. Jackson Vanderheit checking in. Davidson inbounding. Gives it to Jack. Johnson, wide open for a little bit. Ooh. Swings it over to Vanderheit. Whistles blow right away.
That's a dangerous pass, that long
it
diagonal.
Really is.
You're just 1 foot in front of that, you can get a turnover and go
down.
I was
going to say, if he was a second earlier, they're going the other way.
I think they have one more to give. One more foul, I think.
Yeah.
5 seconds to go. Got to foul quick and could potentially be able to see a shot go off on the other side, but Downing. 2 seconds off the clock on that one.
This is one where, as a coach, I prefer to make that pass toward my basket instead of in the back. I mean, somebody slips and falls, somebody goes off their hand. I mean,
there have been so many scenario stories where you've seen it happen, and it's just.
Maybe that's because we're old and we've seen way too many games.
I wasn't going to call out that part of it, but as long as it's out there, yes, that is the reason.
First free throw by Jackson Vanderheit is up and good. Gives it to a 2-point lead. 4 seconds off on the clock if they miss. Have to get down the court really quickly. Second shot off the front of the rim. And timeout will be called. You can feel the anticipation building in this gym.
It's
their last timeout, so they'll have.
Yeah, they're done. So.
Timeout brought to you by Intercon Power.
But again, folks, this is what the TOC is made for, these kind of opportunities.
Intercon Power. This Power Up Timeout is brought to you by Intercon Engineering, celebrating 50 years of keeping communities powered. Intercon delivers cutting-edge industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit interconpower.com and engineer your future with us. Guys, 3 seconds is plenty of enough time to get a shot off.
Oh, yeah. Well, and I think you see Knowles right here on the free throw line. My guess is this ball is going to go deep to him, and he's going to have 3.5, 3.6 seconds to make a move on James Johnson.
James Johnson also played for the football team, that's all I'll say. High point pass might not be ideal. Goes to Knowles. Froman for a shot.
2 hands on the back and no call.
Wow. And Coach Jeff Dahl is furious. I mean, that was a clear foul.
Wow, that is.
Handshake
Well, you know what?
begins.
The game's over, folks. Washington wins 45-43, but I'll tell you, that was touchy.
Yep.
I appreciate I appreciate Coach Dahl's frustration, but you know what? It's a no call. Game's over. You got to move on.
Yeah, I mean, you can point to a lot of things. The last second, maybe call and maybe no call. Did the dunk count? But you can look at the free throw line.
Yeah.
You can look at so many things in a basketball game.
It's high school basketball.
You never want to have to rely on that to help you win a game.
No, absolutely not. And if that's what you're relying on, then it's there's more perhaps that should have been done in quarters 1 through 4. But again, kudos to both teams for a hard-fought game.
Absolutely.
I mean, that is and as we talked about pregame and in the first quarter, both teams will be able to take this game, and they have their punch list now of what needs to be worked on.
I think you look at West Hancock, obviously heartbreaking at the end of that, but like you mentioned, some small things to work on. Like I talked about it earlier in that first half or beginning of the second. Just, you hit a couple more of your free throws with all the trips to the line you had. I mean, that could be the differential in this game. And I hate to say that with Coach Jeff Dahl. If he were to watch this back, I understand his frustration, especially with that last play. But like you said, there's some factors that could definitely have swayed things.
And 100%, he drew up a great play with 3.6.
I was just going to say the same thing.
You know what? I mean,
perfect.
Knowles comes up and gets it right back to Froman on the dead run and is pulling up to take a game-winning 3. I mean, when you're a coach in that situation, you know as well as I do, those don't always work.
Right.
But I want them to have the opportunity to work. And right there, I can go in and say, guys, that's why we practice this. That's why, we're going to work on this again. And you ought to have the confidence to know that it's going to work.
And again, like, will Coach Dahl question himself and say, should you have gone for the layup? Should I had him take a jumper, what have you? That play was done perfectly. The 3 was the right move. I love it. I would
even say this. Not only was it designed well, and Frome gets a great look, but you don't see Knowles stand at half court, make the pass, and watch his teammate shoot it. He crashes the boards
100%.
and throws it home after the buzzer, according to the officials. So, I mean, all the way around, that is a well-designed play, and it's well coached, and he should feel good about that.
Right.
Well, Jim, Jeff, appreciate you guys joining me in for what was an awesome game.
Yeah,
we've been treated
absolutely.
Some great games so far in this tournament. Only 3 games in, it feels like we've gotten to watch a ton of great basketball already.
We have.
And we've got one more game for the local team, the Morton Potters. See how they bounce back this season. And, we're going to toss it back down to the studio. Thank you guys for joining me up here.
Sounds good. Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Cancer Institute brings world-class cancer care close to home by combining advanced technology, leading specialists, and personalized support for every person. From diagnosis to recovery to survivorship, we're here for you. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 20th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Titan Industries is honored to sponsor the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, honoring Kevin's legacy, celebrating our community, and standing united in the fight against glioblastoma. Best of luck to every team in this year's tournament. Play hard, have fun, and enjoy every second.
Wow, what a game we just witnessed. What a finish. Wow, that was spectacular. I'm glad you guys got to watch it here on Clutch Sports IL. My name's Sky Gillespie. I'm joined by Devin Moore to my left. We're here in the Updrink Group Auto Sales Tournament Central. Devin, tell me a little about yourself, man.
Well, I am, I guess by trade I sell commercial insurance, but during this week I start a concession stand extravaganza and really try to help coordinate that from, excuse me, all the ordering food early on, and then now being able to serve it to the group.
So what's on the agenda? I know tonight we had some Culvers. That was lovely. What's coming the week ahead?
Well, that's true. So that's on the hospitality side, which is, that's an area for our VIPs to come hang out. Our donors, all of them get to enjoy some meals and spend some time together. Just eating at the tables. But we had Culver's tonight. We've got Butch's Pizza. We've got some taco bars from Countryside later on. We've got a lot of food to cherish all of the donors and really make them feel special while they're here.
So I know you mentioned you're more on the concession side. So what's that like working with students, working with the other volunteers and whatnot?
So it gets a little bit tricky, right? Students, planning their schedules and getting here, and sometimes you've got kids that are new to it and all, so you've got to train them in every facet, whether it's taking cash or card at the line, or whether it's teaching them how to make a pizza, pretzels, pour cheese into a cup, restock the cooler. There's a lot of different tasks for us back there.
So let's say you're a kid and you're coming to this game. What would have been your go-to concessions order?
Oh, concessions order back in the day, probably popcorn. I still am a sucker for popcorn. You just can't beat it.
You really can, especially when you got that good salt in there too, and that's my go-to as well.
It is. It's good. Have you checked anything out in there yet? Did you get any Culver's?
I got Culver's. Culver's is my favorite fast food restaurant, so being from the Midwest, you kind of have to like Culver's. So
that's right.
Had me some chicken tendies from Culver's and custard as well. They are spoiling us over here.
The good news is we have a lot of custard in the back for us the rest of the week, so that'll be a treat for us.
Not only are they spoiling us with the food, but with the good gameplay. There's been some incredibly close games so far, and we're just getting started. We got a long week left, but Devin, is this your first time working the Tournament of Champions?
It's not. I'm gonna say 4 years now for myself. I think I've been on the board now. I think we've had the board for 5 years. The first year I kind of just stood back and watched what was going on, and then after that I jumped in more on the concession side, and that's where I've been ever since.
Okay, and have you been a sports guy growing up yourself?
So I am. I did play a little bit of high school basketball, but I ended up going on to a baseball background. So I went to a junior college in Springfield at Lincoln Land, and then I ended up going to Indiana State after that. And I was fortunate enough to play for the Chicago White Sox and drafted after my senior year at Indiana State too. So I've seen all different levels, but I've also seen all different concession stands in that gamut too, right? Had a lot of food across many different states, and just seen a lot of what the hospitality side is for fans.
So, on the topic of food, what is your favorite restaurant?
Oh, favorite restaurant. I think my wife would be upset if I didn't say Texas Roadhouse. That seems to be our go-to if we're going to go do something nice. So Texas Roadhouse is a big treat. But fortunately, we do go out quite a bit, and I try a lot of different restaurants around Peoria, and we have a great selection here in this area.
Now talk to me. I know Indiana State, it's known for basketball, given Larry Bird's background. What was it like playing baseball there?
It was a blast. Actually, the first year, so my junior year, we did make the NCAA tournament, so we got to go to Oregon and play out there. It was a great time. And yes, they do have Indiana State's more known for their basketball. They have a little bit more money in their basketball program. They always got to fly a private chartered plane everywhere they wanted to go. On the baseball side, we were really good. We still have one of my teammates, Sean Mania, pitches for the New York Mets right now. So we had a lot of quality guys. Colin Ray's with the Cubs. And you get to play against a lot of good guys like Kyle Schwarber back in the day. So it was fun.
Now, you said it's about your 4th year working the tournament. What is your favorite memory of working the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions?
I'm going to say it's always the check presentation. When we get to that point Saturday and you see what everybody's efforts did and how we made it possible, how we made it work, and to be able to give the KB Strong Foundation such a generous check at the end of it, I think that's the joy moment for me. The rest is a lot of sweat, maybe some tears here and there, a lot of heartache, but it is fun too. It's a treat to enjoy working the concession stand.
Yeah, the Kevin Brown Memorial has raised over $500,000 trying to get to $1 million, and we couldn't do it without all the volunteers like you. So really appreciate you, Devin Moore. Thank you for stopping by. It was great to learn more about you, and I hope you have a great rest of your week.
Thanks for having me, Sky. Thank you for tuning in.
All right, back to you, fellas.
2025 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Health Care Cancer Institute. OSF Health Care Cancer Institute brings world-class cancer care close to home by combining advanced technology, leading specialists, and personalized support for every person. From diagnosis to recovery to survivorship, we're here for you. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 20th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Titan Industries is honored to sponsor the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, honoring Kevin's legacy, celebrating our community, and standing united in the fight against glioblastoma. Best of luck to every team in this year's tournament. Play hard, have fun, and enjoy every second.
And welcome back inside Torrey Gymnasium, Game 4 of the night, the final one of this Tuesday here in Washington, Illinois. Pits the Morton Potters from right down the road, taking on the O'Fallon Panthers from downstate Illinois. Welcome into the broadcast, everyone. Jonathan Michael and Teddy Ball here in the booth with you. And Teddy, it has been a long day, obviously a half day of hoops, a long day for everyone else involved, but should be a good way to end this day. We just saw 2 phenomenal back-to-back games featuring the Washington Panthers, and the boys and girls team both victorious. So chalk 2 up for the Mid-Illini here early on.
Yeah, me, Jeff, and Jim last game got to talk about it a little bit. The home team definitely put on a good show for everyone that decided to show up. And like you said, only a half day of hoops in terms of on the court, but we got blessed to a lot of great basketball so far, and I'm sure we're going to see some more here from Morton versus O'Fallon.
We have seen 2 close games that have come down to the wire tonight, and this one could be another one. And again, as Morton and O'Fallon get set to tip off, this is both teams' first games of the year. Obviously, just the season started just yesterday, so pretty understandable that neither of these 2 teams have played yet this season. But Teddy, talking a little bit about the Morton Potters. It's a program that has really been on the rise the last few years. They are, arguably the top dog in the Mid-Illini. Now, obviously, they had a lot of players that graduated last year. Wes Goodman, Tripp Rugard, and several others. They do bring back some key players, including Alex McKee, a sharpshooter for them. They're keeping an eye on, as well as Silas Steffen.
Yeah, John, when you look at this team, it's going to be interesting to see how they approach this season with the loss of a lot of key players. But, the Mid-Illini in a lot of things is kind of up for grabs this year and compared to years past. I mean, Metamora really young. Washington has a lot of young guys playing on their team that we've seen so far as well in the last game. And so it's really going to be interesting to see how the Morton Potters are really able to adjust. And we know Alex McKee, great player for them. He's on that intriguing 30 players list, but they are a lot more depthful than that. And really, like I said, someone's got to rise to the top of that Mid-Illini division, and we'll see who it's going to be.
Definitely a lot of teams in that mix this year. Morton, Metamora is obviously very young this year. They lost a lot too, but they had a lot of young talent. Washington, obviously, a nice win over West Hancock. That's a very good West Hancock team to start off the season. Then you got Dunlap East Peoria, I think, is a team a lot of fans are looking at with Quentin Kit, Cole DuBois in that team. But again, talking about O'Fallon, this is a team that obviously they're playing up in Class 4A in the postseason. Last year they were 9-22, 3-9 in their conference. So a bit of a down year for O'Fallon last year, but one thing they do have a little bit on against Morton is height, starting with 6'8" senior forward Ben Okoro, going to be a guy that we're keeping an eye on. They also have a 6'7" sophomore Paxton Meadows and a 6'4" junior forward Sutton Massey. So see how, again, O'Fallon has 3 guys above 6'4". Morton, has 3 guys at 6'4", then Tommy Krupa at 6'6". He's the younger brother of Katie Krupa, who's now at Harvard.
It's going to be interesting to see how these two teams are able to approach, or how Morton's going to be able to approach that size disparity. They still have a pretty decent lineup as well in terms of height. But we saw a game ago with Washington. They're a team that, depending on your play style, they met up to the levels and the height disparity that they played against with the Titans versus the Panthers last game. And so that height battle is going to be important, but at the same time, it's not the deciding factor of this game. Definitely, though, O'Fallon has the height disparity.
Certainly, as you take a look at O'Fallon starters, it'll be Ben Okoro, that 6'8" senior we talked about. Lawson Bynum going to be another guy to watch for O'Fallon. Brenton Hunter out there as well, number 10, a 6' senior. Jaden Dancy, a 6'2" senior. And rounding it out is Eddie Jackson, a 6'1" junior for the O'Fallon Panthers. In that navy blue and gold that the Panthers have. And for Morton starters, it will start off with Jude Zeller, 6'2" senior guard. Joining him will be, again, Alex McKee, 6'1" senior. Third-year starter for him. He is donning a mask, Ted. You see that? Almost Mamba mode for Alex McKee, so maybe dealing with a bit of a broken nose, maybe injury there. But either way, I'm sure he's going to be pretty pumped up to have that on.
I bet he is, and it kind of shows the energy for that team, especially you got a player going out there and playing with possibly a broken nose. Like you said, Mamba mentality, they want to win.
So rounding out those Morton starters, you get Owen Adams, Colin Burns, and Tommy Krupa for the Morton Potters here in their first game of the season. So there's the Potter Nation. Some Morton fans making the trip here. I'm glad you're with us here. It's been a big day for hoops on Clutch Sports Media. We'll have plenty more coming tomorrow. Full day starting at about 9 a.m. or so here from Torrey Gym. Crowd is thinned out a little bit in here. Obviously, Washington not playing in this game, so some fans have left, but still a good Morton contingent.
Definitely still a full gym. I mean, Morton not too far away. Their team's going to travel, but also people just ready to see some good basketball, which we've been treated to all day.
And tip is away and brought in by O'Fallon. Here is Brenton Hunter, handed off to Okoro to bring things up. And it's Krupa on Okoro. Now they'll go back to him. Shot from the baseline is no good. Okoro's got a double team, puts it on the floor, and too strong.
Don't come away with points on that possession, but seeing Okoro, the 6'8" forward, control the ball like that, I'm excited to see how he plays in this game.
A loose ball on the deck. Who's got it? It's O'Fallon. Here's Bynum up the floor with it. 3 from the wing. Off to the right and rebounded by Owen Adams.
Only a couple possessions in, but this is very fast-paced on the Panthers side.
I think Morton's a team that might want to try and just control the pace of this game as Zeller comes flying in. His floater a bit too strong. And getting a hand on it there was McKee, interrupting that fast break. McKee rocks, shoots, and off to the right. I think you might have been looking for a call there and didn't get it. Lots of pace of this one so far. And here's Eddie Jackson. Now over to Bynum. And getting a block call there was the Potters, so that's their first tier of the first quarter. We'll try and keep an accurate tally of fouls for both teams here. Again, from our vantage point up here in the booth, we cannot see the scoreboard or how many fouls each team has. So O'Fallon's got one here, or Morton has one rather, and that is a travel. Going back to the Potters.
Yeah, the bucket up there. Sorry, it looked like number 6, but wasn't able to fall, but still.
So it'll be Adams here to bring it up. Adams was the Mid-Illini Conference champion in boys golf several years ago. He's an all-sport athlete, plays baseball as well for the Potters. As McKee feeds Krupa. Outsides by an inch or two on Okoro. Passes it out. Oh, no, that was Colin Burns with the ball. Pass it over to Krupa. Now here's Burns again. Can't quite get that one to go, and there's a reach-in call.
Good rebounding there by Krupa, though. Really using his size up top. Getting the board over a bigger guy. Doesn't come away with points, but still good energy going into the game.
So Lidsell on the basket for both teams here in the early going. Here's a kick out. Here's Brenton Hunter going to dial it up top of the key. Wide open and still couldn't get that one to go. So I'm going to tell you, this is the first game of the year. It might be a little while for both these guys maybe shake the rust off a bit, as here's Okoro on the drive. Kick out. This 3-ball is short.
Great rebound by McKee there. But yeah, that's what we talked about last game, just shaking that rust off for these players. First game of the season for a lot of these teams and getting used to gameplay.
Well, you know, obviously a lot of these guys playing all during the summer. It's not like they haven't shot a basketball in quite some time, but it is different when you're out there, again, not in practice, playing an opponent you haven't seen for the very much. As a turnaround is good from Lawson Bynum. Pretty little turnaround there. Gets O'Fallon on the board here about 3 minutes into this one.
Looks like they're really trying to slow some things down over here on offense for Morton.
Jude Zeller in the corner. Came up well short. O'Fallon trying to get out in the fast break. They got a 2-on-1. Go over to Bynum. Spin move off the glass, around the rim, and no good. That was a nice move there from Bynum.
Eddie
Get a high-quality shot off.
Eddie Jackson there, number 23. Mid-play shoe came off, still found a man down low. Didn't result in points, but I like that little part of it, playing through the little bit of a challenge on the court.
Yeah, you know, sometimes you just gotta play through it, and sometimes it does happen. Sometimes they blow the whistle and stop play. Sometimes they don't. That what happened to me one time. I took my shoe and I literally tossed it off the court and played for about 20 seconds with one shoe on one time. That was pretty fun.
Speaking of Jackson, he gets the block there on McKee.
Here's Jaden Dancy. Dancing into the lane. Can't get that one to go. But look who's right there. Bynum had a bad angle and got rejected by the rim. Here's a 3-on-2. Morton. Kick over. Adams. There's the first bucket of the season for Morton. It's a triple for Owen Adams.
Go. Good offensive response. Like Morton going to play their brand of basketball. I think O'Fallon's playing really quick right now and trying to control the tempo, but if Morton can do what they're known to do, they're going to be able to hang in this game. Competitive team for sure.
Foul on Morton there. Now it's on Jude Zeller. Got him on the reach. Pair of subs coming in for both squads. It's Calvin Deese and Brenton Hunter for O'Fallon. And for Morton, it's Brody Pinter. He's number 23. As well as number 2, Reed Newhoff into the game. Here's Okoro trying to go one-on-one, kicking it back out to the corner. And off the mark. O'Fallon, I've had to guess, probably about 0 for 5 or 0 for 6 from deep so far.
Haven't been able to connect, but they continue to have the confidence.
Oh, and Silas Steffen couldn't quite get the layup there. Almost more open than he probably expected to be.
Definitely so. Like we mentioned a few possessions ago, that rust, 2 weeks from now, he makes that shot for sure.
So both teams still trying to find the bottom of the bucket with more consistency here. Tough look there from Eddie Jackson, too strong. Abe Zeller, Morton's head coach, calls out the play. And we'll get a reach around midcourt. No, that's an over and back, and good defense there from Hunter, getting all up in the grill of Adams.
would say both these teams' defense is playing pretty good. I mean, I'd say for the most part, when you start the season, defense is the first thing that really comes in terms of full speed and being ready to get that up to elevation. Offense is what usually lacks. So really, I think the key to this game, both defenses playing good so far. Whoever's offense can get hot faster.
Adams getting some hydration. He'll check out. You got into the game for O'Fallon. That's Maddox Blaha with the long blonde hair. 5'9" guard. He's on the wing. Going to watch Okoro work baseline and score.
Okoro's pretty much been in every play so far offensively in some capacity, whether he's passing the ball, facilitating it.
Here's Newhoff. Right out of room there. You said, Teddy, again, this O'Fallon offense is definitely going to run through Okoro and Bynum as Morton almost made Blaha trip. Nice cut down to the basket, and trying to get the stuff there was Brandon Petty. He's going to shoot from the corner and nail it.
What a way to respond. What a way to battle back from that missed opportunity.
I think he'll take the three over the missed dunk.
It is more points. But yeah, he almost had Calvin Dees on a poster there.
Now here's Jackson. Sizing up Steffen on the drive, and Steffen draws the charge. What a play there from Steffen.
Now those are the plays that really help you win games in the sense, I mean, I know it's first quarter, but when you have a player that's able to go, as we see on the replay here, really emphasize that charge there, and it was a charge, but that's championship level basketball there.
Kevin Brown, obviously the namesake of this tournament, would be very proud. He always told his guys to take charges, so I'm sure he is somewhere smiling at that charge, even though it's against a Mid-Illini rival. As we're going to foul here before the shot from Steffen. I believe this is going to be on the ground. I don't think they got it after he shot. And Steffen couldn't quite get that one to fall, lost control of it. No numbers here, but that's not going to stop Jaden Dancy, but he got swatted by the 6'6" Brandon Petty. What a rejection.
What a start for him. He had the three play a go, defensively battling away.
Go to Okoro, flying through the lane, and we're going to get a Morton foul.
And going back to that Morton offensive possession, and obviously had the wide open guy down low in the paint, not able to come up with points, but when you're able to battle back in transition on defense like that, you can afford stuff like that.
It'll be Okoro to shoot free throws here. That one rims out.
I really wasn't able to particularly check. I would imagine with the play style that he has and the size and speed, Okoro's definitely probably got some college interest around the country.
Here's a drive from Petty. He draws the block there. So he'll be shooting on the other end. So that will send, again, Petty to the line. Now Petty, a Morton football player. So again, we talked about shaking off the rust. Some of these guys, maybe haven't been playing basketball a ton for the last few months, because Petty, wide receiver for Morton football's team. Silas Steffen also plays for Morton's football team as well. A few other guys. So I think Tommy Krupa, tight end for the Potters football team, which a nice bounce back here. They missed the playoffs back in 2024, but came back here this year and nearly beat Peoria High in the second round of the playoffs. Not sure if you caught much of that game or heard about it, Teddy, but that was an absolute classic that Morton almost came away with on the road.
I did watch that game, but would have been a crazy game for Morton. I think Peoria High is touted as one of the best teams in the area every year in and year out, and what was a really tough Mid-Illini conference, what Morton definitely held their own against that Peoria High team.
They did. And a quick update on Ben Okoro. I had this written down in my notes, just had to find it as Panther tumbles to the floor. Zeller's got man on the fast break, and that was Colin Burns who got stuffed. We'll get a foul. Okoro is a University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee commit.
Oh, wow.
So he'll be headed up to my neck of the woods, where I'm originally from, as you get a look there on that block on Colin Burns.
I got to give credit to this 5'9" sophomore, Maddox Blaha. He is, especially in a game sport like basketball when height is so important. He's played with such intensity as he misses the first free throw, but defensively he has been a guy up and down both sides of the ball, really ferocious on his attack so far this game.
And yeah, Blaha, the shortest guy on the floor right now, but again, if you want to compensate for your height, just be really intense, especially on defense. You can be a real pest out there. And a nice job so far. Can't knock down the free throw, though. Goes to McKee as we approach a minute to play here in the first quarter. Jonathan Michael here on the call alongside Teddy Ball. Glad you're with us on ClutchSportsIL.com. Here's Stephen up top with it now, guarded by Lawson Bynum back into the game. Burns in the post. A little bit of a mismatch, up and in over Sutton Massey.
Nice floater there by Burns, take the easy points.
And more active hands on defense. Bynum still has it though, finds the open man. Blaha gonna shoot a floater, got it to go.
There he is on the offensive side. Missed the free throws last time down the lane, but able to recover it.
Now back and forth we go. Morton leading at 10-6 here in the first. Burns has been operating a lot out of the post. Kick over now, Petty for 3, no good. There's Blah, and they're going to maybe try and double team trap him there along the baseline. Here's Dancy on the drive, and we're going to get a tie-up. That is going to favor the Morton Potters. As we look there at Colin Burns. There on our instant replay. Shout out to Joey Wright back in our production truck queuing those up. Here's Adams. Time running down. McKee off balance. They couldn't get it to go.
I'm not gonna lie, from our angle, I thought that went in.
It looked good off the hand. A little off balance shot there from Alex McKee. But again, Morton and O'Fallon both trying to get their legs under them and establish some rhythm in this one. Very good one so far. I want to thank a couple of our sponsors here today, starting with PJ Hair. PJ Hair is a proud sponsor of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and this year's Building for the Future All-Academic Team. We wish all teams good luck, and let's cheer them on as they play for a cure for glioblastoma. And for Culver's, they're proud to sponsor this year's KBM TOC, and Culver's is the official pre- and post-game stop for butter burgers and fresh frozen custard. Culver's tries to make a difference in the community, is giving back in a big way, as $1 for every concrete mixer purchased this week will be donated back to the fight against glioblastoma. So stop on by to one of their 5 locations, Washington, East Peoria, Morton, or Peoria, and let Scoopy know we sent you. Also for Caps. Caps is the official pre- and post-game stop of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Stop in for great food, drinks, and fun in a family-friendly environment. And it's right down the road here from Washington High School, Caps Sports Bar and Grill. And Create a Scene, Countryside, and Laser Electric. They're also proud supporters of this year's KBM TOC.
So much that makes this tournament go around, John. We've talked in the studio a couple times earlier, at least for me, just with the volunteers to help this tournament, move and like it's a well-oiled machine.
It really is. It is a year-round venture for a lot of these people, especially with the KB Strong Foundation, as that 3 is too long. It stays with O'Fallon. We'll get a foul here. And obviously, I want to shout out again KB Strong as well, the foundation that formed in the honor of former Washington head coach Kevin Brown, who tragically passed away from glioblastoma. KB Strong raising money each and every year. And they're getting close to, I think, reaching $1 million lifetime to find a cure for glioblastoma, a rare and aggressive form of brain cancer. 3 ball is no good from Dancy. And I still don't believe O'Fallon has made a 3 yet, Teddy.
They've shot a lot. They just can't get their feet underneath them. The rhythm is just not there.
Physical play by Bynum takes it away. Here's a Coro dancing in. Find his guy blocked away. That'll lead to some numbers here. McKee kicking it over. Adams in front of his own students and drills it and lets them know about it.
Really starting to pour it on now. It's still a close game, but if you're the O'Fallon Panthers, you have got to get an offensive possession. As the deep 3 ball there goes and is hit.
And well, right on cue. There's the first three is, so 1-3 there. Another one just now from Jaden Dancy.
They hit the shot. That was definitely an interesting choice. There's 4 seconds off the shot clock. 33 feet. Let's go. It hit.
Here's McKee, the masked man, kicking it wide open. Colin Burns lays it in for his first points.
That mask surely not getting in the way of his eyesight. That was a dime.
Again, Burns is, and kind of like, you never know about Wayne Gretzky, the greatest hockey player of all time. You know, he said that behind the goal net, that was his office. They call it the office. And for Colin Burns, that's been the post. He has been operating out of there and helping facilitate Morton's offense nicely. As we'll get, in hockey terms, a line change here for Morton as we'll get Jude Zeller, Reed Newhoff, and Tommy Krupa back into the game.
John, this O'Fallon team, I think they're playing a lot trying to go downhill, and Morton's done a great job of blocking those lanes. I think if I'm O'Fallon, obviously they're chucking up some threes, but they're not doing a great job of opening up those opportunities.
As Bynum couldn't get it to go. Now Newhoff driving down, spinning, finds Krupa baseline. Too short, and Zeller took a hard hit. Panthers back the other way. Sutton Massey wants a three and gets it.
And there we go. Couple of possessions now. Winding up with some points. Good pass there by Eddie Jackson.
At three, sponsored by a renewal by Anderson, sponsor of all the three-pointers this year. Steffen elevates and knocks it down.
A clean mid-range jumper there. John, how weird does it sound, Eddie Jackson on a basketball court? I keep thinking of the NFL player Eddie Jackson, the safety for the Bears.
Yep. I moved on. My favorite Bears secondary member now is Nashawn Wright. I'm a big fan of him.
He's playing great ball.
He is, and so is Jaden Dancy now after knocking down that three. Is down to a 2-point game as O'Fallon cuts it back to a 17-15 game.
I'm glad that they didn't go away from that three-point, emphasis in that first quarter. Weren't hitting then, but they surely are now, and they're back in this game.
Here's Jude Zeller now back over to Alex McKee. You can't quite bank it in. 50-50 ball, and Tommy Krupa comes up with it. Jump ball. Keats with Morton. What a hustle play there from Tommy Krupa.
Get down there on the floor, and not that Benacoro didn't want the ball, but Tommy Krupa definitely fought his way for it. Showing the replay there of the three.
And O'Fallon's starting to hit from three a little bit now, starting to find their rhythm. Krupa hit the deck hard. We heard that clearly all the way up here in the booth. And Alex McKee driving in, and that will be a travel.
I will like to say for O'Fallon, the three-point shot's hitting now, but one thing you can see difference-wise for Morton, they have a secondary identity. If one thing isn't working, they're able to go to another thing. I'm not too sure O'Fallon's found that yet. When they haven't hit the threes, their offense has been pretty stagnant. I'd like to see them go down low here at least once or twice.
Yeah, Morton's post defense, give them some credit as well. Have been playing well. Dancy now over. Three ball all the way is good. O'Fallon takes the lead on that three from Benacoro, the UWM commit. Again, that's sponsored by renewal by Anderson.
Well, John, what do I know? Just keep shooting threes.
And one. Jude Zeller gets the bucket and the bruise. He'll head to the line for one more and get the lead right back to the Morton Potters.
A little back and forth action now. What a play by Jude Zeller. He had the mid-range J earlier in the quarter as well. And pretty good offensively.
And Jude Zeller, the son of Morton head coach Abe Zeller, who I briefly saw in the hospitality room. We were getting some Culvers together. They're serving up Culvers in the hospitality room tonight, which was pretty scrumptious, if I do say so myself.
They always treat us so well here at this tournament. It's awesome.
This is the first time we've had Culvers to my memory, so whoever signed off on that, good decision. As here's Okoro driving in, and he is down. Thankfully, looks like he is okay. Almost a scary play there as they'll come and wipe it up. You hate to see a bad injury happen in the first game of the season.
Don't even want to mention it, honestly, but I agree. Especially a player like Okoro has been so fun to watch so far tonight. That was a great drive by him, too.
Anyway, back to my previous point. I was going to say Ben Okoro can probably visit Culver's a lot when he's up in University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee. Obviously, there's a lot of Culvers up there, and in fact, I've been to the one closest to that UWM campus before, so Now, whether or not Culver's will be on the, his coach will allow him to eat that. You never know. You got to eat healthy when you're a D1 athlete. So
Maybe not specifically on the diet plan, but hey, Culver's has salads.
they do have salads. I know our Larry Larson, Joey Wright are big fans of Culver's salads. Had some earlier this week. As free throws are both no good. Morton driving it in is Zeller. Nice find along the baseline, but couldn't get the finish. Was Reed Newhoff. Okoro dancing down. Open three in the corner. Kelvin Deese.
Now that is, I think, 4 or 5 3-pointers that have hit in this quarter compared to the 0 in the first.
Burns was double teamed in the post. Morton still has it. He'll give it back to him again. Nice kick out there. Wide open three, top of the key. Gets the shooter's roll.
How
Jude
about
Zeller.
Zeller having himself an offensive masterclass in this second quarter?
Scoring has dramatically increased here in the second quarter. It was only a matter of time. They just needed 1 quarter to shake the rust off, folks. Okoro driving in, gets swatted by Brendan Petty. Here's Newhoff, 1-on-3. He gets blocked by Jaden Dancy. Burns goes up and scores.
Second chance opportunity was crucial there, but going back to Petty on defense, that's his second block of the game, coming down in transition, finding an open man. Didn't result in the bucket, but they got the second chance to get that.
Teddy, this Morton team lost their best post player, Wes Goodeman. Obviously playing college ball now, but these Morton post defenders and also on offense too have all been pretty solid so far today. So again, you can't replace Wes Goodeman. He was truly a one-of-a-kind player. As the 3-ball is up and good. Every which way they're coming down. Brenton Hunter knocks it down.
The fact that this team the fact that Morton is on top just shows how good they've been playing in the second quarter, because O'Fallon has hit almost, it seems like, every single 3-point attempt in this second quarter. We can't emphasize it enough. They've stuck to their game plan, and it is working well.
Here's that 3 there from Zeller. Morton leads at 25-24. This is a 10-6 game at the end of the first quarter, in case you're just tuning in. Here at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions from Washington, Illinois. Late night hoops for both these squads. Probably might throw off their body clock a little bit. Playing a game that tips off at a little after 9 p.m. We're running a little bit behind schedule here today. Some of these other games run a bit long with how close they were, but Morton's going to be playing again late at night this tournament as well. So
I don't think most of these fans will complain about those good games taking up a little bit more time, but
no.
Might be a late night for Morton, that's for sure.
Morton will play at 9:15 tomorrow against Santa Ana Mater Dei, one of the top teams in this entire tournament. That'll be a great matchup. Nice play from Owen Adams to throw it off the leg of Jaden Dancy. And it's going to be Potter basketball.
Big heads-up play for them.
Well,
I looked at the Mater Dei schedule, or not the Mater Dei schedule, the Mater Dei alumni. Unbelievable. So many famous alumni for Mater Dei. They play them tomorrow.
That's going to be a great game again. Mater Dei, a lot of Division I talent on that team. Kick out. Here's Stefan, going to dial one up. And good.
John, are we watching a 3-point contest right now? This is ridiculous.
That's the way basketball is headed, all these 3-point contests. Real quick, give me a quick turnaround for O'Fallon. They play at 10:38 a.m. against Victory Christian from Florida, who is one of the better teams in this tournament as well. So they better get some good shut-eye here tonight.
Definitely will. Those morning games will get you. We've seen it just over the course of the week. It's a long week of basketball, and obviously it's fun, but it can definitely fatigue those teams. And so going back-to-back like that.
What a find there from Adams to a streaking McKee. Couldn't quite finish it. 2-on-2 break. Here's Jackson driving in. No look pass to the corner. They'll settle it down. Here's Okoro. Another 3-ball. Dancy, he's got the hot hand, but couldn't quite find it there. Zeller over to McKee. Stefan's open, and a drive it. Gets it past Bynum, who fouled him. Now Silvio on the ground. Second foul there on O'Fallon.
Definitely upping the pace a little bit here late in the second quarter, trying to get a couple more points on the board. 30 seconds left here in the first half.
Again, a reminder, we are using the shot clock in this tournament. Again, this is the last year as Petty threw it away, miscommunication with Stefan, but this is the last year, Teddy, in which the shot clock will be optional for all teams. Obviously, tournaments and shootouts can use it if they want to. We've had it for a few years here now at the TOC. We are playing with it again this week, but again, next year is when that rule change takes effect in every game, regular season, postseason, all of it. Boys and girls will have a shot clock here in the IHSA.
It's been so interesting to see the evolution over the past couple of years. When it first was implemented, it was so confusing for some of these players that hadn't played it with, and you still see it for sure. But that first year was definitely like, wow, there was a lot of blunders, but they've evolved and played better as time goes on.
Okoro misses the three-time wind in down. Oh, he almost came in flying in for the putback. What an exciting first half this has been, Teddy. I mean, back and forth. It hasn't always been pretty at times. This has been a fun game back and forth. A lot of threes dropping in that second quarter as Morton leads at 28-24.
Yeah, one thing that we talked about last game was just the ability to respond to points. And I think that's what Morton has done a great job at. Because O'Fallon, that second quarter, if you look at any other team, O'Fallon probably takes the lead. But this Morton team played so well at responding to those big moments from the Panthers that they were able to keep the lead, and they're up by 4 going into the half.
Yeah, it has been some great basketball going on here today. Last two games have all been very close, and this one could be just the exact same way. We're going to send to a quick break for halftime, and then we send it down to Ufstring Auto Group Tournament Central, our studio. We'll have a special guest standing by for an interview. Halftime here at the TOC. Morton leads at 28-24. We're back after this on ClutchSportsIL.com.
2025 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Health Care Cancer Institute. OSF Health Care Cancer Institute brings world-class cancer care close to home by combining advanced technology, leading specialists, and personalized support for every person. From diagnosis to recovery to survivorship, we're here for you. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 20th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Titan Industries is honored to sponsor the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, honoring Kevin's legacy, celebrating our community, and standing united in the fight against glioblastoma. Best of luck to every team in this year's tournament. Play hard, have fun, and enjoy every second.
Great crowds. You guys do a great job of sending it out to people at home, but we love having people in the gym and just amazing crowds tonight. Great games.
Well, that makes it just as fun for us as when it's a big crowd and when it's that electric atmosphere. And 2 home games for Washington tonight. The girls opened it up with a thrilling win against Northwest. The boys followed it up with a win against a Great West Hancock team. And I got to imagine for you, Jody, always great to see the Panthers starting out on a good note.
Always be a Panther, that's for sure. And as you know, we've talked about this before, but we got here and Washington was home to us. And so love my Panthers and really proud of the way that they are playing hard. I like when they, they tie up and they take that ball away. And that's something that I think they've always prided themselves on is, never give up, never give that ball away. So I'm real proud of them.
Now, it's been a long day, a fun day for us, for all the volunteers. One of several full days we'll have this week, but it's so worth it, so rewarding. Just take us inside this year's tournament for all the action we've had today, there's still some 28 games left this year, right? Something like that number. So a lot of basketball to look forward to over the next few days.
Absolutely. And I know, obviously, I love this tournament. This is, what do we say, the 20th year? And I've been here every single one of them, and I love it. And, unfortunately, in 2019, that it did take a little bit of a twist, and the passion came, not only basketball, not only our Panthers, but the fight against glioblastoma. And so, these next couple days, it's just really amazing to me to be able to continue sharing that message in regards to a disease that not a lot of people know about, and we didn't know about, in 2018. And so, tournament, it's just it's a fun thing to see two passions come together, basketball and the fight against glioblastoma.
And last year's tournament raised over $100,000 for glioblastoma research. Incredible to see. Take us inside this year's tournament and what those goals are, and what that money can do for families and folks who are battling a terrible disease.
Absolutely. 103,000, crazy, because what people don't realize is, the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament champions, they're their own entity, right? They're their own 501c3, and then all the money, the proceeds from the tournament go to KB Strong. And so KB Strong, obviously, as you know, the mission is to build awareness of glioblastoma, to fund research, which we've given $650,000 to research just since, KB Strong was created in 2019. And then also we give $2,500 financial grants to patients currently in 10 counties. So people coming in the door, yes, they're seeing great basketball, but all the money that's raised is going to, to fight that fight against glioblastoma and help people. Kevin, I always say this, he wanted to be a cancer survivor and he wanted to help people. And $2,500 financial grants, in some cases, that's paying for an Airbnb for them to get treatment, or that's, going and making memories with their family, which is obviously very, very important as well.
And a lot of great memories being made here at the Tournament of Champions. It really is a cool environment. We love the folks that watch our live stream, but love it even more, if you can come in and drop by. Full Wednesday, even 5 games on Thanksgiving, and then full slates on Friday and Saturday. And Jody, we'll leave it with this, but one thing I've noticed a lot of today, loose balls, physical play, tough play. I know that's what Kevin would have loved.
Absolutely. Thank you for being here. Appreciate everything you guys are doing.
Absolutely. And our coverage of the Tournament of Champions just beginning. You'll find it all week long on ClutchSportsIL.com and our YouTube channel. And we'll get ready to take a break and then send you back into the gym as Morton and O'Fallon get ready to wrap up day 1 of the TOC. It's a close game with O'Fallon behind 24-28. That's next on Clutch Sports Media. All right. Ooh.
The 2025 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Health Care Cancer Institute. OSF Health Care Cancer Institute brings world-class cancer care close to home by combining advanced technology, leading specialists, and personalized support for every person. From diagnosis to recovery to survivorship, we're here for you. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 20th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Titan Industries is honored to sponsor the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, honoring Kevin's legacy, celebrating our community, and standing united in the fight against glioblastoma. Best of luck to every team in this year's tournament. Play hard, have fun, and enjoy every second.
Welcome back inside Torrey Gym. Halftime between Morton and O'Fallon. Both these teams coming back on the floor now. Jonathan Michael, Teddy Ball here in the booth with you on this fine Tuesday night, kicking off Thanksgiving weekend here with the TOC. It's become a Thanksgiving tradition for all of us. So we'll be playing basketball here tonight, Wednesday, and even on Thanksgiving Day, Black Friday, and then Saturday to round things out as well. So again, Teddy, on a quick moment, what is your favorite Thanksgiving food, real quick? What are you looking forward to eating on Thanksgiving?
You see, I'm actually the only person in my family. My mom makes this specifically because I like it. And a lot of people don't like it, but I love candied yams.
Okay.
I wouldn't gonna. Obviously, I love turkey, love ham, all that stuff. I'm going a little bit out of the box. Candied yams are my preference in terms of a side. How about you?
I would say one of mine. This is also kind of an off-the-wall one. I like apple rings.
Apple wings?
Apple rings, yes. Have you ever had them from the store? But that's been a Thanksgiving tradition in our family. Always really good. It's a nice little side. I also like cranberry sauce. A good one, too, as well.
Cranberry sauce is good.
Looking forward to that as well. Well, speaking of sauce, both these teams have been finding the sauce in that second quarter as the threes started flying all over the place. Again, Jaden Dancy knocking a few down. Ben Okoro, Lawson Bynum have been doing so as well for O'Fallon. And also, for Morton, too, they've been, getting buckets from all over, from outside the arc and inside the arc as well.
Yeah, I think for O'Fallon, early on I talked about how I kind of wanted to see them. Obviously, I'm not the all-overseeing guy that they really need to award, but I'm just saying, I was thinking, okay, maybe they should go away from the three ball. It's not working. And then the second quarter, they continue attacking the three ball and hit everything. So I apparently don't know anything, and I'll trust coach in that regard. And they've done a great job. I think they outscored them in that second quarter. But for Morton, they've done a great job of really not having an identity. They've done just about everything, like you said, and had piece of cake of each pie, or piece of each pie, what I would say. And
Thanksgiving turkey, a little pumpkin pie, a little apple pie, all that.
And I think going into this, I think for Morton, you got to find a way to. It's hard because with the size that O'Fallon has, you don't want to just absolutely eliminate the three ball, because then you open up so much stuff down low with their big men. You kind of, I feel like, continue to play your game, test their ability to shoot, because when they're cold, but when they're hot, they're hitting from all over. So you got to be careful.
It could be a high-scoring second half if this trend continues. So O'Fallon will start with the ball here. I want to see if O'Fallon can get Lawson Bynum more involved in the game. He's been involved in the game, obviously, but try to get him on the score sheet a little bit more often as he works in the post here. Kick out. Brenton Hunter's three is off the mark. A little collision there for the rebound. Stay with the navy and gold.
I will agree with you on that last point about Bynum. He's been involved a lot on screens and just defensively getting an eye on him and stuff like that, but really the offensive game plan hasn't gone through him a whole lot. Defensively, I feel like he hasn't made that much of a mark either, and we know he can be a really quality player down low with physicality.
And O'Fallon, they led briefly in that second quarter after being down most of the first, as here's Okoro trying to find Bynum off his fingertips. Here comes Adams, man behind him, but he lays it in. And you see Hunter kind of just laid off and tried not to give him an extra free throw on an and one.
I think Okoro thought Bynum was going to roll with him there, and then when he went to pass back, he was just a little bit behind him.
He popped. And he was expecting a roll. As here's Hunter in the corner, guarded by the masked Alex McKee. And there's a double dribble, or a travel rather, there on Eddie Jackson. And McKee has scored a little bit in this game, hasn't necessarily been all over the court, but has some nice passes too, especially good court vision even still with that plastic mask on.
I don't exactly remember what play it was, but I know he threaded one down low, which we were kind of going crazy about in that first half.
McKee's got plenty of talented other scoring options that can take over for Morton. As here's a 2-on-1 fast break. And that will go off the leg of a Potter. As that was Jackson pushing the pace for O'Fallon. Again, Class 4A school down near the St. Louis area, the Metro East region as many know it. O'Fallon's head coach is Brian Muniz. And they're a school of 2,488, so larger than any school in the Central Illinois area, as there's a travel there on Brenton Hunter. The largest school in our area that we cover, Teddy, is Normal Community, which is just over about 2,000 or so.
We talked last game about the size disparity between the Washington team and why am I blanking?
West Hancock.
West Hancock. And Washington was a lot bigger. West Hancock played up to the competition. And on the flip side of it, now for a local team, Morton has played up to the competition of this humongous school down there in Southern Illinois. Just like I said, 2,500 kids. That is massive in the sense of what we're used to in our neck of the woods.
It definitely is. Look at some of these schools, too, after Morton there turned it over. Victory Christian Academy, who we'll see tomorrow for O'Fallon. So if a Panther fans tuning in, you'll see Victory Christian Academy from Lakeland, Florida. We saw them here 2 years ago at this tournament. They were electric. As a school of only 240, as Bynum, wide open bunny there on the baseline.
I like that from O'Fallon. Get that guy involved. He's, like we mentioned a couple minutes ago, hasn't really gotten a whole lot of touches so far, and just something simple like that can really get him going.
Real quick on the note of enrollments, Teddy, as here's Burns on the wing. You see that there was I believe there's a girls basketball team in Texas just last week. The season just started down there. As Burns working in the post, trying to find a shot, got one up, and it goes out of bounds back to the Panthers. But there was a school of just 70 that beat a school that I believe their enrollment was over 5,000.
Wow.
And the school that had 70 kids won. About the size of the fight in the dog, not the dog in the fight.
Absolutely. Obviously, I think a lot of people reference in terms of private academies and public schools, but at the end of the day, regardless, that many people, someone's got to step up for the athletic department. 70 kids.
That is on the complete opposite end of the spectrum.
What's a school around our area with about 70?
Oh, man, there's Hartsburg-Emden. I don't know if you've ever heard of Hartsburg-Emden down south of Tremont. Yeah, I know they're well under 100. Their volleyball team, it makes it to state almost every single year in Class 1A. And we'll take it over to the basketball as Jude Zeller driving in. That's going to be a charge. That was Kelvin Deese getting his feet set. And he's a little shaken up there after a hard collision. And there will definitely be some perspiration to sweep up there.
And hope he's okay, because Zeller was a crucial point of the Morton Potters offense in that second quarter. And they continue with him in this third. They're going to need him.
So correction on that, the foul was actually called on Deese. It's not a charge like I erroneously said earlier. Zeller is over there on the sidelines, catching his breath before he shoots these free throws.
Keeps favoring that shoulder, his left shoulder, so.
I'll keep an eye on it again. That's one of the hardest things to do as a basketball player is you suffer a hard collision. Got to go in and calm the body down and shoot free throws. We'll see how Zeller does here. No good. So O'Fallon the chance to have the deficit with the three ball here. Maddox Blaha back into the game. And with it up top. Coro sizing up Burns, fades away at the free throw line and rattles home.
He really has one of the cleanest jumpers I've seen so far in this tournament.
That's a pretty looking shot there from the 6'8" Ben Okoro. And here's McKee in some trouble, trying to find a guy. Oh, what a pass to Cutting Burns. Beautiful pass. First to Adams, and then found Burns, wide open lane.
O'Fallon playing a risky game there, doubling up on one guy, playing a man on everybody else, leaving a guy wide open for the points.
High degree of difficulty shot there from Okoro, but Bynum cleans it up.
Again, here Lawson Bynum's name, like the key factor we mentioned a couple minutes ago going into the second half, getting him involved. Got 4 points so far this quarter.
And the pace of the game is slowed down a little bit here in the second half as Zeller's shot rolls around. Now here's Blaha on the fast break, hangs in the air and finishes. Nice job with the time. He's kind of hanging in there for a half second, getting enough space to get that layup off.
Able to take advantage of the speed of the incoming defender, take that back step, have a wide open layup.
And Blaha, the sophomore, playing well. Here's McKee, who was bumped a little bit after the shot. And it's Blaha with it now. Driving, kicking to Okoro. Slams it home. There's a rim rattler brought to you by Morton Tech. Timeout by Morton.
Back-to-back huge plays by Blaha. That one more of a playmaking play over to Ben Okoro. But I'm just saying, I've been waiting for a three-pointer from Blaha so I can call it a Blaha blast. That's what I've been waiting for. So eventually I hope he gets an opportunity to shoot one from deep.
Oh, man. That dunk again, then they're from Okoro, brought to you by Morton Tech. Need reliable technology solutions? Morton Tech Solutions has your technology needs covered. Specializing in business and residential, We keep the equipment you depend on running reliably to ensure your technology makes life easier and not harder. Call Morton Tech Solutions today at 824-3927 or visit www.mortontech for your one-stop solution. Tie ball game here midway through the third quarter. A couple of those fans need to get it off their phone. We got a tie ball game here in the Tournament of Champions. You've been waiting all summer and all fall for basketball. So I believe those fans, Teddy, are from Roanoke, Benson, and Low Point, Washburn. We talk about the schools that are about 70 kids. Well, those are two schools pretty close to it right there. They're not too far away. Taking in some extra hoops from down the road.
Drawing the contact down there.
Now is Silas Steffen driving baseline. Steffen is a great all-around athlete. In that Peoria High game, I saw him again. Steffen normally a wide receiver in football, but he got about 20-plus carries in that game. Ran for well over 100 yards and multiple touchdowns. And again, he's just one of those guys that can play just any sport and be good at it. Must be nice.
You know, most coaches really value that. I'm sure, I mean, it's common knowledge amongst people that watch high school sports and even college sports. College coaches will look for guys that play multiple sports because it shows a lot of character. It shows their competitiveness, you know what I mean? So there are some guys, especially for basketball, that play in the summer and kind of strictly do that. But additionally, guys that go out there on the gridiron or play golf, baseball, anything like that, plays a factor.
There are a lot of these multi-sport athletes. Colin Burns plays baseball. A few of these other guys do as well. Here's Blaha in the corner. Kicks it back out. Petty nearly stole it. Nice ball movement here. There's an open man somewhere for O'Fallon. They slow it down. Morton sideline likes the defensive effort. Here's a three-ball. Dancy off the mark.
Dancy had that hot end in the beginning of the second, into the first half. Just
that shot is well short as Okoro brings it in. Has Blaha in the corner. Euro steps around and lays it in. What a pretty move.
That was clean. That was clean. How do you defend that, too?
Now, close ball game here. About 2 minutes to go in the third. Petty calling for the ball. It's Steffen trying to go to work on Sutton. Massey puts it up and no good. Massey with the board. Now here comes Blaha, outnumbered, stolen away by Steffen.
I like this approach of the last couple possessions by Morton. They're really slowing things down. Coming off points from O'Fallon.
Oh, nice cross by Zeller. Going into the lay, blocked by Okoro. We're talking about getting Bynum going in the second half, but Ben Okoro might be doing enough for the both of them on both ends of the floor.
That's just a great defensive play. And Zeller had a great move as well. The crossover into the left side seems like he could have went in for a floater potentially. Goes for the backside layup. Just gets a tip of it on Okoro there. But that's what that height comes into factor, that 6'8" frame.
Long wingspan to go with it too. Nearly popped a three there. As Burns comes away with the steal. He's got Petty. Petty trying to rattle the rim and got fouled by Bynum. So we saw a three-point contest in that second quarter. Now we might see you trying a little bit of a dunk contest here in this third quarter.
They're all going for it. I think that's a smart play there by Bynum. I think obviously you don't want the foul, but when you have a chance to break up the guaranteed 2 points on a slam for a couple free throws, you don't know how they're going to be shooting. Overall, I think that's a smart play by Lawson Bynum.
So it's Brendan Petty to the line. He'll give Morton the lead. 37-36. Again, Teddy, this is about the kind of score we probably expect in the first game of the season for both teams. It's usually not going to be one where both teams light it up, where it's 75-70 or anything like that. Now, you never know. You could have a very explosive fourth quarter. And third quarter has been a little bit more defensive focused. Well, 2-on-2 action here for the Potters on defense. Here's Okoro for three. Came up short. Nice job by Bynum. Keep that with O'Fallon.
Looks like ball's going to stay with them as well. Out of bounds on Petty.
Bryce Nolden, number 21, checking in for the Panthers. First time we've called his name tonight. Nolden's got quite the head of hair on him, Teddy. Nice little fro action going.
Potential all-hair team selection.
There is part of the TOC. Each year is the TOC all-hair team. Best hairstyles, they pick out a few players as Maddox Blaha wants a timeout on the sideline. Abe Zeller likes it. I think so far, again, I think Nolan's a shoe-in for probably that all-hair team, I bet. It's timeout brought to you by Enercon. It's power-up timeout brought to you by them. Celebrating 50 years of keeping communities powered, Enercon delivers cutting-edge industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. If you're ready to power up your career, visit EnerconPower.com and engineer your future with us. Also want to thank our other sponsors, including PJ Hair, a proud sponsor of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, and this year's Building for the Future All-Academic team. I wish all teams good luck, and we cheer them on as they play for a cure for glioblastoma. Also want to thank Culver's and Kep's for renewal by Anderson, Martin Tech, Create a Scene, Countryside Banquet and Catering, and Laser Electric, along with our other title sponsors as well. Blaha trying to find someone, has Bynum mid-range on the baseline is good.
First real shot beyond the paint for Bynum in this second quarter, or second half. He's heating up.
Who says the mid-range is dead? Not Lawson Bynum, that's who. Nice find from Krupa to Steffen. They're going to get Nolden on the foul call there. And looking ahead to tomorrow, again, O'Fallon will play in game number 2 of the day at 10:30 p.m. And kicking things off here on Wednesday morning is another Mid-Illini team, Dunlap, taking on Kingsville. We saw Kingsville taking on Jacksonville Routt in that first game. Today is interesting that half the Mid-Illini is playing the TOC this year. Dunlap, Metamora, Washington, and Morton all in it this year. It's one of the most we've ever seen out of the same conference here at the TOC.
Yeah, and in years past, we saw a couple of them cross over. But for the most part, like you said, it's mainly only 2, maybe 3. But I'm really excited. Hopefully we're able to see some matchups real late into the week as well if they make it through the tournament.
Another good game tomorrow should be Pasadena and Metamora at 4:45 as that 3-ball was just a bit short. Also in Indianapolis, Pike and Wisconsin Lutheran might be the game of the tournament potentially. 6:15 p.m. tomorrow, you see Concanepals, younger brothers Cager and Kinston will take the floor for Wisconsin Lutheran against several Division I players for the Pike Red Devils out of Indianapolis, Indiana. Here's Silas Steffen, lost his balance and nearly made it. And that will do it for the third quarter where Morton leads at 39-38. It was a half-court shot. It won't count.
Just a little too late, but what a shot.
Man, oh man, I didn't see who shot that, but it will not count for O'Fallon. That'll do it for 3 quarters here in Washington.
I'm sure we'll see a few half-court shots hit this tournament. It seems like there's always a couple.
We shall see, as we want to thank all of our sponsors again, including Culver's. They're proud to sponsor this year's KBM TOC. Culver's is the official pre- and post-game stop for Butterburgers and fresh frozen custard. They strive to make a difference in their community. And $1 for every concrete mixer purchase at their 5 Peoria area locations. We donated back to the fight against glioblastoma. And also, while we're talking about some food, head on over to Kep's as well. They're the official pre- and post-game spot for the Tournament of Champions. Great food, drinks, and fun in a family-friendly environment over at Kep's. Shout out if you're watching this tournament right now at Kep's. Made a good choice.
Best of both worlds there.
Indeed. Close one here in Washington. Our final game of the day. Morton 39, O'Fallon 38. Teddy, what are you looking for here in this fourth quarter, just from both sides?
Well, I mean, I think it's hard. Like, both these teams have played well so far, and I think if you're Morton, it's kind of boring going back to the same thing. You got to keep with the same formula. I think defensively it might be time to kind of adjust. Like, you still have a narrow lead, but they're cutting it down inch by inch. Maybe emphasize a little bit more defensively on the perimeter. 3-2 maybe instead of a 2-3. But, and there we go, turnover there.
There's a steal there from Jude Zeller. Nice start. He'll spin and shoot. And it will go back to O'Fallon. after a brief moment of deliberation there. But yeah, that's one thing obviously that Morton can't do is let O'Fallon start shooting threes and making them like they did in the second.
Especially because it'd be so hard to respond to the high volume like that when that's not necessarily Morton's game. They're doing a lot of twos inside.
A foul on the floor. So go on the Potters.
Inbound pass up to Okoro.
Okoro will find Brenton Hunter on the baseline. Back to Hunter. Now over to Bynum, matched up with Steffen. Eyes in the back of his head. Swings it back to Okoro, who drives in. And the referee says that he lost control. So that was not a travel. The bucket is good for O'Fallon.
Yeah, he did bobble it a little bit there. The ref made the right call. I never questioned him, but
referee was right there in front of him here as Petty drove the baseline. Couldn't find enough space. So O'Fallon now by 1. Okoro driving down the lane, going downhill. And we'll get a blocking foul there on the Potters.
And John, if I'm not mistaken, I think that's O'Fallon's first lead of the game, unless there was one really early on.
They led briefly in that second quarter during that 3-point barrage, and then Morton grabbed it right back. So they've only led by about 1 or 2 points, if at all, here tonight. So good spot to take your first lead of the game. Still got 6 and a little more than change to play. Here's Okoro to take a deep breath, set up the offense. We have a 2-3 look here for Morton. Okoro slicing and dicing into the lane and scoring. It's O'Fallon now by 3.
Now this is the offensive approach I like to see from O'Fallon, really slowing things down, get Okoro from up top, able to drive downhill.
Okoro has been a load to handle for Morton tonight. And a travel on Zeller as he backed up. Another Morton turnover. So O'Fallon definitely has the momentum swing right now.
They definitely do. Morton's going to need to get a stop here. Not like it's a must-win possession, but you don't want O'Fallon to start building off of this momentum.
You don't want to let a snowflake turn into an avalanche. Right now for Morton. Starts with getting a stop here and starts with stopping Ben Okoro, University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee commit. Here's Lawson Bynum going into the lane, and his shot no good. Almost crashes in, our photographer knocks mine it. On the other end, Steffen lays it in.
Take advantage of that 2-on-1 opportunity on the drive.
So back to a 1-point lead now for O'Fallon. As I believe Zeller nearly jumped that passing lane. Okoro finds a spot, blocked, no, foul there by Petty. Petty got up there, man. This game is been played maybe not necessarily above the rim, but a lot of good shot blockers on the floor right now.
And you kind of feel bad for Petty on that possession because Okoro did a good job. Once he drove through, broke the defense, he kind of took a slow step in terms of bringing his momentum backwards, and it just kind of, if he would have continued going full speed, that would have been a clean block. But because of that, a little bit more contact, and he's able to shoot an extra.
It's a good observation there as Petty gets a little bit of an explanation there from the Zebras, who have been on a full day. I know we've had some crews rotating in and out. Okoro knocked down the first and misses on the second. Lane violation there on O'Fallon. So go back here to Morton. A little more of a pressure free throw there in front of the Morton student section, who I believe it looks like it's white out for them, just like it was for the Washington Panthers and their students earlier tonight. Oh, nice feed from Petty, but couldn't quite find Steffen. And it goes off on Morton. You see Steffen there, it almost like you wanted a replay right there. So another close call. Okay, timeout on the floor.
Yeah, I'm not too sure if they thought it hit the hand of a defender. It looked, from our point of view, it just looked like a little bit of an overthrow, but the crowd kind of got into it a little bit about that one as well.
So O'Fallon has played slightly better fourth quarter so far. They lead at 43-41. Again, this timeout brought to you by Enercon. This is our third straight game where it is a one-score game in the fourth quarter. We saw the Washington girls team in a game against Waukee Northwest out of Iowa come back from a 27-15 deficit and win in that game. Avery Tibbs scored 27 in that win there for Washington. She was in our Uftering Auto Group studio earlier today. And stay tuned again throughout all the week. We'll have all sorts of cool, fun guests and all sorts of people will stop by in that studio. We've had even some big names have stopped by in years past as well. So looking forward to see who all will be in the stands for the tournament and maybe stopping by out to see the rest of the folks here at Clutch Sports Media during the week.
It's always fun going into the studio breaks in between, trying to look into the crowd. It's like you're in a kid in a candy store trying to find a guy or a girl to come on and join, and a lot of them really cool to talk about and nice people to learn of what they contribute to the tournament as well.
Yeah, those tournament volunteers as well. It's kind of like a who's who of basketball here in the area as Okoro traveled there. And we'll give it back to Morton.
It looks like we're going to be in for another one, John. Coming down to the end here. One possession game.
Looking to see who can make a big three and get the crowd in or out of it. Offensive foul on Morton. I think that was an illegal screen there on Stefan, I think. That's now, I believe, 4 fouls on Morton, I think. O'Fallon was just 1 here in this fourth quarter, so one thing Morton's got to keep an eye on. You don't want to send Panthers into the bonus too early. Let them build this lead.
That ball tipped and fought for. One
and
by
Petty
Morton.
gives up to Stefan, who rocks the rim to tie it up with some emphasis in Washington.
And that could be the momentum builder they need. Last game, Colt Craighead hit a huge three to really brought the momentum for Washington, and it got things flowing for their offense. That could be exactly what Morton needs to take over this game.
That dunk sponsored by Morton Tech. And what it was for Stefan, showing the ups on the breakaway. 43 all here in Torrey Gym. Powder students hitting D up. Okoro from the free throw line is too strong. Zeller up to Petty, one-on-one, spins, scoop layup, no good. Back to Petty. And lost control of it, but it will stay with Morton.
You know, they don't come up with points on that possession, but one thing you did get from that last dunk was the crowd woke up.
Yep.
You hear it now. Morton, the student section over there, like we said, not too far of a drive for him, just down the road.
Here's McKee finding Stefan in the corner. That would have brought the house down for Morton as Sutton Massey from O'Fallon had his shoe slip off. It's back on now, and Dancy goes into the lane and gets fouled.
Dancy had that strong second quarter with at least 2 threes, but it seemed like he was all over the place.
And he was. Again, it's been the Ben Okoro second half for O'Fallon. This O'Fallon team, though, again, they work well around Okoro. I mean, they've been able to find ways to get him open, and also they also have some other threats enough. Like Bynum is enough of a threat that you gotta pay attention to him pretty well. As Maddox Blaha comes back into the game, gotta keep your eye out for, as you said earlier, a Blaha blast from deep because he can shoot it.
We still got time for one.
We do. 3:37 to go. As the free throw is no good from Dancy, goes 1 for 2. And Petty walked with it. He took about 4 steps with it, but I think you see it was confused about something. So a little bit of a little lapse there for Morton. They'll turn it back over.
You're going to need a good defensive possession to make up for that. I mean, you still have time, obviously, but you don't want that to be anything to build on for O'Fallon.
They get it into Okoro. Here's Jackson putting it on the floor. Now playing keep away from Burns from the free throw line. Tough look and got it to fall. What a shot from Eddie Jackson, the 6'1" junior.
That was a huge mid-range pull-up. Go up to 3. Don't force a three-point opportunity for Morton.
Nearly an over and back. Newhoff to tie it up is off the mark. Tipped back out into the hands of Owen Adams.
Yeah, the O'Fallon bench was really looking for that over and back.
Pass taken away by Okoro. Out in transition, Okoro hangs in the air and finishes that one with some English on it.
I think this is the biggest O'Fallon lead of the game, if I'm not mistaken, and a timeout will be called.
Abe Zeller senses a momentum shift in favor of O'Fallon, who again, by the way, this would be a huge win for O'Fallon this year. Again, they're coming off a bit of a rougher season last year. They were 9-23. This is a Morton squad that usually hangs around the top 10 in the Associated Press state rankings, which are not out yet. They'll come out in a few weeks after we play a few games and have some resumes to build off of. But this could be a major statement for O'Fallon, who plays in the Southwestern Conference, same conference as East St. Louis, who I know has a loaded team this year. Obviously not in football. They're playing for a state title on Saturday, but they also do in basketball as well.
What a program that school is. I mean, I talked earlier in the studio with athletic director Allstott about how strong Washington is in every asset of sports. East St. Louis is one of those programs as well. Just everything. You're in NFL caliber talent on the football field, NBA caliber talent on the basketball court. Really deliver.
It'll be interesting to see how the Flyers do this season. And they were a little bit down last year, too. Still a good team. Not quite on the top teams in the state radar, but should be some big things in store for them. A lot of good basketball down around St. Louis as well. So here's Stefan on the drive. Here's a 3-ball in the corner, no good. And rebound fought for. Third chance possibly, but no, it goes back to O'Fallon as Burns rips off the headband. Perhaps in a bit of frustration there.
Time winding down, just 2.5. As Eddie Jackson's shoe came off again. He really needs to tie his shoes. But
that's one thing I know is a lot of basketball players nowadays, I think like their shoes a little bit loose. Maybe Jackson's breaking in some new shoes for game 1 of the season. Nice fight to Bynum. Easy layup. O'Fallon now leads it by 7. About 2 and change to play.
No look pass there, faking like he was going to pass outside, and just right behind him to the right.
Morton needs a bucket. Zeller trying to find McKee. It will stay with Morton. Ball tipped out there by Jackson. There's Burns to inbound. Now over to McKee. Hasn't shot a ton tonight. Here's Stefan on the drive, trying to get past Bynum. He could not. That ball out on Burns. Tries to plead his case, but didn't get it. There's Eddie Jackson's shoes. Different shoes. Maybe that's part of it. Although they look like they're the same shoe, just different colors.
I think it's just the colorway.
I like that, though. One yellow, one blue goes very well with the color scheme for the O'Fallon Panthers. As here's Bynum finding the baseline. Nearly had it ripped away by Zeller. Kicks it back out. Here's Jackson. No O'Fallon in no hurry. They will have to shoot, though. There's a shot clock, and this is over and back. They won't even get to shoot.
That's big for Morton. They got to capitalize on this opportunity. 1:30 left, down by 7.
And can't afford many empty trips down the floor now for Morton. You got to score, and you don't have to foul. Again, we are playing with that shot clock, so you just got to score and lock down on defense. Zeller over to Stefan. Someone needs to take a big shot here for the Potters. Here's Stefan on the drive. Fakey trying to get a man in the air, almost an and one. A good move there from Silas Stefan. He'll shoot 2 after the foul on Okoro.
Going into that possession, I was going to say O'Fallon's done a great job at, isolating and eliminating all factors that going inside, and it stopped everything offensively for Morton in terms of distributing it outside. But Zeller on that possession.
Big free throws here for Stefan. He missed the first.
Sorry, Silas Stefan.
This one is a must make. You got to get this one back, get it back to a 2-score game. As you see there's a former Morton Podder hanging out there. You see him in the stands. That's Trip Rugard. He is in our Upstream Auto Group studio earlier today.
ICC Cougar now.
Yep, his brother Gus Rugard. Walk on at Bradley. Missed the free throw, but Petty gets the board. Zeller will shoot a three, and no good. Offensive rebound there by Steffen.
He came down hard again off that board.
And he will shoot two now. That would have been a big three from Zeller as a wide open look. Just couldn't get it to fall. As McKee will check out for Adams. Or no, McKee will stay in. Abe Zeller changes his mind, and Burns will come out. And normally I think Morton would go to McKee here. He hasn't shot much today. He does there and drains it. Right on cue, the masked bandit, Alex McKee, brings Morton to within 4.
Timeout called there. Like we mentioned, you haven't gone to him a whole lot today, but you know he's going to be a scorer. He's one of those top 30 most intriguing players on the tournament for a reason. And, the mask, we don't really know why he has it. It hasn't affected anything. On the shots he's shot, he's been efficient. He just hasn't really been the guy that has, taken a whole lot of them.
McKee an all-conference selection in the Mid-Illini. And definitely if he has another year anywhere near where he's been in years past, he will be another all-conference selection this year, I'm sure, as well. And I bet for, if there's anyone watching down here in St. Louis, you're probably keeping an eye on it and say, okay, we got to keep an eye on this O'Fallon team, which, again, if they can hold on, it would be a big statement win over a very good Morton team. And, Benacoro is going to be a problem down there. Looking forward to seeing him the rest of the week. Again, both these teams will play multiple games in the tournament. So, again, we'll see both these squads tomorrow. And we'll also see them both on Friday, as O'Fallon will get their shot against Santa Ana Mater Dei, and Morton will take on Victory Christian, and they'll both be back here on Saturday against an opponent to be determined.
John, I surely hope we're able to see a game where Ben Okoro is able to really take over. He's had his moments in this game. He's played well. I wouldn't say he hasn't, but just with his skill set and ability, definitely, if he was able to get hot in a game, might be able to see some records being touched.
And he is a special talent, as Maddox Blaha will shoot free throws and knocks down the first. And I'll bring it back to a 5-point game. And Blaha has been good off the bench today. You need guys like that. You need a guy to, he doesn't necessarily have to light up the score sheet, but run the offense and get to the free throw line, knock down your free throws in the clutch moment, like a 5'9" sophomore just did. He's one of 3 sophomores on O'Fallon's roster. So here's Zeller, or rather Adams, to bring it up. Now this is Zeller. Powders trail by 6, just need to score on this possession. And on the perimeter, Adams to shoot a 3. Out comes up short. 3-on-2 for O'Fallon. Here's Jackson, gonna dial it back. And a steal. Here comes Petty, and he's gonna slam it in. Two-hander, and that brings it back to a 4-point game with under a minute to play.
And that's a big play. I was gonna wait for that possession to maybe stop to talk and give a point about how it feels like on that last offensive possession, they really forced that shot. I know in your mind, you're down 6, you gotta get back in the game, but a better shot could have been made. It was really contested. I wouldn't say they got lucky because there was a great play by Petty, but that defensive play kept them in the game for what is 45 seconds left in the game.
And the shot clock is certainly Morton's friend right now because O'Fallon will have to shoot that. The biggest thing for Morton is they got to get a rebound here. You got to box out. You can't let O'Fallon grab an offensive board because at that point, then you're looking at you probably are going to have to start fouling depending on when that shot is taken. We talk about the shot clock though, Teddy. We haven't hardly seen any shot clock violations, hardly at all today. I think we could probably count on one hand the amount that we've seen through these 4 games.
Yeah, I think the offensive, abilities we've seen from all the teams today have been very fast-paced. And, despite maybe some of the games not being as high scoring, it's not because of the lack of pace. Like, it's just these teams getting the rust knocked off them. I'm sure, throughout the course of this tournament, there's not going to be a whole lot of shot clock violations anyway. It's fast-paced offense.
Certainly not, and it's a nice thing about it is usually good teams not going to be affected by the shot clock that much. So looking forward to, again, that statewide implementation starting next year. Morton trying to provide some pressure in the backcourt. They get it across, and a blocking call there on Zeller. Heard the ref all the way from up here.
Had 10 seconds knocked off the clock on that one.
Not a bad foul. You still found him a little bit early enough. I mean, the longer you try and play the foul game, the more chances you have to come back into it.
So the only problem with the fouls, maybe who it was on, Jaden Dancy has shown he can shoot, and he hits the first one.
No broadcasters jinx there on that one. Blaha and Bynum will come out. Sutton Massey and Brenton Hunter back in for O'Fallon. And this was a game that was controlled by Morton for most of the first half by a small margin. A pretty close game all the way through, but O'Fallon has jumped ahead in this fourth quarter. That one is no good. Approaching 30 seconds. Here's Zeller trying to find someone. Steffen is covered up. And a tough shot. Got it to go. Silas Steffen and one. A chance to make it a 2-point game.
Now in my mind, I definitely wasn't going to say anything, but I was kind of questioning the decision on the post-up. But with the and one, you could have a potential chance to get the 3 points back anyway and make it a 2-point game.
Should allow Morton to set up their defense as well, and I assume they're going to bring a half-court press of some sort and try and get a turnover before they have to resort to fouling. So we'll see if Steffen can make this a 53-51 ball game. Takes a deep breath. Sets and shoots. Free throw is no good. Tipped around. Morton trying to get a jump ball. And they're going to get a foul on McKee.
I believe he got tied up with Lawson Bynum there.
And of note, Morton does have the possession arrow. Quick note to mention, so you can see why they try to go for that tie-up. We'll see what Bynum can do at the line.
And Blaha checks back in for O'Fallon.
Bynum's first is up and good. That's the key one, makes it a 2-score game again. Petty back in for Burns on Morton's side. Every coach will say it, gotta make your free throws, and we'll see if Lawson Bynum can knock down a big one. No, he cannot. Goes 1 for 2. Morton again can go for 2 here with time winding down. It's gonna be Petty for 3 and got it! 1-point game now. Petty fired up. And Morton will talk things over, and they are right back into this one with 15 seconds to go, Teddy. That is plenty of time in basketball time.
Yeah, you get a foul right away and have a chance to have a whole possession instead of just chucking up a shot. That was huge for the Morton Potters, and you felt it here in this stadium. It's no longer a Washington home game, so it's not as filled in, but it definitely was probably as loud as some of those games we saw earlier in the day. I mean, that was a big-time moment for Morton, and they just solidified they have an opportunity to win this game. They just got to capitalize.
So Petty, the 6'6" junior with ice in the veins, knocks it down. And I've been really impressed with Petty, Teddy. You know, I mean, he's a guy that we didn't really see play in the varsity squad last year. But, I mean, 6'6", you knock down some big shots like that, and he could be a real weapon for Morton especially.
He's been great for them defensively, too. I think he had, I don't know if he's had one in the second half, but he had 2 blocks in that first half defensively. And he's kind of been all over the place. And like you said, maybe wasn't as big of a factor a year ago, but kind of the junior, still got a couple years left to play, and he's cementing himself early in this season as a key player for this Morton Potters program.
One thing to note, again, another key player we haven't seen tonight for Morton is their Peoria Notre Dame transfer, Jack Wilderman. He's one of P&D's top players last year, transferred over to Morton, and he has not seen the floor yet tonight. So O'Fallon inbound, 50 seconds to go, and they will try and trap, and McKee will foul Blaha.
And Blaha, he's been pretty efficient at the line from the trips we've seen him so far tonight. Obviously, you can't really control who gets the ball in that aspect of things, but
big free throws here for Maddox Blaha. It's still going to be a 1-score game regardless. Morton has to get the rebound if there is one after a miss. Morton students get loud, and Blaha missed it. So Morton will not need a three. Petty will come back in. We matched up next to Massey down there on the block. On the far side, that's Stefan on Okoro. Jim gets loud again. Blaha's shot is good. 55-53 with 11 seconds to go.
Now him making that shot might be best case scenario in terms of offense here, being able to not rush down the court and being able to set it at your own pace. Here we go.
Here we go. Final possession possibly for Morton. Zeller drives in. Back out to McKee for the three. Got it to go! Alex McThree gives Morton the lead. There's the final buzzer. Is at the game. The refs are talking it over. Morton says get back to the bench. Trying to get the fans back on into the bleachers. Was there enough time left? Referees converge at midcourt, but what a three from Alex McKee to potentially win it for the Morton Potters.
How about this tournament, John? We're 4 games in. This is
Unreal.
awesome.
Unreal.
The
Might as well
student
call
section just erupted. This entire gym almost.
You see the Morton students getting a little bit of a talking to there to stay off the court. Oh my.
Wow.
How about this fight from the Morton Potters to come back
in this team, John?
They are putting 3 seconds on the clock, and I believe that seems about right. Again, we cannot see the clock from where we are in the booth, but he shot that with, I feel like, with about 5 or 6 seconds left, and it went in with about 3 to go. So O'Fallon, again, this game is not over. O'Fallon will have a shot to win it. And I'm sure, Teddy, I'd be surprised the ball is in the hands of anyone but Ben Okoro.
Me either. Going back to last possession, how about Alex McKee, the one that hit the shot? Like we just mentioned a little bit ago, he's been quiet. He had the 3 earlier, stepping up big in a big moment.
Here we go. It will be Eddie Jackson to trigger the inbound. Zeller defending. Get it into Blaha. Blaha will shoot it from half court. No good. Morton hangs on to win. A classic at the TOC. 56-55. The Morton Potters are 1-0 after a come-from-behind win over the O'Fallon Panthers.
What a game we just got to call. What a game you fans got to watch. Crazy all the way through, neck and neck from the jump, John.
And It seemed like O'Fallon had grabbed hold of that game in the fourth quarter, but Alex McKee said not so fast. Knocked down that key one in the corner, knocked down the game winner. And Brendan Petty also knocking down a big 3 as well with some big plays on defense. What a game from both these squads. My word, what a way to end day 1 of the TOC. If that's any indicator of what this tournament will be like, folks.
We've got 4 to go.
We got 4 more, not 4 more games, 4 more days to go, and dozens of more games. What a win for Morton. How about Central Illinois, Teddy? Washington boys, Washington girls, and Morton all win some tough games here at the TOC on day 1.
For how much people talk about it being a national tournament, it's really cool to see those Central Illinois squads stand up and perform at the highest levels. 3 great games we got to see today. 4 great games, but 3 that have been in succession, very close, razor, close. Unbelievable.
What a day of basketball here on Clutch Sports Media. We're so glad you're with us. Here watching live and for free. It's been a fun time here day 1 of the tournament.
And John, unfortunately for O'Fallon, they got to wake up in the morning and come back here at 10 o'clock.
It's going to be a quick turnaround for them. Morton will have a little bit more time to celebrate. They'll play tomorrow night against Santa Ana or Mater Dei, and then we'll really see how Morton stacks up against one of California's best teams. But they will certainly savor this win without all those students that made the short drive over, helping make it a good home environment for the Morton Potters as well. What a fun day here from Washington. I want to thank all of our Clutch Sports Media crew. Day 1 of the TOC is always so hectic, so busy, setting everything up, working through all sorts of different things, but it would not be possible without so many talented people on our crew. I want to thank all of them. Joey Wright, Sky Gillespie, Jim Lynch, and Jeff Little here in the booth earlier today. Knox Mina and Elsa Olmstead running our social medias. Mark Wagner, Andrew Crawford, Mason Dowling, Charlie Sugarhorn, Sydney Barnes as well, and the many others that help make this tournament and this broadcast possible as well, Teddy. What a way to end it. I don't really have much else to say. We'll see you tomorrow morning, I guess.
See you tomorrow. We got 4 more days. You stay tuned. If this told you anything, there's a lot of great basketball to be played in this tournament, and we are only 4 games in.
So we will see you bright and early at 9 a.m. tomorrow for more theater between Dunlap and Kingsville. We'll kick things off. 9 games on the schedule tomorrow from starting at 9 a.m. and wrapping up at probably about 11 p.m. tomorrow. So huge day for the TOC tomorrow. That will do it from day one. For all of our CSM crew and my broadcast partner, Teddy Ball, this is Jonathan Michael saying so long and good night from Washington. Day 1 of the TOC in the books. We'll be right back tomorrow for 4 more days of high-level hoops for a great cause. To fight to defeat glioblastoma here in Washington. See you tomorrow, folks. Sleep well.